course, all the lockdowns and that. I mean, the course is rammed. It's absolutely rammed. I played a bit with the chief exec, Dave now, and I suppose well, let's close it. Yeah. You know, obviously at various times, but when it reopened, twice when it reopened, the place is rammed. I spoke to him a couple of days ago down here, and he said, "Oh, we must have a game." I said, "Yeah, no problem." But he said, "I couldn't get." He said, "Even he couldn't get on the course."
And you don't own those reactors?
Yeah, it's a good revenue. Yeah, it's all part of the revenue in the hotel. They don't own the hotel,
right?
But they get stuff with it. You know, it comes in. But you know what they've done over the years, past times, it's all fucking cool. But yeah, they still get stuff. And, the golf club done very well over the last few years.
Pretty good.
That's not a bad little course, is it?
So we can get 3 balls from Dorse.
And then we're 96 old.
Whether he'll go to the seniors or look to use up this over. And come back.
How many overs to?
19.3.
I don't think it's quite doing enough for the spinners, is it? It's not. It's doing a little bit here and there, but it's not. Is it Don Cotler's tweeting? Damaging evening session in Leicestershire. Is that the Essex are playing?
We commentated. I've done it for 3 years again. You're there or here, to be honest. About 4 of them turned up here. It's teddy bears and everything.
They're nice bunch, but they are a bit bizarre.
Insists on giving everyone a score, everyone. There was a point at which I stopped getting it. Keep the crowd.
That's what he does. I don't know about you, I just find myself sitting back and just going, oh boy,
but yeah, you do, you mean.
You have to do that, you just want to go.
I've got to get on with it for 4 days.
It's funny, those guys come up, well, maybe, I don't know, they should have come up to me for a while. I haven't got them this year, that's makes a change.
It's like with Martin, you just got to steal yourself.
I know, but he's quite funny with it. I find him funny.
Up to a point.
Yeah.
I mean, when he disappears for 20 minutes when there's just 2 of you, to do his updates and everything, and you look there and there's nobody there, and gone off, and you're talking to him. But
the trouble is, there's quite a few of us now, isn't there? We've done it for a while.
Yeah.
I think we've all got used to each other, sort of this and that sort of thing, which, you know, actually, and everybody's really good, aren't they, really, to be fair? I mean, there isn't anybody that's not.
Who's Somerset now? I mean, is it Anthony Gibson, or is it Charlie Taylor, or is it just Charlie just do T20?
Well, I've never done a game where it's just been Charlie Taylor. He's joined in from time to time, but it's been, mostly it's Anthony, but then, who's the other guy? Softly spoken guy.
I don't know, because
oh God, I should know. But he does. I wouldn't say it's been roughly half the games I've done over the years with him, but he does a good job. It's just been a bit of something.
He must be right. I have spoken to the station.
What's that?
He's sharp. He's sharp left armour, yeah. But he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's fit. He had a knee at the start of the season, but he insists he's completely fit now. And I think that they've kind of painted themselves into a bit of a corner by making, with respect to Callum vice captain and the fact that they've got finished the count. And that means that Peter would have played, I think, if we'd only gone with the one spinner, but he does offer you something different, and he does swing the three overs. I remember him bowling like Michael Hall, believe it or not, in his last season. With the first over with an in-swing, a quick in-swing.
Does he get the ball to... Does he get the ball to come back to the right hand?
Yeah, it swings in.
I mean... And it's easy for us.
Really close, but Wickets has bowled okay in the season. I've not seen him bowl as badly as that for a while. Yeah, and Dieter with his knee didn't play as much in pre-season as Gavin, so I understand why they went with him. But I suspect kept Surrey. It might be the other way around, I don't know why it won't be consistent. It's interesting hearing you say that, and Ian O'Brien too, hearing the proper players. Sort of, we had a left armer for that in shape. He was really rapid. He could bowl at 90 miles an hour, I think. But he was a bit of an odd character. And Andrew McDonald, who was coach at the time, his discipline wasn't great, and he was late for a few. You know what I mean? And things like that. But on his day, he was rapid, and Ian got really excited about when he played Derbyshire. They did 20 because he was, they were standing a long way back. And, gasket, all this sort of stuff. But it's interesting that the extra half yard makes a difference.
Yeah, it does. It just gives you a bit of variety. It's just something different. Like I say, that's my key now. Is that good stuff. There's always that variety. I just think with flying, especially if he swings the ball in. To be honest, I always find that with the difference between them and right armers, if the right armer's not bowling particularly well, there's nothing different about it, and it's just not bowling very well. But even with a left armer who's not bowling particularly well, if he can swing the ball in, he's always going to bowl a keep taking ball. Just by the very nature. So, he could bowl 3 or 4 overs of average stuff, but actually contained within that are going to be 2 or 3 potential wicket-taking balls. Whereas, I know I'm trying to pick up references and stuff, but I'm saying we can just use that. He never really
get one fresh thing, more wide, and pick a name and all this sort of stuff. So much of it is online now.
Well, my missus said, no, we're not bothering this year. I was like, oh, well, that's that. Right, okay then.
Good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV equals Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Hampshire. Switch off the volume on my computer, hearing myself there. BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, and of course BBC Radio Solent, Kevin James, your commentators for the game. Umpires and the Hampshire players heading out into the middle, and what I can tell you is, well, you can take it as read that every day is a cold day at the moment. It is a very cold day, but we are at the moment enjoying pretty decent conditions. There's plenty of blue sky overhead, there's a lot of cloud around, but it's in the distance. We're hearing of a potential showers this afternoon, but at the moment every prospect of a good solid period of play, which will please Hampshire in particularly because they are very much on top in this game. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 151 for 4, which kind of sounds okay. However, they still trail by 461 runs with 6 wickets in hand, Hampshire having scored 612 for 5. Declared 7 o'clock yesterday. They came off, as Leicestershire have to switch off their floodlights then, which means there are 3 balls to be bowled in an over by Liam Dawson. Strange, but we have managed to squeeze in an awful lot of cricket yesterday that I didn't necessarily, Kevin, think we were going to.
Got away with it a bit, didn't we, really? It was interesting when the floodlights went off, just actually how dark it was. They had a good impression. So here's Dawson then to begin day 3. It's fullish and it's driven by Ackerman straight, and that's Abbott at mid-on, I think, is it?
Yeah.
No, yes it is, yeah. Who's already in the game, diving to his left. Prevented 4, I think, the best way I can say that. 152 for 4 then. Ackerman already adding to his total, 37. He has played really well last night. 1 or 2 played well. Swindles played well last night. There was a bit of fight from both of them. Also Dearden with his 42 and Azad 27, but it's a long road.
It is. This is a decent partnership now. 68 it's worth.
Yeah, played really well. Here's Dawson. It's got 2 men round the bat, slipping a short leg. That's driven wide and mid-off. They're taking a quick single. Throw comes in for Vince. Have to hurry. Direct hit. My word, that's close and he's gone.
No.
Oh my word, what a horrible mistake. Well, Swindles would have called it. And it's James Vince with a direct hit. 2 stumps out of the ground and a disastrous start for the home side here. And I can't believe that Swindles has run Ackerman out.
There are almost no words from a Leicestershire point of view. Second ball of the day, so vital, this partnership. It was a good throw from Vince, but I know that Ackerman isn't 100% fit at the moment. He had a little fitness test before the start of the game, so in every respect that was a really daft thing to do, and Ackerman is walking off slowly in absolute disbelief. 37 faced 1 ball today, picked up a run and then finds himself run out. Leicestershire's main hope of putting together a really decent first innings. And well, poor Harry Swindles won't obviously feel good about that. He'll be disappointed, has to put it out of his mind, but I can't believe that. Just can't believe that. So, second ball of the day. What a bonus that is for Hampshire.
Oh.
What a bonus. Well played, Vince. Great work by him. Middle stump out of the ground.
You know, I mean, it's a great bit of cricket from the fielding side, that's for sure. There's a couple of reasons I feel a little bit sorry for Harry Swindles. One is, I think in a one-day game, you'd look for a single there. It's gone to Vince's left hand. He throws right. So when he first set off, I thought, yeah, okay, it's tight and it's, you know, it's fairly ambitious, but, you know, if you're going to be positive, that's probably an area you'd look to score a single. But I think maybe he's forgotten that Ackerman isn't 100% fit. And maybe Ackerman at 100% fit would have just about made those extra few inches.
It took him a while to sort of get going, didn't it? And he never sort of seemed to accelerate.
Ben Mike then is at the crease and immediately forward, plays it back to Dawson, and immediate success for Hampshire. 152 for 5.
I wonder if we're going to get any sort of sideways sweep. Billy Taylor thought about it for quite a long time, didn't he? He didn't say, yeah, no, that's gone straight away. It was a good couple of seconds before he raised his finger. But again, outstanding work really by Hampshire to be on the ball in every sense of the word, absolutely immediately, and to create something out of nothing almost.
Well, Ackerman played so well yesterday, didn't he, really? I mean, I was talking to the coach about him, Paul Nixon, last night, and I said, I've never seen the guy play before. He just looks very, very good. Probably the only way Hampshire were going to get him out, the way things were going.
The main man got beaten a couple of times by Abbas, bowling some beautiful deliveries at him, but they would have beaten anybody, really. Beat the bat by quite a long way, they did so much, but to get out like that, well, it will be a quiet dressing room. 152 for 5 then. Abbott is going to take up the attack from the pavilion end to bowl to Harry Swindles, who is going to have to be mentally very strong now and try and redeem himself, make up for what he's done, and just bat. He's going to have 3 slips behind him. He's waiting for the second of those slips, Dawson, to put all his sweaters back on. He's still celebrating, I think. Abbott runs away from us, past umpire Taylor, and bowls to Swindles nice and straight on the money straight away. And Swindles behind it on off stump, just dropping it out into the offside, but no looseners. Might just have been, you know, a few inches down in pace, but he was bang on the money in terms of direction.
Yeah, and you know, again, that's you know, quite a big sort of emphasis, isn't it? Really, where you know, I think there were occasions during the Hampshire innings that when various seamers came on, the first ball was a bit of a loosener, wasn't it? Really, and you know, if you're going to be totally professional, not ideal.
But in again, it's on off stump. It's just a hint of shape. Touch, but solidly played by Swindles in defence, again out into the offside. There's no run. Now, looking at the replay, there wasn't too much hint of shape really. We're commentating from, at the moment, a fairly sort of conventional long off, straight-ish, but we're not directly behind the bowler's arm, so you have to forgive us if when we see the replay we slightly correct ourselves. In goes Abbott, bowls fullish driven, but not past the man at extra cover. Didn't put his full weight into the shot. Not that there is much weight when it comes to Harry Swindles. I wonder what he does weigh. There's not much of him. What do you reckon? 11 stone? Maybe 10.5? So he looks like it's that sort of...
Yeah, maybe more 11. I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? He's not the tallest, but as you said yesterday, I think you pointed out yesterday, probably he's the right sort of size for a wicket keeper.
Yeah. Wiry. They're just showing that replay. Oh, 2 stumps out of the ground. In goes Abbott, bowls, driven again, and he hasn't got it through. Although Midoff had to tumble away to his left to make the stop, and by the time he did so, Swindles called Mike through for what, in the end, was a safe run. No risks there. Ian Holland, the fielder, didn't quite catch that replay, but it was from behind the bowler's arm. It wasn't from... I'm not suggesting he wasn't out, but at all. But I say Billy Taylor did think about it. Just wanted to see how close it was, really.
I was just watching Ackerman actually when he was called for the single. He actually was slow to respond. I don't think he was expecting to be called through. It just took a fraction of a second to get going, and that was the difference.
Up at 87 on his back. In again, bowls solidly his mic forward, deflecting the ball with a slightly angled bat out towards backward point from off stump, and there is no run. Ackerman must wonder really. He was run out last season. I don't know if you recall, I mentioned it in the first game of the season against Lancashire when he was on 96. Again, it was nothing to do. You know, Tom Taylor, it was on that occasion, called him through for an impossible single. And he just must wonder. His side sabotaging him when he gets in. Abbott bowls. Mike is deflecting it off a thin inside edge down to fine leg for 4. Abbott's reaction, and that behind the stump, suggests he may have taken it off the straight. Let's have a look, see. He did really. Had he missed it, that would have been a very loud appeal for leg before. Got thick inside edge and it squirted off down to fine leg for 4. So Mike is up and running, and as Kevin's been saying, he has shown that he can bat well in against First Division quality bowling. But that was for Warwickshire when he was on loan there a couple of seasons ago now.
Yeah, 72 he made, and him and Sam Hain, who made 104. Basically for the 7th wicket, basically got Warwickshire out of a bit of a hole and got them a draw in a game that Hampshire looked like they were going to win. So he played really well actually that day, so I wouldn't put it past him to do something similar here today.
Well, Vince has gone to both his seamers, just those 3 balls from Dawson to complete that over. We were wondering about that because there are, just looking at the overs, minimum remaining 103. So we're gonna catch up with the few overs that we've missed, are we? Looks that way.
No. I mean, well, we can't go past 7 o'clock. We know that. Thank goodness. Here's Abbas then, bowling to Swindles. Gets a straight one, and he pushes that up equally straight, back past the bowler, and there is no run. So we're in the 63rd over, so 17 or 16 after this till the new ball. I'm just wondering if it might be a quick burst from Abbott and Abbas.
Logically,
not too much, a little bit of a break, and then they'll be whisked back when the second new ball's due.
Mo rubs his hands together, trying to get a bit of blood flowing.
Here's Abbas then down the hill, and Swindles works that away through square. Well, he's timed that beautifully. That's going for 4. My word, that's come straight out of the screws. Just leant on it and just turned the face of the bat, and it raced away in front of square. Swindles picks up 4, moves on to 44, 161 for 5.
It did. It was in the air for quite a long time. Nowhere near Joe Weatherly, just turned and ran after it, and as you say, timed it sweetly, but just wondering whether, having seen that...
It's from about middle and off. But, gosh, there's been many good players down the years that have turned balls from middle and off through mid-wicket. There's some obvious names there.
I.V.A. Richards.
That's the one I was thinking of first up, yes.
Yeah.
That's, it's uncanny actually. A lot of Test players, don't they? They sort of, well, I can think of, they sort of any balls just short of a length. That was a little bit fuller actually on that occasion. Here's Abbas again, and bowls, and Swindles just plays that into the ground. I can think of many players that, especially when the ball's just a little short of a length, they're almost coming across, and they know that they've got all the time in the world, and they work it into the gaps on the leg side. It's quite difficult as a bowler when you think you're bowling a good line. If you just bowled it slightly short and back of a length, that the really good players will actually just turn that into the leg side. So 161 for 5 then Leicestershire. Got a couple of tweets.
Again, they're showing it.
Are they? Yeah, it's difficult to tell from that angle, isn't it, behind the bowler? We need a square camera. That's on the line of middle and leg, which Swindles pushes to mid on.
They do, but just watching Ackerman as he ran past the wicket, he did not look at the umpire at any stage. He just kept going.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah. Glenn Dutfield actually at Silent Sport has said he didn't look like he ran his bat in either, so perhaps he's further out than we thought. It's difficult to tell from this angle, of course. Dave Allen at Silent Sport, morning to you, Dave. I've emailed you, by the way, about something, so I'm sure you've seen that. I wonder if James Vince might be man of the match. Oh, I think he might just be at the moment. Somebody's got to do something special. If not, let's push back to the bowler. Another good line and length of delivery from Abbas. He should bowl as well, says Dave Allen. Richard Shelley actually tweeted just before the start of play. Morning to you, Richard, at Silent Sport. He says, yesterday was the 12th time that Hampshire had 300s in the same innings. Second time that contained a double 100. The other back in 1901 versus South Africa. And Kev, you played... I didn't actually get any runs though, obviously. Kev, you played when the top 3 of Tony Middleton and Robin Smith made hundreds versus Sussex in 1992. Here's Abbas again. And Swindles whips that away. He's quite strong in that sort of area when the ball's bowled a little too straight. Goes down to Brad Wheel at fine leg. And that will be the end of the over, 162 for 5. Smith made hundreds versus Sussex 1992. It was also the game when Sean Udall took his first-class fifer. There you go. Great stats.
He's invaluable, isn't he, Dave?
Dave, Richard, Tigger, yeah, they're great. When you've got a 3-man attack like that, you can see why I just sort of sit back and say, "Bring it on, guys."
You don't need to do any research. You can just sit there, can't you? Say, let's hear from you, boys.
I wonder if they'll do a weather report for me. It saves me even looking on my app.
Get the roads for
traffic going home.
Why not? Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. In he charges and bowls outside off stump. A horrible throw of the bat at the ball from Harry Swindles, and fortunate not to edge through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Bounced and left him, and without too much foot movement, he just threw the bat at it, and it rose past his top edge.
Just bounced a little bit on him, which made probably the shot look worse. He looks like he's being positive here, doesn't he? He looks like he's not going to die wondering. I wouldn't say he's going over the top, but I think he's decided that he'll have a go if it's there.
But in again, better shot. Fuller pushed out into the offside. Calls for a sharp-ish single, but Weatherly had a good bit of ground to make to his left, and in the end it was comfortable enough. Swindles moves on to 46. Leicestershire 163 for 5. So that partnership for the 5th wicket was worth 68. for its, from Leicestershire's point of view, premature conclusion. Abbott in. Bowles, edges caught, heard the nick from here. Mike just pressed forward, left him, took the outside edge, straight into the gloves. It echoed around the county ground, the Uptonsteel county ground, that edge. Abbott has, well, we're talking about man of the match. He's got 3 for 21 now on a pretty flat track, a belter of a track, as Mason Crane called it yesterday. And well, as I rather feared, Leicestershire, having lost the wicket of the main man, Colin Ackerman, has exposed the tail, and Mike goes caught behind for 4. They are 163 for 6.
It was a delivery which just held its line a fraction. It did just enough. It was pitched perfectly. Right line, right length, and the ball just straightened a fraction, ever such a fraction, just enough to catch that outside edge. I don't think Mike did too much wrong there. I think it was just very, very good bowling, and it just shows again the benefit of getting accuracy. As many balls in the right areas as you can, especially early on to new batsmen. It's always important.
Will he feel he? I guess he will feel he probably could have left it, but it was pretty close to off stump. It was that corridor. When you look at it, it just maybe had a little feel, but yes, it was super bowling, quality bowling.
The thing with Abbott as well is it's not just the wickets he's taken, it's the economy rate as well. It's that double combination, and supported. When you look at Abbott, you know, they're both going for less than 2 and over, and you know, that's where
we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? You know, with 64 overs pretty much into the innings, and Leicestershire have gone nowhere as really in terms of runs. At this stage, off 60, Hampshire were sort of past 300.
That's why it's difficult. You know, it's difficult, but you know, somewhere along the line you have to find a way. Otherwise, it's going to be a long 6 months.
Abbott to Callum Parkinson, then bowls, turned nicely down off his legs, 2 fine leg, 4-4, just for once, after we've been praising him to the skies for his accuracy. Just drifted onto the leg, so onto the hip, really, of Parkinson. Long leg, Abbas, absolutely no chance as Parkinson up on his toes, just clipped it neatly down to fine leg for 4.
Good start, isn't it? Nice. A little bit too straight there from Abbott. I mean, this has been a dream start for Hampshire. When you think it was quite, I mean, you know, Leicestershire made it hard work for Hampshire in that sort of final session, and also just before tea. But that run out has, I don't know, it's just made it feel a lot easier this morning.
Abbott in again to Parkinson, a super delivery that goes through him, really beats the outside edge, but just short of, I'm just looking at the replay again, just short of a perfect length, but plunged forward nonetheless, and it went past the outside edge. Do too much, just that again, that line.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's what it is. I need the new ball. Just bowl with this one. It's doing enough. I don't mean not need it because they'll be all out. I mean this ball's doing enough.
It's still a shout, isn't it? They're going to have a new ball, one way or another, in a few overs' time, you feel. Abbott in again, and Parkinson, once bitten, twice shy, lets that one go through. Picks the line better this time. Slightly open stance, but well bowled, Kyle Abbott. So made the breakthrough with the ball.
I think also pleasing from a Hampshire point of view is, and I've mentioned it several times, and I'm not the only one sort of down south that mentions it, but he hasn't played a lot of cricket over the last year or so, and yet we are seeing here very much bowling the way we know he bowls, and I think that's a good sign, really good sign.
Just doesn't waste a delivery, or very, very rarely.
No. He's been a great servant to Hampshire, that's for sure, over the years. A little bit of a stint with Middlesex, but he's back. So it's going to be Abbas bowling his 14th over, 1 for 22. And he's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles, who's on 46. Do you want to do this one? No, he's all right. Swindles, nice forward defensive as he punches that up to mid-on.
If he goes to 100, maybe.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, of course. No, you very kindly passed it over to me when there was milestones.
It seemed to be happening all the time.
Well, I was good. Felt like every other over.
At one stage, I thought just let Kevin commentate.
Oh, another 100.
Yeah. 200, 100, 200, 150.
Oh, I'm laughing now because I know it won't be like this all season, that's for sure.
Oh.
And it's just left out at the last minute. Swindles, good delivery from Abbas outside off stump.
As I mentioned, he does have a first-class 50, Harry Swindles. Made towards the end of last season. I looked it up yesterday, didn't I? No, it wasn't Yorkshire, it was... They'll tell me. I'll find out. I'll remember.
Bit of sunshine at the moment. Won't last long, I don't think. As Abbas runs down the hill again and bowls to Swindles. Swindles punches that up to mid-on once more, and Abbott does the fielding and throws it all the way back to Lewis McManus. Just giving Richard a bit of time to find out where that 50 was scored by Swindles. He's close to another one. Fantastic start for Hampshire this morning. Couple of balls into Liam Dawson's over, which he was finishing off from last night. Ackerman run out for 37. Big blow for the home side. Jubilation for the away side as Abbas bowls. Swindles hits that into the ground off the back foot, and Allsop fields in the covers, which is still looking.
It was Notts, I'm sure it was Notts, but let's have a look. Yeah, Notts, 33 and 52 not.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday. Yeah.
Because he also got a 50 in the T20 against Notts, so that's what I should remember. So 52 not out is his first class best.
I think it's a pretty good player at the crease. Pretty handy sort of keeper batsman. A must these days, isn't it? As Abbas comes in and bowls, and Swindles on the back foot, cracks that away, through point, and that's his half century. Little bit of width, a little bit short there from Abbas, and Swindles put that away, no problem. 92 balls, 7 fours. Good innings. Very good innings.
Slightly tentative raise of the bat to the pavilion, wasn't it? It was a very... he didn't kind of look.
It was more or less a sorry lads.
Yeah. Well, he's on the road to redemption. I think there's a film called that, isn't it?
Here's Abbas again then. Bowls, and Swindles pushes forward, and that's just trickling out into the covers. And that is the end of the over. 171 for 6. Leicestershire starting this morning. 151 for 4. So 20 runs added for the loss of Ackerman and Ben Mike.
This is only his 12th first-class game and 17th first-class innings, I think. Assuming that it's live. I'm not sure it is anymore. It was for a while, wasn't it? The quick info site that, as in the current innings, was included, but now it's all changed. You never quite know. And as we've revealed, we're not very good at keeping up with changes. Abbott is in solidly, everything behind that one, Parkinson. It was very straight though, all movement, but registering determination in every inch there, Callum Parkinson. Thou shalt not pass.
Yes, a testing little period this for him. Bowling's accurate. There's a little bit of nibble there for Abbott, and that's when he's most dangerous.
But he is a useful batsman, a more than useful and capable batsman, Callum Parkinson. Abbott in and bowls to him and leaves. Good decision because it wasn't so very far away. Stepped forward, ready to play. Raised his bat. Let it go through to McManus. Scored. I remember when he was playing for Derbyshire, scored a very good half century against Leicestershire. One of the reasons they signed him was not just for his ability with the ball. Abbott in, bowls. Parkinson is forward, reaching for a fraction, playing it with an angled bat out towards backward point. There is no run.
Just looking at his first class average.
Probably isn't it more than 20 something
it's
like
less than that actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
But he's better than that.
Well,
for my money, or he has potential to be better than
sure.
that.
Yeah, stats don't always tell the whole story, do they?
Abbott in, bowls again. correct, very correct behind it. His back foot going out to the side slightly, so he does get everything behind it, but no question of him not getting in line at the moment. Furiously determined. It's Callum Parkinson. That's how he plays his cricket. And one of the reasons he's been made vice captain. I think he's the twin brother of Matt, of course, of England. In he goes, a bouncer that he fends off. It's a surprise ball with Abbott, which is one of the reasons it's a good one. It's an accurate one, and Parkinson, he just took his... No, he didn't take his bottom hand off the bat, in fairness, in the end, but he flinched away slightly, his head to one side. He managed to fend it out into the leg side, but that was a very good bouncer.
It was a goodie. Straight.
Played it reasonably well in the end, although his head was moving to one side just in case it got through, I suspect. In goes Abbott and bowls another bouncer to Swindles, who does tense up and plays it high towards short leg. There isn't a short leg. Northeast has to run across from mid-wicket, but that popped up rather. And Abbott, where was my short leg, he's saying.
Well, I mean, that is a glaring... If it is an error, indeed, that is a glaring error, because that would have... I think we would have both have taken that short leg catch, Richard.
Lobbed up, didn't it?
Yeah. I think if he is going to bowl another over or two, which I'm sure he will, then well, again, it's stable door, but yeah, I think on that occasion, it's a mistake not having one in that over.
With so many runs in to play with, kind of why
yeah, well, we had this...
I know we had the...
we did, didn't we, last night? Well, I mean, to be honest, I thought last night, in a way, was more obvious than this morning, especially with Leicestershire losing 2 early wickets. Here's Abbas, 2 Swindles. Swindles gets another good length ball, which he just is happy to prod out on the offside. You know, again, you know, maybe this morning, especially when Ackerman's run out, you know, there's probably a better case for having a short leg. I think, you know, especially with Abbott, I mean, if he knows he's going to bowl a couple of short balls in that over, you know, maybe on that occasion, maybe, I wouldn't say he's forgotten about, you know, setting the field and what he wants, but maybe, I don't know, maybe a lapse in concentration in terms of the field settings. That's pushed back to the bowler. It's quite straight, that one, as Swindles initially was thinking about whipping that away on the leg side, and at the last minute decided against it. Yeah, I always think, you know, especially when you've got really good bowlers who are intelligent bowlers, and they are bowling to plans, they're not just bowling line and length, they're working things out and that sort of thing. Then, yeah, if he knew he was going to bowl a couple of balls like that, I think he's probably thinking now a bit on, yeah, I know I should have had a short leg, but you know, it happens. Abbas in the sunshine, and Swindles gets wrapped on the pad, but it's quite high and he's well forward. Well, that's amazing. This ball's not quite behaving like a 66 over ball. It's not doing loads, but it's doing just enough, isn't it?
It's back nicely, that one.
Well, there's the nip backer from Abbas.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's going to say,
I can't always see it.
That will please you.
Yeah, there's the nip backer.
Here's a replay.
Oh yeah, it did,
Did
didn't
a
it?
bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. That's good. Oh, I like that. I like that.
No, he's a very, very skillful bowler.
Yeah, he is.
He gets it right.
Yeah. Well, you've seen his whole repertoire. Abbas bowls again, and Swindles leaves alone. That's a good leave. We saw predominantly a way swing from him like yesterday, didn't we? We've just seen a replay now. That did come back and it bounced. But Swindles did the right thing, coming forward. But yeah, maybe this is a sign of... You know, I spoke to one or two of the guys, and they said, you know, Abbas will take a little bit of time. He's, you know, remember, he's been sitting in a hotel room for a while. It's cold, and it'll just take him, you know, a couple of days or so here and there. I think we're already seeing that he's feeling more happy about himself as well as Abbas comes again. That's a way down to fine leg. Brand will do the fielding. Swindles moves on to 52, 174 for 6.
He really could be invaluable at the Aegeus if the wickets are a little bit flat, because he's so used to, he's brought up on flattish tracks from a seamer's point of view in Pakistan, and the ability to extract something from flat tracks, he's got it. It's just, as I say, that the nip that was there in his first season, we didn't see in the second season, and probably haven't seen so far
No.
in this game.
You think he's down a bit? Yeah, maybe he's still sort of working through that. Lost his place in the Pakistan side as well, which you've got to deal with that as well, haven't you? Sort of, the mental side of things and that sort of thing. So maybe a good 2-month stint with Hampshire might change all that and get him back on the front foot.
Well, James Vince is thinking of the new ball because he has now taken Kyle Abbott off, and Mason Crane is back with us. The young leg spinner. He's going, despite that pop up to short leg, still taking him off. In goes Crane and bowls almost a full toss just outside off stump, but it's wide enough to not fool Swindles. Swindles went for the drive, but he was reaching for it a bit and didn't time it, and he just hit it down into the ground. And a comfortable stop in the end for Holland at shortish extra cover. Crane in again, bowls, better line and length. Forward goes Swindles, defending back down the pitch. Picked up by Weatherly, hopping across from short leg. Just might have been, I suppose, you could keep Abbott fit and fresh, but I might have had another over from him. Anyway, in goes Crane, bowls again. It's outside off stump, and Holland diving across to his left to try and make the stop. Doesn't manage to do so. Has the sweeper out on the offside boundary, so it is going to be just the single to Harry Swindles. He moves on to 53, his first class best score now.
Abbott's 3 overs this morning, 1 for 12.
Expensive by his standards.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, where did those 12 come from?
There's a couple of tickles down the leg side, weren't there?
Yeah.
In goes Crane, tosses one up. Parkinson just waits for it and blocks it, defends it out into the offside. Slip blows on his hands. Dawson, I'm guessing that is. In goes Crane, bowls a slightly flatter delivery that Parkinson reads. It wasn't the googly, so it was a safe leave. Skidded on a bit into the gloves of McManus behind the stumps. Will Davis, who wasn't available, I don't think, for this game. He's had a bit of an injury. Seamer, he's having a fitness test, or some fitness work anyway. As forward goes Parkinson and blocks it out into the offside. On one side of the boundary, with the Leicestershire physio, and not sure who, I think that's...
Is that Nico?
Tom Smith.
No?
Is it Tom, or...
No.
There's not much hair around some of the Leicestershire coaching staff, and there's something of a, with respect to one or two of them. Nico is very clean shaven in every respect at the moment, and as is, and the physio, who is called Will Garvey, came to us from Kent. There'll be some of the coaching stuff like Dips Patel, who's got a fine head of hair, will be taking a front at the moment, but yeah, those three in particular. It's from a distance. There's a certain sameness about the tonsure. Enough said.
There's a change of bowling at the Bennett end, the far end as we look. It'll be Brad Wheel into the attack, picked up 1 wicket yesterday. That of Harry Dearden, caught behind for 42, one that bounced on the left-hander. Dearden played well up until then, actually. Quite compact, quite well. One of those sort of players I was talking to Paul Nixon about last night, actually, and so he plays quite late, and he said, yeah, he said he likes him. Just needs a bit more confidence about him, I guess, in terms of he can play, can't he? There's no doubt about it. So 175 for 6 then. Brad Wheel into the attack, taking over from Abbas, bowling to Swindles. Swindles gets a foolish delivery, which he guides out to extra cover. A couple of tweets here. Ralph Brooker, Outstanding Sports, says, missed the play after the sad news yesterday. My word, the game has advanced. It certainly has. Certainly advanced in the first 15 minutes this morning as well, with a couple of wickets. And one here. Tom Johnson, Excellent Sports, says, Vincent Dawson scoring runs, Abbott and Abbas taking wickets without getting too excited. I think it's our year. Dangerous. Here's Wheel. There's a drive, but he's found his fielder at extra cover, and that's Tom Alsop.
Fango tweets from Melbourne, from a cold and wet Melbourne. He says, watching with great anticipation with Matilda. I know Ackers isn't 100% fit, but he was ball watching a bit. If he'd have gone straight away, I think he would have made it.
Yeah, that definitely cost him valuable inches, if not a half a yard or so.
He does take a while to sort of get into his gallop. He's not a natural sprinter.
Wheel to Swindles. Swindles drives, gets a slight inside edge, works the ball up to mid-on, fielded by Abbott.
It just was, yeah, I don't know, unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean,
I know, they're used to it now, aren't they? These boys, the T20s.
Yeah, to say it was a run in sort of one-day cricket. Well, certainly one that you'd look to score, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, just to emphasise, it was going to James Vince's wrong side, so he had to run round the ball to throw it in right-handed, which of course again gives a batsman valuable time to get at the other end. That's shortish. Swindles on his toes, plays it well just behind square on the offside. There is no point. There's a deep point, and Swindles will get a single for his trouble. 54 he's on now, 176 for 6. I think it's one of those that maybe if you're being ultra critical, that's the word I was looking for, that so early on, and we're talking about the second ball of the morning, you're perhaps not quite as tuned in as if the partnership had been allowed to sort of carry on. Whereas Wheel bowls and he's playing a missing outside the off stump, good delivery there to Parkinson. Whereas if you've just got the feel of the partnership again, I mean they both batted well yesterday, both actually ran quite positively and played positively. And then when you start the next morning, it's not so easy to pick that up. It takes a few overs or so, and you have to see how the bowlers are bowling and just everything like that. And the second ball of the morning is probably a little bit early, perhaps, to be doing something like that. But again, I'm sort of just finding reasons and whys as to why that might be. I could understand it maybe at 11:30, when they've had time to sort of retune and get back in the swing of it. Another leg ball. Parkinson plays out on the offside. The throw may have come in, but didn't in the end from Mason Crane, who ran round from point. Good running from Parkinson. He'll keep the strike, and it's 177 for 6.
Swindles was on his heels for a moment there, which obviously slightly nerve-wracking from a Leicestershire point of view, but as you said, plenty of time in the end. Crane, fair of head, having a chat to his skipper at the moment. I'm sure that he's obviously got his long-sleeved shirt, but I suspect underneath his long-sleeved shirt there's something fairly warm. We were talking about dangers of thermals from a seamer's point of view. I suspect that they're less dangerous from a leg spinner's point of view. In he goes and bowls, and forward goes Parkinson, dropping it out into the offside. In terms of overheating, anyway, I don't think there's any danger of that today. Blows on his fingers. Just kicks up his left heel as he sets off and runs in. What? Brilliantly caught by Dawson. That first slip. Went for a firm push, low to his right. Brilliantly caught because it didn't get more than a couple of inches off the ground. Well, Hampshire are playing really fine cricket at the moment, batting, bowling and fielding.
I did say he's a good slipper. He had a similar chance. I think it was Ackerman last night.
Yeah, it hit him on the wrist.
Similar shot. It hit him on the wrist, but it was low down. It was in that area. And he didn't quite get his hand in the right areas, but that he did, and what a catch that was. My word, it went quickly because Parkinson went to drive it, so the ball went quite quickly off the edge. It was low, and my word, a Premier League goalkeeper would be happy with that, getting down that low in such double quick time. Super catch.
Just really good cricket. I think Parkinson will be disappointed with the shot. He didn't put his full weight into the drive, but it didn't get more than an inch and a half, 2 inches above the ground, and to get his hand down and low to his right, get it underneath it and take it really cleanly. Brilliant work by Liam Dawson.
Talked
about Vince's candidature for the man of the match. Well, Dawson's right up there as well at the moment.
Yeah, there's a few in contention now, isn't there?
Yeah.
Wow. I could watch that catch all day.
You'll get the chance, judging by the replays, but understandably being shown. 3 wickets then this morning from 151 for 4. Leicestershire now 177 for 7. Looks like Hampshire we're going to have no issues in picking up maximum bonus points from the game as well. Not a bad 2 days and half an hour.
No, it's been an absolutely ideal. Well, it's 40 minutes or so, isn't it? It's been an absolutely ideal 40 minutes, isn't it? You know, you sit in the changing rooms in the morning of the game and say, get 3 wickets in the first hour. A couple of wickets in the first hour is ideal. They've exceeded their expectations, I'm sure.
Chris Wright has come to the wicket as Creighton goes in and bowls to him and beats him with a beautiful leg spinner, which looked to me to pitch roundabout off and turn away. Let's have a look. It didn't. It pitched roundabout middle and turned away past the outside edge and the stumps.
What a ball.
What a super ball that way. It looped, bit, next slip comes in and turned. Crane in again. Bowls to Wright, who nervously prods forward, gets his bat to the ball, steers it towards gully, and there is no run. What a ball to get first up. Wow.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? I have to say, Mason Crane has bowled nicely this morning, and that's being probably unkind. He's been better than that.
In he goes, bowls to Wright, thick inside edge, bounces I think just before short leg, who put out his right hand weatherly, and having thrown the ball back to Crane, immediately puts them back in his pockets to keep them warm. Like the 2 slips, Dawson and North East, I think. In goes Crane and bowls and beats the outside edge. Whips the bails off McManus, but super over from Mason Crane. 1 for 39. Deserved reward for the young man, because he had a couple dropped. Difficult ones, but he did have a couple dropped yesterday. Well, Dawson made a brilliant catch this morning. 177 for 7. Leicestershire. Swindles has 54. Chris Wright yet to get off the mark.
He just looks like
at 9.
I know. He just looks like he's getting a little bit more purchase out of the wicket this morning. Mason Crane. That might be a number of things, really. I thought he bowled quite nicely last night, and that's probably given him a bit of confidence. I think the wickets that have fallen this morning have probably given him a little bit more confidence, and I think actually he's dropped into a nice little groove. And Mason Crane, again, a bit like Abbott, well, like most bowlers, especially leg spinners as well, when they get into a groove. My word, they're exciting to watch. Here's Brad Wheel, who's no less exciting, to be fair to him. That's cut away by Swindles, short and wide out of off stump, a little bit of extra bounce, but Swindles is on top of it. Nice looking shot. And he moves on to, I think I'm going to say 58. Yes, he's just moved over, as I say, 181 for 7, Leicester.
That first ball to Wright would have beaten many a better batsman than Chris Wright. With I don't mean to be rude to Wright, so he's up at 9, having been at 11. He made a half century in one of the pre-season games, and he played his best.
Yeah.
But that was some delivery from the leg spinner.
Nice to see it turn like that from a Hampshire point of view. Wheel bowls, and that's cut away by Swindles. There's a man down there deep. That is Mason Crane. My word, he's in the game a bit at the moment, and a bit of a wayward throw, but it's okay. It's well backed up in the end.
Crane, as I've said already this morning, described the wicket as a belter, but it is a belter in that third day. Yeah, just a bit of turn now.
Yeah, that's fine.
In early April, I don't think you can ask for much more from a.
I agree.
It's impossible to get bounce into them, but there has been a bit of pace when the likes of Abbott have banged it in. They've got it up. It's
a good wicket.
An outstanding cricket wicket, really, first at this time of year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Here's Wheel, bowls to Wright. Wright gets a length ball. He's in behind that, pushes that out to point, and Crane is a conventional point now for the new batsman. I agree. I think it's been absolutely superb, and I think the little I've spoken to the Hampshire boys on this trip, they've all said the same, and they've said it sort of publicly as well. That it's an ideal first game pitch, and probably would be an ideal pitch at any point in the season. It's quite superb.
Thinking to come, Griffiths and Alex Evans, so not a lot with respect to...
Well, the main part of the innings is gone, isn't it, really? As that's outside the off stump. Swindles is doing a good job, to be fair. 59 not out, battling away and not frightened to put away the bad ball. But running out his skipper this morning, I'm sure is still weighing heavily on his mind.
Can he drag Leicestershire to a batting bonus point to go with their solitary bowling bonus point?
Take every point on offer because it counts, especially, you know, it's a shortened first bit this year, isn't it? With the just the 10 games you play. Yeah, every point will count, that's for sure. As Wheel bowls and White, I think to be fair to him, just pulls the bat inside the line. Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
You always think of Wright the bowler, but batting wise,
appears to be using an unsponsored
oof.
willow. I know one or two of the manufacturers have reduced the sort of size of their stickers a little bit, and they're relatively restrained, but I really can't see anything on Chris's bat.
Here's Wheel again, straight, gets a little bit low as well, but Wright's playing it straight, so he's okay. And that is the end of the over. We've had 71 overs, so 9 overs till the second new ball is... my one because actually it's becoming and has become over the years, isn't it, sort of less and less common for sides to do that.
Yeah.
I think also it would have depended today, I think, on how quickly they bowled Leicestershire out, and you know, I guess they're ahead of schedule really.
Crane in to Swindle's edges, caught. Turn, edge, caught, low down, a more straightforward catch on that occasion for Liam Dawson, but nonetheless a clean, neat one. Got 2 hands to it. He wasn't diving away to his right, but the turn is there now for Mason Crane, which bodes well for Leicestershire's second innings from Hampshire's point of view. Crane has his second in as many overs. There goes Leicestershire's top scorer. Swindles goes for 59. Well played to him, but Leicestershire subsiding rather in their first innings.
Yeah, another catch by Dawson, as you say. Mason Crane now is he hasn't bowled a bad ball this morning, which is
first one was almost a full toss.
yeah, that's right.
It wasn't driven away, but that's all. You're absolutely right.
No, you're right. But I think, you know, if you get a leg spinner that actually is bowling accurately like he is, it's tough. I mean, you actually don't want that in this situation. You know, you'd want him just to sort of feel as though he's still feeling for the right length, feeling for the right pace of delivery, and just easing himself into, you know, bowling consistently. But he's actually there, and he is bowling consistently, and I think that's also making Leicestershire's job now even harder. If they had any sort of notion about trying to save the follow-on, even if they didn't, which I'm sure, you know, they didn't, because I mean it's so far away. But even sort of showing some fight and getting the game to go into day four, I think the way Mason Crane is bowling right now, that ain't going to happen. The only way this game's going into day 4 now is if it rains.
Yeah, the turn is there for him now, and he's dropped into a lovely rhythm. Abbott bowling well, Abbas bowling accurately, well supported by Wheel and Holland. Gavin Griffiths to the wicket.
Well, might not need a second new ball the way things are at the moment.
Looks unlikely, doesn't it? What is it, 8.5 overs away? Maybe about the time they will be taking a new ball. But it will not be, because it's reached 80 overs. In comes Crane to Griffiths. Bowls, beats the outside edge with a tentative sort of push forward by Griffiths.
Crane looks like he could take a wicket every ball.
I'm afraid, when it's doing a little bit now, and against against batting that just isn't used to it really. And then he pulls a horrible long hop that just loops comfortably towards Griffiths, who can just turn and bash it away down to long leg, and does. First bad ball.
First really bad ball,
Really
wasn't
bad
it? Really, it's just third over of the
dragged out.
morning. Yeah,
First dragged out.
yeah. As soon as it left his hand, you thought, oh dear. But I think we'll allow him that one. Picked up 2 wickets this morning.
I think so.
Bowled really well.
It happens with it. No. The very best leg spinners.
2 for 5.
Warner would probably drag 1 or 2 down.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did.
In goes Crane and bowls outside off stump, turns away, steps forward Griffiths and leaves his bat raised quite stylishly.
2 for 5, even with that 4.
Yeah.
His spell this morning, terrific spell. Good. Again, there's another player that is in decent form now for Hampshire.
Crane bowls, tosses it up, fullish, and he's able to get to the pitch of the ball on this occasion, Griffiths, and just stroke it out into the off side. And there's no run. 35 for 4 Leicestershire this morning so far. That
wouldn't have been talked about in the dressing room.
No, in goes Crane, tosses it up again. Griffiths is going to pick up a run. He waited, but Wright was halfway down the wicket running towards him. There was always going to be. I do like to be watching, not through glass if at all possible.
No, I know. So you've got to weigh it up, and you have to weigh up the balance of what's best and what isn't. And it's ideal. It's a nice box, but as we mentioned before, it's absolutely ideal. And now we haven't got the wind so much. We haven't got those tiles moving around. Wheel starts a new over. Wright pulls the bat away at the last minute. Sorry, it's Griffiths, isn't it? Facing. He's on 5. Wright yet to get off the mark.
I suspect he pulled it away after the ball had gone. Yeah, he had
did
a
he?
little feel, yeah.
Well, I was being kind to him.
You were.
A couple of tweets. Hampshire fans getting a little bit excited now. Well, they have been for most of the game. Paul Williams, morning to you at Sunday Sports, says, great to have Dawes back to his very best. Yes, he is. He's been great in the slips. We know he's good there. He's taken a couple of brilliant catches this morning already, low down. Wonderful catch. I think that Paul's talking about after the first one. Outside the off stump, Griffiths comes forward, doesn't play a shot. And Mike Martin, morning to you. What a catch that was from Dawes. So happy to see him back and see Mason Crane's first wickets of the season. Good omens for the rest of the campaign. It certainly is.
I had to work hard to persuade you that Hampshire are genuine contenders this morning, didn't I, beforehand? But from what I've seen and from what's going on elsewhere on other grounds, Hampshire looking good.
Yeah, I suppose I was just naturally cautious, really. We all want our teams to do well, as I've mentioned. Well, it's a good short delivery, which Griffiths plays well, just sways inside the line. I think, everybody always talks the season up, don't they, pre-season, because, why wouldn't you? Because, there's no point in being a professional if you aren't looking forward to the season and what might be. But it's only when you start playing and then you start seeing, where things are happening, who's doing what, who's not doing this, and, is that working, is that not working, that sort of thing. And, you have to say at the moment, there's not a lot wrong with Hampshire. But you need to see it. As that's pushed out on the offside by Griffiths.
Yeah, and you were making the point, see how we get on against, with all due respect to Leicestershire, against First Division opponents, really, against the likes of Surrey and Somerset, and there will be bigger tests to come, perhaps. Yeah,
and but I think from we made I made a couple of points, and we were talking before we came on air that there are still there's obviously lots of improvements that Leicestershire can make. Of course they can, and by playing games, you will make those. As Wheel comes in, that's almost a Yorker and well dug out by Griffiths out on the onside. I mean, we just saw Dieter Klein, I know it's only on the side of the pitch and it's pre-match, but the left arm seamer, and I watched him bowl 2 or 3 balls and I thought, why is that guy not playing? Now I know there's all sorts of reasons, and other people that know, like yourself, more than I do, and that sort of thing. I can only see what I saw from 50 yards away, and I'm thinking he would have been a useful addition to that Leicestershire attack in this game.
Yeah, there are 1 or 2 options, and there will, I think, be changes.
That's another good delivery, which Griffiths plays well, just to backward a point. End of the over, 187 for 8. Mason Crane looking forward to this, bowling the next over.
I am being premature, because we're still in Leicestershire's first innings. And although they are almost certainly now going to have to follow on, they may yet extend Hampshire second time around.
Yeah, of course. Wicket's good enough, isn't it?
It is. But as I was saying, there is turn there now for Crane on the third morning. Cold though it's been, and lack of sun there has been. Chris Wright ready to face Crane now. 2 slips and a short leg as Crane goes in, tosses it up and bowls him behind his legs. He went for a little paddle sweep. He missed it, pitched, and I think it turned back in and hit middle stump. Now I'm going to have a careful look at that on the replay. But Wright just essentially missed his attempted little paddle sweep, pitched, turned, hit middle stump behind his legs. Third wicket of the morning for Mason Crane. 3 for 44 for him now.
Yeah, he got his front pad, didn't he, outside the line of the ball in the end. I'm just wondering that it might have been a little bit too full to be doing that. And I think had his pad come down the line of the ball, it actually would have cramped him up. And I think in the end he just got that front foot just down the wrong line. But yeah, it turned again. And yeah, it wasn't quite the right shot, I'm afraid. But
definitely was.
Well, he's not in for his batting. No. That's for sure.
But he's in at number 9. You know, that's quite an indication of the length of the tail, really. You want your number 9 to be able to bat.
Well,
he can bat a bit, but that was,
yeah,
as you say.
Third wicket of the morning for Mason Crane. He's running right here. And it is great to see. It was great to see James Vince yesterday and Tom Alsop and Liam Dawson bat as well as they did. And now, bowling-wise, Abbas looks as though he's getting better and better, getting more into it as each spell. You've got Abbott, who just seems to have dropped into the same groove he had 2 years ago, which is great to see. And now you've got Mason Crane, who is bowling beautifully. Just the one bad ball he's bowled this morning, and everything else has been right, virtually on the money. And it's great to see. You've got a left-hander.
We have in Alex Evans. Yeah. In goes Crane, bowls to him. Forward he goes, thick outside edge along the ground, out in towards backward point, and there is playing his what? Is it his third first-class game? Let's have to check that. Crane in, bowls, forward he goes, big strike. He's quite a tallish young man, so solidly enough behind that one, pushing it back down the pitch. No run. So what's that for 3 for 5 this morning, Crane? Did you say?
It is 3 for 6, I think.
3 for 6. In he goes and bowls to Evans, who is beaten on the outside. He was driving it. May have turned back in and flicked the pad. It's running down behind the wicket-keeper, down towards the boundary. It's going to be picked up short.
Runs.
Well, I'm not quite sure how it managed to get where it got, so to speak. Let's have a look-see. Must have been an inside edge. Yeah. Went fairly low. No, I'm not sure it was a chance. Might have gone down along the ground as Crane goes in again to Evans, and that is the googly and beats him on the outside.
And that's pitched exactly right as well. Mason Crane's really got it going, hasn't he? The leg spinner's in the right areas, the googly there. I mean, what a beauty, wasn't it?
Oh, it's lovely to watch if you're not at the other end.
Or from this distance.
It really is. Crane's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Evans, who doesn't have much of a clue, to be honest. In he goes and bowls to him solidly forward. Defends a conventional leg spinner back down the pitch on the onside. Well bowled. Mason Crane, 14 overs. 2 maidens, 3 for 46 for him now, but he, as far as the Leicestershire sort of lower order is concerned, is almost unplayable.
3 for 8 this morning now for Mason Crane. Incredible stuff, really, and it is great. We're saying the same things, but it's so good. Those of us that know Mason Crane well and know that he's had his injury problems, and you know, he dips in and out of form, and that doesn't help because, of course, he's been injured for quite a while. But watching him now, and you know, normally I would say, listen, Leicestershire will bat again at some point very soon, I guess. But I think now, if Mason Crane carries on today the way he's bowling, there is absolutely no way, however well Leicestershire bat, that they will last today, the rest of today. Here's Brad Will. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Well, played well by Griffiths, actually. Got down low. Mason Crane's just got so many balls in the right areas, including his googly, that I would say, you know, no matter how well you play, Mason will get you at some point today, if he carries on in the same way. You know, if he doesn't and he drops out of it a little bit, and you know, he bowls a couple of spells where all of a sudden it's not coming out right, and then okay, it's a different game, and then that won't happen. But as I say, if Mason Crane bowls, and it's not just because he's taking wickets, it's just what he's doing, it's enough. Here's that Wheel bowls, and an airy fairy cut shot outside the off stump, plays and misses. But you can't really expect these guys to be taking on the challenge at the moment. Whatever they do, however many minutes that these two use up in the middle of the crease, and however many runs they get, then that's a bonus. The damage has already been done.
Nice if they can drag it to 200 somehow.
Yeah. Only 11. Just the 11. Here's Wheel again, down the hill. Bowls to Griffiths, foolish, and Griffiths drives. It's the thickest outside edge, but it's okay. It's along the ground. There is a deep point, or deep backward point, which Tom Alsop is once again occupying. And that will be a single. 190 for 9. And Griffiths moves on to 6.
It's interesting to, as I parked next to near your car, or BBC car this morning, with all the names of some of the bigger places in Hampshire, but also in Dorset, of course. Blandford Forum, that's Dorset.
Blandford Forum, yes.
I keep forgetting that Solent area extends.
It does. There's that Wheel again. Shortish, he's pulling the bat away, but it's hit the face of the bat anyway, and he's found the gap between second slip and gully, and it's gone very quickly down the hill for 4. 194 for 9. Yeah, it's quite a big patch, actually. It's sort of just the other side of Weymouth, around sort of the Dorset area, up. Oh gosh, I'm going to get myself into trouble if I don't know exactly, but sort of up, sort of Dorset way, and then along, sort of just below Andover, if you know your sort of Dorset, Hampshire sort of borders, and it runs along sort of there, but probably a bit below the A303, really.
Famous Dorset cricketers.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Now there's a thick edge which has gone past Gully's left hand this time, and that's the same result. Ian Holland running after that one. 4 more.
Now we are dangerously close to that first batting bonus point with those 2 boundaries. This is young Evans' 6th first-class game and 9th first-class innings.
He's got double figures already.
His highest score is 15. Might have been for Loughborough.
Well, he's not far away. Courtesy of those 2 boundaries. 2 runs Leicestershire need for a point. Here's Wheel again. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Good pace from Wheel there. Good length. Good carry through to Lewis McManus. Wheel finishes his 10th over, 1 for 38.
It wasn't. It was for Leicestershire last year against Yorkshire. Alex should remember that at Headingley. He's going to have to watch now, because Griffiths will be on strike to the indecipherable, as far as he's probably concerned, Crane after that googly. That was a cracker, wasn't it? Turning it away from the right, or into the left-hander as it was then, and then bang, just goes the other way. Beautiful. In he comes to bowl to Gavin Griffiths. Griffiths is forward, not quite getting to the pitch of it, but doesn't turn so much, so he's able to sort of play it off the pitch and deflect it towards backward point. And there is no run. Taps his bat, Griffiths, as Crane goes in and bowls to him. He's driving pleasantly out into the offside. In from the boundary comes the sweeper. Feels a bit superfluous, really, but there you go. So a single to Griffiths means that Leicestershire have moved on to 199. brings Alex Evans down on strike. Crane immediately goes around the wicket. In he goes. Bowls. Drops short. Pulled away. That is the 200. As the sweeper has to, on the leg side now, has to sprint around to wide long leg. By the time he gets there, Evans has managed to get back for a second run. It's Brad Wheel who's out there, putting in the slide in front of the Melton Building Society family stand. The unoccupied, of course, at the moment. Family stand. 200 up for the Foxes as Crane goes in again, bowls to Evans, who goes back, plays it nicely enough off the pitch and pushes it out into the offside. No run. 201 for 9. The point's gone straight up on the board.
Get it up quick.
Yes.
It's been a battling 200, hasn't it?
Back over the wicket goes Crane and bowls, brings Evans forward nice and correctly, getting to the pitch of the ball. He's got a good big stride. He's acquitting himself well. Second first-class innings in a row then in which he's gone past double figures or reached double figures. Crane in, bowls to him. Again, solid enough. He has some basic technique in there. Deflects it out into the offside, and well, Leicester's 10 and 11 dealt with that tolerably, competently.
Made it look easy.
For 9.
Good stuff. Dave Allen talking about famous Dorset cricketers. Lewis McManus, who's out there, one of them. Nigel Cowley, remember the former Hampshire off-spinner? Nigel Cowley, he was Dorset as well. I didn't realise that, actually. I played with Dude quite a bit. Joe on the tweets at Southern Sports says, between walking the dog and a phone call from Woodsy, I mentioned Woodsy, he got in touch with us a little while ago, plumber to the stars, I am only just settling in. Have I missed anything? A fabulous run out by Vincey, perhaps? A triple from Mason Crane and a screamer of a catch from Dawson, perhaps? Well, he might have done. What a morning so far. Yes, it certainly has. With
the streams now, of course, all these are available on replay and readily available on replay. You don't have to look too far.
And they're well worth a watch from a Hampshire point of view. Wheel starts a new over, and that's pushed out behind square by Griffiths, and North East runs around from Gully and does the fielding. No run. Yeah, they're the two good catches from Liam Dawson this morning, to be fair. The run out definitely is worth a watch. 2 stumps uprooted. Colin Ackerman, sadly the victim of that, and that started a bit of a procession. It was a wheelball short ball and Griffiths ducks underneath.
Evans' first name is actually, it's not Alex. Alexander is his second name. It's Hugh, H-A. Evans, H-U-W, not H-U-G-H, H-U-W. Hugh Alexander Evans. 20 years old. He was born in Bedford. I mentioned that he was not obviously a contemporary of, but the same school as Alistair Cook, Bedford School.
Ah. Wheel again then, bowls, and Griffiths dabs it out on the offside. There is a gap, and they quickly go through for a single. No problems there. 202 for 9.
But of the Leicestershire bowlers in the game, he's probably left as good an impression as anyone, I think, really.
Yeah, he was another one I was talking to Paul Nixon about last night. Just kept going well, didn't he?
Yeah.
20 years old.
Yes,
and
yeah, he did.
Tough. That was a tough day for him. He'll have many, many easier days than that. And he was good.
Kept
he was
coming,
good.
Didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
The third spell, particularly, was a good one.
Yeah. Wheel round the wicket to the left-hander Evans. Bowls, and Evans competently pushes forward back to the bowler. Yeah, it's all about in those situations when the side is, I wouldn't say running riot, but completely in control and on top. It's just all about just bowl line and length. Don't try and do anything silly. Just try and build up.
Did you hear a little toot then? Do you remember me mentioning a vuvuzela?
Oh right, yeah.
I think it's here.
Oh, is it?
Did you hear that?
I think I did. Is it actually in the ground? Well, that's pulled away, but actually the top edge is going to be caught a gully. Holland's underneath it, and that is out. And that is the end of the Leicestershire innings. Went to pull that one, Evans, and somehow it off a top edge It ballooned high up in the air towards Gully, and that is it. Evans goes for 12. Griffiths is left 8 not out. Mason Crane, 3 wickets for him this morning, 1 for Carlisle, but there was a run out, and now Brad Wheel has picked up his 2nd wicket of the innings, and I'm pretty sure that Leicestershire, 202 all out, replying to Hampshire's 612 for 5, will be asked to bat again.
Yep. I think I would be prepared to risk the old mortgage on that one. Well played, Hampshire. Who's going to be leading the Hampshire team off the field? Nobody. It's a collective effort, I think. Oh, a bit of a extra applause for who's coming over there from. Who's been over there to collect the various sweaters?
Oh, missed out. Best Brad Wheel.
Yes, a little bit of extra applause. Sort of picking up that wicket at the end. The catcher then, by the way, was Ian Holland. In the end, it was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? It looked like it was going to go a lot higher than it actually did, and he took it to two-handed. The 2 hands pointing upwards as it came back down from the heavens. 202 all out then. So, this morning, from 151 for 4, 51 added, 6 wickets falling. Did not help themselves by the run out of Ackerman of the very second ball. Leicestershire. Suitcase from your hotel. You weren't prepared to take that risk, and of course Leicestershire will hopefully apply themselves second time round, but say with the pitch offering Crane what it offered him, little 5-minute break or so, if that's okay. We'll pop the kettle on, get some coffee. Suggest you do the same. It's going to be a tough session, or what's left of the session, into lunch for the Foxes, but they'll hope to make Hampshire work rather harder in the rest of the morning than they have done in the first part of the morning. We'll be back with you shortly.
Whoa.
So we need 410 to make it better again. We have sport from 12 What's that? Just quick updates during we have an update video which will be about 120. shirt? Is it? Did you?
I got
your
Mason
Prado,
yesterday.
yeah.
I'll probably get Vincey at the end of the game, so that'll be it then.
I'm a bit disappointed I've not seen that one in the first one. I'm disappointed I've not seen that ball in the first one. Put it in there? Yeah. I thought that's 20, otherwise I would have. That's 21, Read that thing. Oh, you bully. Actually bully. I've been working on my boundary. Oh, there's one. Alright, well, lads. Go, boys.
Oh, the light's coming on.
Let's go, partner, let's go.
Let's change direction. They're doing a quick snap.
Is that Super Duke?
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The resumption after Leicestershire were bowled out in their first innings for just 202, that in reply to Hampshire's 612 for 5 declared. You will not. Vince has enforced the follow on. Hampshire heading out into the middle, having taken 6 wickets for just 51 runs in 80 minutes this morning to finish Leicestershire's first innings off in fairly short order. And we'll be hoping for similar success in the period up to lunch. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Solent bringing you the commentary. First time these two sides have met for 7 years in the county championship. Hampshire very much having the upper hand at the moment. Leicestershire's 2 openers, Hassan Azad and Sam Evans, will be intent not on changing that. Obviously, Hampshire will still have the upper hand going into lunch, but hopefully they can get through from their point of view without being parted. Richard Ray and Kevin James, your commentators for the game, as ever, and it's going to be Kyle Abbott, the South African, will open the bowling for Hampshire in this second Leicestershire dig, and he's going to open it up the slope from what slope there is from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. He's going to be bowling to Sam Evans, and he's going to have 3 slips, otherwise a fairly conventional run single saving field. Abbas down at long leg being the exception. Umpires change ends. Umpire Goff's gloved hand goes back into position, and in goes Abbott to bowl to Evans outside off stump, and Evans lifts his bat, lets that one swing through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
So just the 410
needed to make Hampshire bat again. From Leicestershire's point of view, I think they will be just wanting to bat solidly, really, and make Hampshire work for this. In goes Abbott, bowls outside off stump again. Evans leaves, a replica of the previous delivery, perhaps a few inches closer to off stump, but still reasonably well wide.
I think also what's not helped is that the least that Leicestershire could have tried to do is to keep Hampshire out in the field in the first innings for as long as possible, and then maybe a bit of tiredness set in. But it was only just over 16 overs bowled this morning.
Yep. Very few of them by the seamers, relatively few of them by the seamers. In goes Abbott and bowls. That's on the money, but Evans is forward on off stump, defending it back down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run. Abbott and Abbas both bowled sort of 2 or 3 overs each, but certainly didn't extend themselves. Abbas down on the boundary doing some stretching. Abbott did pick up a wicket, that of Ben Mike, caught behind by McManus for just 4. And he charges and bowls to Evans, who deflects the ball through the gully down. It's going to run away to third man. 4-4, just about in control. Sam Evans, it wasn't in the air when it went past a third slip. Kept it down solidly enough. An opener's 4 runs. So Leicestershire up and running second time round. Taps his bat, Evans, and then raises it quite high as Abbott comes in and bowls to him. Late decision to leave, but a good decision to leave as it bounced and pitched and swung away into the gloves of McManus. Floodlights are coming on here at the Fisher County Ground. There's still plenty of blue around. The light would be perfectly good, I think, without it. I think it's an anticipatory move because there's a bit of build-up of grey cloud, and we were just saying in the break that it seems to be moving in a different direction now, from sort of east to west. As Abbott is in, bowling, and that goes past the outside edge of Evans's bat. That was Leicestershire 4 without loss in their second innings.
So Abbas back on. 1 wicket for 27 in the Leicestershire first innings was accurate. It seemed to get better as the innings wore on. Dave Allen at Solent Sports says, excluding the 2020 Bob Willis Trophy, it's the second consecutive county championship season that Hampshire have started by enforcing the follow-on. That's right, they did against Essex at the Ageas Bowl, first game of 2019, which Hampshire won fairly convincingly.
But Essex went on to...
I know. Amazing how it changes, isn't it?
Didn't realise that.
I know, at that point you thought Essex were in a bit of disarray, but how it changed. So Abbas with 3 slips and a finish gully. Bowls to Azad. Azad pushing forward, out on the offside. There was a tweet earlier as well, which I must mention. Matthew Clements, afternoon to you. He says, a great start to the morning by Hampshire cricket, very impressive, they certainly were. And Dave Allen's come back with a bit more Dorset cricketers for us. He says, Dorset Part 2, that'll do. Sir Francis Eden Lacey, born in Wareham. I've never heard of him, Dave, but anyway, he played for Hampshire in the 19th century and then from 1898 to 1926, that's probably why I haven't. He was secretary of the MCC, as Azad's on the back foot and pushes that up towards a straightish mid-off. He was knighted in that final year, the first to be so honoured, specifically for services to cricket. He was obviously famous in his time, that's for sure. Thank you, David. He never misses anything. He almost like he knows everybody from any era that played for Hampshire cricket. He never misses a trick. So, 4 without loss there, Leicestershire in their second innings. As Abbas bowls to Azad quite wide at the off stump, and Azad's not having any of that. So just 51 added by Leicestershire this morning, 151 for 4. Quickly became 202 all out. As I say, just over 16 overs bowled this morning. Leicestershire would have wanted Hampshire to be out in the field a little bit more, probably knowing deep down that they would have to follow on. They wouldn't have wanted to be in this position until at least sometime after lunch. And the further away from lunch the better, but it wasn't to be, as Azad's on the back foot, plays that back to Abbas. And it makes Hampshire's job in the second innings a little bit easier because they're still relatively fresh, of course.
It looks like the nickname's going to be Abo and Abba. Listening to the Hampshire players.
Is that right?
I can hear them saying, Bold Abba, Bold Abo.
Am I allowed to mention nicknames? I'm not really, am I?
Are you not?
I don't know. I suppose I should say Abbas, really, shouldn't I? He's edged, has he? Oh, it's gone through keeper and first slip. Chance.
Edge, no question about it. Did it
carry? Oh, it might. Oh, I don't know. Jury's out for me at the moment. It may just have dropped in front of Lewis McManus.
It dipped at the very last second, didn't it? As it went towards the keeper. It looked like it was going to carry all the way.
He just tried to get his fingers underneath. Now, I think when you haven't got gloves on, probably a little easier trying to get the gloves and the webbing under. I think in the end, we'll give Azad the benefit of the doubt. It may not quite have carried. Abbas to Azad, and Azad plays that almost onto his stumps, actually, as he turns around and watches the ball go harmlessly by in the end, past off stump, and ended the over. 8 without loss. Both batsmen out there have 4, and the deficit now is 402.
They became quite good friends, Abbas and Azad, during Abbas's time here.
Okay.
Obviously, shared language as well that helped. Hassan fluent in both languages, of course. Yeah, they were usually together. Abbott, to continue from the pavilion end, is in to Sam Evans. A foolish delivery, straight, and it's a straight bat from Sam Evans. 8 then, without loss. Bronte, thanks for the info that all the action is now available on replay, but I think I'll give it a miss, he says, for now. Abbott in again to Evans, thick outside edge along the ground all the way through gully for 4. Second consecutive, not consecutive, but yeah, second consecutive boundary of that ilk for Sam Evans. So Leicestershire into double figures, 12 without loss, 3 boundaries. All behind the wicket on the offside. But again, Evans was on top of the ball. Seven runs. Has had very nearly in the previous over to Abbas. Snaffled behind the wicket, wasn't. In goes Abbott. Bowls, leaves this time. Sam Evans outside off stump on his toes.
It's not helping that there's a lot of sort of edges and thick edges that have contributed to Leicestershire's reply at the moment. I don't think that's filling too many people with confidence in its early days.
Very quiet, isn't it? There's no sort of wind, and the flags around the ground are all hanging very limp, very cold. Abbott in, bowls. Good late decision to leave from Evans. Stepped forward, saw the line, lifted his bat over it.
Sorry, just going back to the cloud thing, because I know you've always said that the weather comes from about 2 o'clock as we look.
To come, from the southwest, but at the moment
it's coming from our left at 9 o'clock. So what happens? Because on some grounds, when it comes from an unusual direction, it's not great news at all. So what would that mean?
It started to come in from the northeast. I don't know. You can looks to be a bit of a shower over there, but that's heading away from the ground. But is in fullish and solidly forward, head right over the ball is Evans, playing it out into the covers, and there's no run. It looks to be a shower, as I say, over there, but that is clear of the ground, and it's heading away. So I'm just looking back behind us out of the commentary box, and it's not too bad at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, that it suggested a sort of 50 to 60% chance of rain from about 2. Increasing slightly that chance. In goes Abbott and bowls outside off stump. Evans leaves. So another over safely negotiated by Sam Evans. He's on 8 from 12. Azad has 4 from his 6 balls faced. Leicestershire 12 without loss. They have reduced the deficit to less than 400. It's 398.
Well, it's a start, isn't it?
Yes.
Both these batsmen were dismissed by Carl Abbott yesterday. But it's going to be Abbas to bowl over number 4 of this Leicestershire follow-on. Dawson's putting on an extra sweater. Probably gives you an example of just how cold it is. He looks like he's already got at least 1 on there now. So that makes 2.
He's struggling with it.
He can't get it on, can he?
Everybody's ready. He's tucking it into it, he's leaving it behind him now.
Better not hit that sweater on the floor. That'll be extra runs. Here's Abbas then, from the Bennett end. He's walking into the shot. Is Azad. And Evans was coming down the track there looking for the single. Azad said no. And Evans had to smartly turn back, but he was okay. Allsop had quite a bit to do.
It's actually Dawson's 3rd sweater.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, look at it.
I hope it doesn't impair his catching ability, which was first class, wasn't it, in the first innings. A couple of stunners this morning to go with the couple he got last night. So 4 catches for him in the slips, as Azad prods that one out on the onside. 4 slip catches taken for Dawson, and there was a really difficult one last night which hit him on the wrist. So it could have been 5, but take that. 4 slip catches. Yes, he's awesome in that area. He really is. He didn't do it for a while. Sean Irvin was in sort of first slip area, and he tended to be the main slip man. But I think Dawson's a different class, really. It's outside the off stump, well left. It's quite well wide of off stump as well. The slip cordon at the moment is Vince, Dawson, Sam northeast, and Joe Weatherly at a finest gully. All with at least 1 sweater on.
Yeah, 3 in the case of Mr. Dawson.
There's a few sweaters out there in that cordon then, isn't there? Here's Abbas again then. Bowling to the left-hander Azad. Again, he's leaving it outside off stump. Abbas is second over of the morning. Yeah, it's gosh, if this rain keeps away, there is every chance that this is going to finish today, isn't there? Every chance.
Just with the way Crane bowled this morning. Yes, absolutely. And the turn that he extracted.
Yeah. Abbas again then. Comes in and Azad prods that one out on the onside. Seemed to have quite a bit of time to play that one as well.
He played well in the first innings while he was there.
Yeah.
Hassan Azad.
Yeah, he did. He's got very good defensive technique, hasn't he? There's no doubt about that.
But you highlighted the sort of issue with his hands a little bit, and in terms of restricting his ability to sort of increase his scoring rate and attack the ball.
Yeah, I think as Abbas bowls and Azad again, he's quite easily behind that one. That'll be the end of the over, 12 without loss. I think initially, and especially in this situation,
to Evans straight on the middle stump. Pushed back past the South African by Sam Evans, trickles past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Watched almost by Abbott. Mid-off moves across to just pick it up, hand it back to Kyle Abbott. He licks his fingers just momentarily, but the sun and the light from the floodlights, but there is a little bit of sun at the moment, glints off the shiny new ball. In goes Abbott and bowls. Bang on the money again. Evans forward, blocking it out into the offside. No run. Weatherly's the man at extra cover. Just the 3 slips, unlike the previous over when brought in Weatherly to 4th slip, James Vince. Not this time. That's young Organ at mid-off, isn't it? At 3 on his back, so
yep.
Somebody's off at the moment. Abbott charges in, bowls that one, just bounces a bit and seams back in and beats the attempted defensive shot, but just thumps into the thigh pad above the pad. Good movement.
One.
Good movement. Often the way, isn't it? Takes 3 or 4 overs, just maybe just for the lacquer or something, just to the ball doesn't quite skid so much and starts biting the seam, the pronounced seam. Abbott is in, bowling. Fuller, but to Evans, forward again, pushing the ball back down the pitch. Half stopped in his follow through by Abbott, picked up by Weatherly, who walks in.
What would Leicestershire sort of be reasonably pleased with here as a minimum, do you think?
What total for these?
Yeah, with time, totals, whatever, as a minimum.
It would certainly be, as Abbott is in past umpire Goff and bowling, again forward, thick outside part of the bat. You would hope to see them. They'd dearly like to take the game into tomorrow, bat for, if they can, for say 3 sessions, maybe 258, 280, maybe even 300. Can they make Hampshire work? Just show resolve.
Yeah.
Build some partnerships.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy because it is going to be turning for Crane, but just show they're not going to be brushed easily aside. In goes Abbott and bowls, and sharpish outside off stump, but a good leave again by Evans, who played the over reasonably competently. Got behind the one that just bounced and seamed back into him a little bit. A maiden over, a good one over, so many of those. The 2 4s that have come off him, thick outside edges along the ground through the vacant gully area to 3rd man. Leicestershire 12 without loss. How long to go until lunch? Another 15, 17 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there was only one partnership of note in the first innings, wasn't it? That was Swindles and Ackerman, 68 for the 5th.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think 2 or 3 partnerships where maybe not necessarily bossing the game at those times, although you can get into that situation. but you're right. You know, 2 or 3 partnerships where, for longish periods, Hampshire are having to really dig deep. Start of a new over from Abbas. Again, it's right on the money, and Azad prods that out on the offside.
I mentioned the chapter, didn't I? The Angels.
Yes.
The bikes.
Yeah, it's the corner house, isn't it?
Yeah, you saw it now.
Yeah, I did. As I walked from the car park, I deliberately sort of looked across, remembering what you said. Does it say Outlaws on it or something like that? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up. I wonder if it's got I don't know, social media page or something. I don't know.
Open house?
Who knows? Who knows?
It's Abbas then. Oh, he's walking into that quite quickly as well before Abbas bowled that, and again it's accurate, and Azad just pushing out on the offside. Really sort of danced down the track there. Well outside off stump as well when he was playing that. Got a tweet here. What was it? From Joe. Just going back to the Liam Dawson number of jumpers subject we were talking about the last time Abbas was bowling. Joe at Sun Sport says it looks like Dawes has exhausted his own supply of jumpers.
Yeah, somebody else's.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and Azad takes the bat away, comes off the face, but fortunately into the ground and fielded by Vince at first slip. He was popping one of Chris Wood's jumpers. He says, if I've remembered my squad numbers correctly. Yeah, I can't remember Woody's number, but there you go. So he's. Have I seen Chris Wood up here? I don't think I have. Maybe he's just borrowed it and brought it up there with him. Or maybe it's in a kit bag of jumpers, thinking they'd need some extra ones. I think it was fairly obvious coming up here that we were going to be cold, so could bring them up beforehand as Abbas comes in, and outside the off stump, Azad just stays in the crease this time as he leaves that one alone. Still most of the fielders with hands in pockets. I think the wind's definitely not around, which makes a huge difference for us up here because we're much higher than the players. So I'm not really feeling it too much actually.
Good.
It was when the wind was around you feel it a bit more, don't you? But it's okay. Here's Abbas once more, and as that plays and misses outside the off stump, good bowling.
Thought that'd take the edge.
Very, very dangerously close. As, the ball didn't seem to do too much. It's naturally angled across the left-hander as Abbas lets the ball go. It may just have gone fractionally, but not that much. Azad may just have pulled the bat inside the line.
I think he prefers bowling at right-handers.
Does he?
I don't. Most right-arm seamers do, but with his swinging, the way he swings it.
Best bowls, and Azad again lets the ball go by. It's good lever of the ball is Azad. 12 without loss. He's on 4. His partner Sam Evans is on 8. 12 without loss. 398 behind.
We had this in the first innings, didn't we? That's 6 overs, and the batsmen haven't changed ends as yet.
You know, that's another thing that perhaps when you're looking at little gains that Leicestershire can make with is probably one of those. I know they're leaving the ball a little bit, and at the moment they're making sure that the movement, although it doesn't seem a lot from Abbott and Abbas at the moment.
Abbott in to Evans, super delivery, bounces, leaves him, but he plays it well. He dropped his hands, just made sure the bat was nowhere near the ball.
But you can be watchful and you can be determined and making sure you're not giving the wicket away, but you can also at the same time just be looking for the opportunity of the odd single, and that's a gain you can make without actually spending hours in the nets or hours in the gym or massive amount of team meetings or things like that. That's something you can do.
Abbott bowls outside off stump, wide-ish, and allowed to go through by Evans again, taken by McManus. Well in front of first slip, almost getting towards second.
One of the best teams I saw for taking quick singles was a game, might have been 2 or 3 years ago, Lancashire up at Old Trafford, and every time they hit the ball up to mid-on and mid-off, they looked for a single. It wasn't always there, but it was almost as if that was a plan, and quite a few times they did get a single, and you think, how do they get that?
But bowls seemed that one that comes back in, hits him on the back pad high up, and it stung above the pad. Ooh, that did plenty.
It did, didn't it?
That did plenty.
It's a horrible nitbacker, isn't it?
Yeah. Good bounce as well. Evans showing that it didn't hurt, which it did. You can tell, can't you? The batsman's body language. It stung. In goes Abbott again outside off stump. That's the one that goes on. Ivan nips back, and Evans got forward, just lifted his bat over the line of it, just slightly limps off, still feeling it a bit.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know it seems at the moment, and I know what happened this morning, second ball, probably doesn't actually sort of bode well for people that, you know, sort of thinking that, because that's, you know, that's in the back of their minds. But, you know, it's amazing what, you know, a few quick singles here and there can do. It also keeps you on your toes, you know, and helps you.
But bowled him, leaves and loses his off stump. A complete misjudgment by Evans, who has been leaving well up to that point, but that nipped back, and well, unfortunately he knows that Abbott does nip the odd ball back, and having been hit a couple of balls earlier, left it, and it didn't just clip off stump, it cannoned into off stump. Leicestershire have lost their first second innings wickets. They are 12 wicket even. They are 12 for 1.
Came back a long way as well, didn't it? And we had a 10-minute break.
Yes. And we have more or less 10 minutes until lunch. What an overseas bowler to have. Can we have him? Does he fancy coming here?
Honestly, I know you enjoyed Abbas here for that, for one main season. You know, Abbott's the same.
Mm.
You know, they're different bowlers in lots of ways, but what they have in common is accuracy and movement at the right times and plans.
But you can tell in his body language as well, but it's all sort of application and determination, and it's mind as well as matter. In he goes round the wicket, bowls to Harry Dearden and hits him on the back pad as he defends that, or attempts to defend that one, but just did a bit too much. But it swung back into him a little bit. Skillful as well as strong and determined and accurate. Wicket maiden for Kyle Abbott. Well bowled, sir.
That's for sure. It's and it's a relentless tight line and good length, isn't it? And you know, this is where, you know, batsmen can get into a little bit of a pickle, because in the end all you're thinking about is, shall I leave or shall I prod at that one? Shall I leave it? Shall I prod? And you get into that mindset, and you kind of forget that, you know, there might be the odd bad ball. There isn't many. There's hardly any. But it's still about being positive, even in defence, about being positive. As Abbas comes in, and Azad gets wrapped on the pad, shout for an LBW. He does get across his stumps a little bit, but umpire Billy Taylor deciding that that's not hitting the stumps, probably going down actually. Although it's difficult to tell on this
just
line.
pitched outside leg. It was a decent shout, that, you know.
Yeah, wasn't it? I think you're right. Probably pitching outside leg stump, but it's the pressure the bowlers build up, and that's what's difficult, isn't it? Really, there is just not the odd free hit there. And I was saying, you know, when I was saying about taking the odd quick single, that's what helps you sort of keep a positive mindset, even if you're playing defensively, because you've run a quick single and you know the blood's pumping and that sort of thing. But when you're stuck on the crease, Azad just prods that out on the square on the offside, and all you're doing is defending and keeping out the next delivery, making sure that you don't make a mistake, and that, you know, you get into this sort of negative frame.
Yeah.
The odd quick single, even if you're defending, just keeps the blood pumping and just keeps the mind, you know, flowing, and it helps. But just by stuck at one end, stuck at the next end, stuck at that end, and with the bowling as accurate as it is, it doesn't help.
Abbas just asked Billy Taylor when he turned that appeal down, said something to him, asked him why, and I saw Taylor nodding, so he must have said, just pitch outside leg. Yes.
Yeah. Abbas is round the wicket then to Azad. He was still leaving it outside the off stump.
It wasn't too near, but it was near enough. No, it was coming back into the left-hander. That's possibly.
Score stuck, isn't it? Here, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's the batsman stuck at each end, and
they're just thinking now about getting through. I think to try and get through to lunch.
5 minutes to go as Abbas again comes in, and Azad leaves that one alone again.
Bright sunshine.
Yes,
and floodlights.
Beautiful.
I'm
floodlights.
Slightly baffled why they switched them on.
I know. It is odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the best of the weather this morning. In fact, the only dollop of blue sky is right over us at the moment.
Umpire's decision. They call for him.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? But perhaps they were expecting.
Yeah, must have been anticipating that cloud which has gone away to the south.
It's missed us. Abbas bowls again. Azad thinking about playing a defensive shot, but pulling the bat out of the way as the ball went past him. 12 for 1. I'm thinking that the 12 runs that have been scored have been a couple of edges.
Yeah.
So we haven't really seen much. But there's been no quick single. Nothing at all.
No.
There hasn't been many opportunities, but
there have been 3 scoring shots, all fours, all down to third, well, very fine third man in the case of Azad. And there's those 2 from Evans. 23 balls Azad has faced for that single scoring shot.
There's Abbas bowls, and again Azad leaves that out. You're right. I mean, it is only a couple of minutes to lunch, so that's slightly different. But this is where the game's hard as a batter, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, the scoreboard tells you that you're way behind. That doesn't help, but you'll find the good players, or even the good county players, they will just find a way of keeping the scoreboard ticking along somehow. Just nudge one somewhere, just making sure your non-striker is alert to you might call him through. But as I say, unfortunately, what happened this morning won't help. Didn't yet to get off the mark. No, he's only faced the ball.
Just faced that one in-swinger from Abbott, who's going to stay over. I beg your pardon, around the wicket. Of course, he's going to stay around the wicket to the left-hander, who again he batted pretty well in the first innings. Went past 40. In goes Abbott, bowls to him. He's back defending a delivery on off stump out into the offside, and there's no run. James Vincent sort of walked sort of halfway back to the boundary with Mohammed Abbas at the end of that previous over, just talking, getting to know him a little bit, really. As you say, Abbas was sort of quarantining, wasn't he, for a while, and what he wants, what sort of field he wants, how he feels he's bowling. In goes Abbott and bowls and hits the hand of Harry Dearden, and Dearden has dropped his bat. He's walking away towards square legs, shaking his hand, hit the bottom hand, so it just jumped up a little bit, and that hurt Harry Dearden. Puts his glove back on quickly, so it hasn't called for the physio. Mohammed Abbas talking to his old friends from the Leicestershire coaching staff down there on the boundary now. Can't quite see who it is. I think it's Dips Patel, maybe. In goes Abbott and bowls to Dearden, edges between second and third slip, and I think that might theoretically, if it was edged low, but for me it might just have carried for Sam North East to stick out his right hand. Nobody did. Now we'll have to watch the replay on that one. It was absolutely between Dawson and North East. It did carry, easily. It did. It just bisected the two of them, and neither stuck out a hand.
No,
it was low.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not good from a team point of view.
North East I know it's to his right, but
the thing is with that, I'll come to that in a moment.
Okay, Abbott in, bowls and beats. Maybe he just dropped his hands, but it was a vicious delivery that just climbed a little bit and gathered a little bit of pace off the pitch, and this is some spell from Kyle Abbott.
It is, isn't it? The thing is with those is that somebody has to go for it and commit 100%, and I just got the feeling that of course, because the ball comes at you so quickly, you have absolutely no time to think. It has to be reactionary. And I think somewhere along the line, they both thought that perhaps they weren't either of them in the as good a position as the other one.
Abbott in again to Dearden, who just turns him off his legs out towards Weatherly, who's at mid-wicket.
I don't know how you found fielding at slip, Richard. I hardly did it, and the reason was I was no good. But you know, it's amazing how quickly, even off a spinner, a medium pacer, whoever's bowling, how quickly that ball is suddenly on you, and you really do have to commit 100% without even thinking about it. If you don't, the ball's gone.
It is instinctive, isn't it? So often. Unfortunately, from Hampshire's point of view, that one just slipped by. In goes Abbott and bowls Dearden, his forward head over the ball, a full delivery on off stump, deflecting it out into the offside. Another outstanding over from Kyle Abbott comes to an end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 for the South African, who's standing in mid-pitch now. He's not immediately going any. Oh, he's waiting for the Hampshire 12thers to bring out his sweater and cap, which were down at the boundary. Well, why not? Give the 12thers something to do, doesn't it? He's well covered up. He's got his big blue Hampshire anorak stroke overcoat on, almost like one of those managers' coats that you see in dugouts sometimes, sort of not three-quarter length, but almost down to his knees. 16 for 1, another boundary down to third man. That's how Leicestershire are scoring at the moment.
Just shows what a stranglehold these bowlers have got at the moment. That's Rat Azad on the pad as it goes out on the leg side, maybe thigh pad actually. It's going to be signalled leg byes by Billy Taylor.
They have now changed ends for the first time. How many? So 9.1 overs.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how much under the cosh you are. You know, that's something I think Paul Nixon, I'm sure, has already made a mental note of, and just to try and work on something like that. Don't let the bowlers have it all their own way, even if seemingly they have. Find something, just, you know, just with the odd quick single here and there. All right, and it's 17 for 1. It might be 22 for 1. Now it doesn't sound a lot, but you know, it might just help the batsman's frame of mind out there, rather than just surviving, just feeling as though there is the odd run here and there. Dearden lets that one go. Good carry through to Lewis McManus, who takes that around about chest height, actually, off a length.
Jake has sent a tweet with just one of those crying emojis, basically. Understandably, but it is outstanding quality bowling, which we anticipated. Really, we kind of, you look at the squad and you know what's going to come, hoping that Leicestershire can really apply themselves and find a way.
Abbas round the wicket again to Dearden, edged but falls short of Weatherly at gully. The thing is, there are, as in the first innings, very few, if any, boundary deliveries. Now that sounds silly, because actually in this innings there's been 4 boundaries, so 16 of the 17, but they've all come off thick edges or edges that have gone through the slips. So, you know, they're not boundary deliveries. No. They just happen to be boundaries by a bit of luck. But this is you know, the difference really between the two sides, isn't it? There's one of the many differences really, is that's outside the off stump, a few oohs and ahs, but that's a good lead from Dearden. But it's you know, there's just too many boundaries, too many boundary balls bowled by Leicestershire.
Whereas you can count those deliveries from Hampshire bowlers certainly on the fingers of one hand. Probably, you know, I can think of one or two really, almost no more than that. No. Over the entire first innings, it just nothing. 1 or 2, I suppose, that Dearden put away.
Abbas again to Dearden. Dearden's prodding that out on the leg side, fielded by Alsop. One of 3 Centurions in the Hampshire side. Yeah, it's a bit of a lesson for Leicestershire, that's for sure, whatever happens between now and the end of play. But it's not, you know, it's not something that you can't sit down and say, look, you know, all right, we haven't got an Abbott in our side, we haven't got an Abbas in our side, not well, used to have anymore. But, no, that's right. But you know, you can still improve. You know, you can still look to bowl 6 balls in the right areas, and that's come back a little bit. Good leave. Lewis McManus is actually diving to his right, taking that one. Good lead, though.
It looks like lunch is going to be 110 then.
Is that because of yesterday?
Yeah, they had 15 minutes to each.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They did it yesterday, didn't they, as well?
Yeah. It's one of these 10 past 1 jobbies which I'd forgotten all about.
Yeah.
Another thing I'd forgotten all about, Richard.
Yeah. wait, don't ask us. Everything we're supposed to know about the struggling. Yeah, there is a little group of Leicestershire supporters down by the Milligan Road gates, and the Vuvuzela is just hasn't been caused to toot it, I suppose.
No.
It usually greets a Leicestershire boundary, a genuine Leicestershire boundary or wicket, but yeah, haven't been too many of those. It started to go with Alex Evans' couple of boundaries. In goes Abbott and bowls to Azad, who's going to pick up 4 because it's outside off stump, and he sort of knew what he was doing there a little bit, waited for it, played it with an angle bat, guides it down to third man. I await a toot from the Vuvuzela, but it isn't going to be tooted on that occasion. But for me, that was a kind of knew what he was doing sort of shot for Hassan Azad. So he moves on to 8, his second scoring shot of the innings, his first semi-deliberate scoring shot of the innings, literally. 26 balls faced for his 8, but number of balls faced in that respect an irrelevance, but as Kev's been making the point, it isn't quite. In goes Abbott and bowls. It's a straighter delivery, and a little bit almost walking into it again is Azad, not leaping down the crease as he was to Abbas previously, but it's a curious trait or characteristic. Works for him for the most part, however.
Yeah.
Sort of shuffles into the defensive shot rather. Abbott in, bowls to him, a bouncer that he leaps back from. Jackknifes back from as it jumps up past his nose. It was a good foot or so away from his nose, but cause for pause for thought for Hassan Azad.
Swayed out of the way nicely, didn't he?
Yeah. Again, the pace there. There's pace in the track if it's banged in. In goes Abbott. Line and length and off stump, and behind it is Azad defending it down the pitch on the on side. Didn't really get up as much. Fuller delivery. Give Crane the last before lunch? Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably not.
No, I'll stick with Abbas, I think.
Yeah. Abbott in, bowls down the leg side for once, and Azad shapes to help it on its way, doesn't bother doing so, and nicely taken by McManus, falling away to his right. A rare misdirected delivery from Kyle Abbott.
I know, again, it's emphasising that point, isn't it? You see one down the leg side and you think, well, that's unusual.
Yeah, I think it's his first.
Yes.
And we are at 5.5 overs. And he comes to finish that 6th over. Bowls and thick inside. Was it? Let's see what the signal is. It looped out into the leg side. No, it was just the pad, and it looped out towards square leg, so another leg by is taken. So the appeal was for leg before, presumably, or not really an appeal, was it? It was a shout of something from McManus behind the stumps, nothing from Abbott, of course. End of the over, 22 for 1. We think this might be the last before lunch. But as you know we're not sure.
I know Joe's listening, she always knows that sort of thing, but I think you're right, actually. I think it is 10 past 1. Got a tweet here from Ralph Brooker, afternoon to you. He says, thinking of Kevin's rotating point, he remembers playing for RNH Haslar, Come to that in a moment as Abbas comes in and bowls to Azad. Prods it out on the onside.
That's the Naval Hospital, isn't it, Haslar?
Ah,
Very old Naval Hospital
yes.
in Portsmouth.
Yes, it is. Against HMS Dolphins, second 11. So you're right, it's around that area, isn't it? Gosport and Portsmouth and all that sort of stuff. They had a grade bowler, and as an opener, I couldn't lay a bat on him. Like, it's difficult to rotate the strike if you're playing a missing and what have you. I don't know how you're going to do that, but you're right. It's not quite that bad here, but you're right. He's walking into that, plays that back to Abbas. He has to quickly turn and almost run back to his mark. He'd gone that far down the pitch, Azad. But yeah, well, this is it. Then this is the problem. And you know, I'm not saying that you know, even I was any good at that sort of thing. Once somebody had me on the run around a bit and nipping it all over the place, and but that's how I know that, you know, how difficult it is.
One to the keeper.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, unless you're doing that, that's you're not going anywhere, are you? Here's Abbas. Azad prods it out on the offside this time, quickly in his Mason Crane, who I guess now we won't see until sometime this afternoon. Yeah. How much cricket did you play? Did you play quite a bit when you were younger?
Club, yeah,
you
club,
played
club
cricket.
cricket.
Whereabouts?
In Yorkshire.
Around here?
In Yorkshire. Yeah. No, I was never remotely near your standards.
Well, no, it's all
like
relative.
But no,
isn't
yeah,
it?
league cricket, league cricket in Yorkshire.
It's all relative. I think. Did he play at that? Did he hold the line? Certainly, the ball went past the outside edge.
Ooh, that was a good one. I think he did play at it. Just drifted past that.
Just went away.
Outside
A
edge.
bit further away with the angle. Abbas wicketless in this innings so far. None for 4. He's in his 6th. But has 1 for 16 from his 6 so far. Guess his breaks come at a nice time. These two might even open up this afternoon. After the 40-minute break for lunch, as Azad prods back a little bit harder this time, and Abbas half fields on his follow-through. Prevents a single being taken.
Yeah, yet to bowl at a right-hander in this innings, Abbas.
Yeah, and as you say,
End of his 6th over.
he prefers that, doesn't he, really? Got into a nice
He
groove
does.
yesterday.
Yeah, he
didn't
did. Yeah, he does.
Yep. So, well, mind you, at the moment, there's no let up for either of these batsmen, is it? Sometimes you think, oh yeah, I'll get down the other end, it's a little bit easier. I'm not sure either of them are saying that at the moment. Here's Abbas, and Azad gets one. It just comes back at him a fraction, and there's the ooze as he works that out to mid-wicket, and that will be the end of the morning session here at Uptonsteel ground, isn't it?
And lost his middle stump for naught, and then young Alex Evans went on to 12 before he tried to really basically cut away a high delivery from Ben Wheel, got a top edge and was caught in the gully. So all out for 202, the deficit 410. Nobody was surprised when Hampshire asked Leicestershire to follow on to bat again, and we have already lost the first wicket of the second innings. Sam Evans leaving a delivery from Kyle Abbott that came back and hit off stump, made the score 12 for 1. At lunch they're 22 for 1. Harry Dearden has 4. He's already been hit on the hand by Kyle Abbott. Hassan Azad has 8. He's battling away against his former teammate Mohammed Abbas. They're still 388 behind. Basically, the pitch is still playing well, but there is, as I say, a bit of turn there now for the leg spinner, and we are basically seeing the difference between a really high quality top side. Hampshire will be there or thereabouts this season. They're one of the championship favourites. They are not wasting a single delivery. Essentially, they're making the Leicestershire batsmen play at everything, and at the moment Leicestershire struggling to find any answers. Oh, winning is impossible. Yeah, no, winning is totally impossible, absolutely. But essentially now it's about showing resolve and a certain amount of determination. Let's try and put a couple of partnerships together. Let's make Hampshire work for it. Hampshire almost certainly going to win this game. You never quite know. It could rain. We could lose all of tomorrow. But with the amount of time that's left in the game, 74 overs today alone, plus obviously 96 tomorrow. They're not going to save the game, I don't think. But they can make Hampshire work for every wicket. They can put together some partnership. They can give themselves some confidence. We knew it was going to be very tough, but they're going to need to take some confidence into the next 2 games, also against very good sides in Surrey and then Somerset. So it is still a bit of an opportunity for the likes of Dearden, the likes of Azad and the likes of Ackerman to try and get some scores on the board, but they have a very long tail in the game, and if those 3 don't do it, then it is going to be very difficult. It's about pride, about resolve, and about taking the opportunity out there in the middle against some very, very high quality international bowling. All right, buddy. What? Anything likely to? Are you likely to come to me this afternoon at all, or I don't? Okay, cool. All right, thanks then, mate. See you later.
God's sake. Yeah, of course they're all internationals. They've got 74 overs left to go to 9 more.
Leave the ball at your own peril and on that scoreboard you will never see Hampshire, Buckley and Edward all at the same time. Ready for you.
Right, that's enough of that.
You're up, Dane. You're up, Dane.
Right, so I've got a half 2 to do.
Yeah, no worries. Do it in a suitably way. Hampshire over. Nice, very nice.
Now good. Up.
Oh, I keep forgetting that we're starting 10 minutes later, aren't we? I looked at the clock earlier, I thought, oh fuck, we've only got 5 minutes, and I said it was nearly as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this third day of the LV Equals Insurance County Championship game between Leicestershire and Hampshire. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings on 22-1, having shortly before lunch, well, half an hour or so before lunch, been asked to follow on. And by the Hampshire skipper James Vince, having been bowled out this morning for 202. They lost 6 wickets this morning in that first innings for just 51 runs. Mason Crane picking up 3 of them, and already have lost a wicket in their second innings. That of Sam Evans, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 8, made the score 12 for 1. The 2 umpires, Billy Taylor and Michael Goff, are out there. Hampshire gathered on the boundary rope, just having a little motivational chat. Who's doing the talking out there? Looks like Sam Northeast, actually. And James Vince and Kyle Abbott as well, having something to say. Abbott takes off his Hampshire cap and his, perhaps Hampshire, I don't know whether the Hampshire branded sunglasses. Takes off his sweater as the floodlights are on, but the sun is still out here at the county ground, at the Uptonsteel County Ground. So at the moment, a little bit of a breeze getting up, although it's still obviously very cold. The rain that we were slightly concerned about, absolutely no sign of it. I look behind us where the weather has been coming from today, and it's beautiful, actually. Across, we can see the floodlights of Welford Road, where Leicester Tigers are playing Newcastle. I was going to say, are they Falcons or anything? I don't know in rugby. Anyway, there's a big rugby match going on there, which Leicester are winning. Hurrah! In comes Kyle Abbott around the wicket. They're not winning here. Around the wicket to bowl to Harry Dearden. Bowls fullish, looking to drive thick inside edge. Sees the ball squirt out rather to Weatherly at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, it's a big session for many players in the Leicestershire side. I'll start with Dearden as he's out there. Played well in the first innings for his 42. Got a good ball from Brad Wheel, which bounced on him when he edged behind. But before that, he looked very composed in the middle. Plays nice and straight. I think he'll be expecting to get a few here.
Abbott is in, bowling to him, and he tries very pleasantly for 4. It's full. It's outside off stump, and didn't hold back on that occasion, Harry Dearden. Just the second ball after lunch or not, and he stroked it away in front of square on the offside where there is a largest gap, and picks up 4. And as Kev said, yeah, nice shot.
It was a good shot, yeah. Good movement of the front foot as well. A little bit wide, but stayed the body weight in the shot and hit through the line. Beautiful shot, beautiful.
He waits with a bat raised, having joined Azad on 8. Abbott is in, bowls to him. That's a much better length and direction on off stump. Meets a solid defensive bat from Dearden. Back down the pitch towards South African. No run. 3 slips. And it's watching the 4th man, who's sort of heading to. Where's he going to go? Backward point. Which is where he was. He's just there for. He just wandered in for a chat towards the 4th slip, essentially. As Abbott, 87 on his back, goes in and bowls to Dearden, who defends solidly on off stump, leaning forward, deflects it out to that man at backward point.
I really like his technique, I have to say. The more I see of Harry Dearden, the more I like it. He waits for the ball to come to him, doesn't he? Then pushes through the line. And it's even in defence there's a nice solid looking shot there, which has gone out to Mason Crane at backward point. He doesn't go looking for the ball, Dearden. I like that.
In many respects, he often looks the most, by some margin actually, the most correct of the Leicestershire players in those terms. In goes Abbott and bowls to him, and again, nice high right elbow as he stretches forward and defends it out into the offside, and there's no run, which is, we've talked about it a little bit, but is kind of one of the reasons why it is so frustrating that he hasn't sort of really gone on and shown what a good player he is yet. Highest first class score of 87 we've talked about, and in this will be his 73rd first class innings.
Yeah, he's a better player than that.
Yeah. Abbott in, bowls, did forward bat very close to front pad, and that's why the oohs and the ahs, just in case there's going to be a leg before shout it was going to come back in enough. It didn't. It did out into the offside, and Abbott, as he is wont to do, just stands still then at the end of his over and waits for the 12th man to come running out with his cap and sweater. So it's almost bring it on a tray for him.
That's right, yes. I'm not coming to you, you come to me. He's great. I tell you what, he's a top guy.
Yeah.
Really is a top guy. Loves his fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
he's a lot of fishing out.
He's in the right county then, isn't he, with the tests down there.
Oh, well, that's true. I've never actually asked him if he's done any fishing over here, but he does a lot of sea fishing in South Africa. He loves all that.
So many sea fishing is a different thing, but so many gorgeous trout streams and things in Hampshire, the chalk and the...
That's right, there is, yeah, you're right. I should ask him, how much fishing have you done over here? I'll remember that, Richard.
Different thing, though, to the big game that he's probably used to fishing out the Atlantic Ocean.
No,
you're not going to get any leaping swordfish out of the test, but a couple of nice trout, tickle a couple of nice trout.
Yeah. Might be the old shopping trolley here and there, but that's about all. It's going to be Brad Wheel down the hill for his first delivery of this Leicestershire second innings, and it's short, and it's edged, it's over gully. Well, it's guided, if I'm honest, off the face of the bat, but not convincing. It was probably about 6 inches above Sam Northeast's gasping hand above his head.
It was played sort of entirely deliberately, but goodness me, that was flirting with disaster from Azad. It's one of his scoring areas, but he doesn't play it with quite the conviction of another former Leicestershire left-hander of very fond of memory. Mark Cosgrove used to score hundreds of runs like that, but he always found gaps or well above. There was never any. It was almost his best shot.
Wheel then. That's a length ball, and Azad pushes out to the covers, fielded by Weatherly. Yeah, it's one of those where he's sort of, I don't know, just holding the bat, and the sort of the face of the bat there is sort of pointing towards gully. Now, is he trying to keep that down? Doesn't look as though he's trying to lift it over gully. It was kind of just there, wasn't it, really? And I think maybe fortunately for Azad, there was enough height on the ball that when it left the bat, it was just enough to get it over Sam Northeast's head. It's 4 runs though. 12 he's on. Is he just? I know he angles the bat there down into the floor as Northeast does the fielding again.
That wonderful first season he had, he opened obviously with Cosgrove. It was he and Cosgrove, so I'm guessing he probably, he saw Cosgrove play it hundreds of times, so he's probably taken it from the big man.
He was quite well liked here, wasn't he, Cosgrove?
You can't not like because he really, he absolutely gave everything for the cause, always, and scored an awful lot of runs one way or another. And he was a wonderful player.
Wheel again, left alone outside the off stump. I met him once in the pub outside.
That makes sense.
I know, well.
Outside Cardiff.
Yes.
Yeah, or sort of outside the ground.
Yeah, but I don't think Leicestershire were playing that day.
No.
And I can't quite remember why he was there.
Well, he had 3 seasons at Glamorgan, and he was hugely popular there.
Yeah.
And he was continued to be involved with things like the Maynard Foundation and things like that. So,
yeah. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, maybe he was playing for Glamorgan at the time. Yeah. That's right. Azad's on the back foot. He's going to get a quick single, is he? I'll have to hurry. They're okay. Brad Wheel does the fielding off his own bowling. A slight hesitation there for a moment, but they were safely home, both of them. That's what I was talking about, quick singles.
Yeah. Even then, though, they weren't of the same mind initially, where he went and stopped and did, and I think said, yeah, no, there's comfy one.
Yeah, there's a big gap there at square leg. There's nobody actually fielding there, which is why Azad was looking for that single, and the fact that Wheel had to field that off his own bowling will give you an idea that in the end it was quite comfortable. Wheels round the wicket this time to Dearden, plays and misses outside the off stump. Good delivery
to Azad, who waits and then gets in position solidly to drop the ball down almost at his feet. Bounces down and Northeast comes running in from extra cover. Pick up and claps his hands as he walks back to his fielding position. Might just have to work a little to extract these next 2 or 3 Leicestershire batsmen, but they'll know from the first innings, Hampshire, that it's a longish fox's tail in this game. In goes Abbott and bowls Fuller, but half forward is Azad, not driving or anything like it, but he pushes it back past Abbott, and it's Holland who runs across from mid-off to field. Abbas is at mid-on, hands plunged deep in pockets, as have most of the Hampshire fielders, trying desperately to keep them warm. Abbott in, bowls, and an awful shot from Abbas. It was wide, and it wasn't a particularly good ball, and he sort of fenced at it with a horizontal bat, whether he was thinking in terms of trying to guide it through the vacant gully down to third man. Not entirely sure, but it was by the standards of the game, not a great piece of cricket all round, really.
Very wide, wasn't it, really? Again, you know, going back to that sort of hand situation where he doesn't really get them back, it's just a prod out there. It's going nowhere other than an edge.
Waits, recomposes himself as a bat. A bat. Abbott goes in and bowls outside off stump and just deflects it down towards third slip on that occasion. Hassan Azad. Oh, I thought I'd got out of that habit. I've gone about 24 hours without doing it, hadn't I?
It's quite confusing.
It's back now. Well, as I say, I'm hoping you spend the rest of the summer doing it, but I suspect you won't.
Well, I haven't got any history with it, have I, in terms of...
A bat and a bat. In goes Abbott and bowls outside off stump. It takes off rather. It was a good leave. He just lifted his bat in a parabola over the ball in that sort of wristy style that some batsmen have, sort of from outside in. Azad, but it took off a little bit, and it wasn't taken cleanly by McManus behind the stumps. He stopped it, reaching to his right, but a bit of zip off the pitch.
Yeah, it reached McManus around about chest height.
Maybe that's the effect of this sudden burst of bright sunshine. Abbott in again, bowls off stump, and on this occasion Azad is solidly forward out into the offside, and Abbott has got back into his maiden bowling mode, and he stands in the pitch with his hands in his pockets, indicating it's the end of the over, and the 12th man may now bring him his sweater and his cap and his sunglasses. There's something of a sort of country house feel about it, isn't there, really? My lord, here's your
yes.
Bring it on, please.
Of course, the umpires aren't allowed to have sweaters, sunglasses, or anything like that, which makes it worse for the 12th man. I'd hate to be a 12th man during COVID.
No, he's masked up at the moment. Bless him. Who is it down there? Is that?
I didn't see who it was. Actually, I didn't look.
Looks a bit like Mason Crane, but he isn't, obviously.
No, that's not Felix either.
He's out there.
Might be Tom.
Must be Curry then, was it? Or
no, Curry's a bit taller. Might be. I didn't realise there was anybody else up here, so I'm not quite sure, if I'm honest. Wheel from the Bennett end, running down the hill, bowls, and Dearden's playing a missing outside the stump. Just bowled him a couple of beauty of deliveries. One at the end of last over, and that first one.
Oh, that was, yeah, nice.
This one. Good stuff there from Bradbury. I had a quick chat with him last night, actually. I mentioned that he's had all these injuries and hasn't played that much really in the 4 or 5 years or so that he's been with Hampshire. And he bowled nicely yesterday, and I said as much, and he said, you know, I'm just so pleased to be out there and playing and competing, and quite understand. Here he is then, right on, coming round the wicket. Off to Dearden once more. Dearden's on the back foot, steers that into the ground towards gully area, fielded by North East.
Dawson said much the same, didn't he, when you had a chat to him? All the time in the indoor school, it's just so good to be out in the middle.
Well, it's that, I mean, because, you know, I know Leicestershire in the past have been out in Barbados, but
not in recent years.
No, but I remember them being out there not too long ago. What, 4 or 5 years ago?
No. Not in the last 6 or 7. When I've been since I've been involved, so unfortunately.
It's obviously long further away than I thought.
We've done one in Spain.
So there's that. But you know, a lot of counties do, you know, sort of go away in some shape or form. I think Hampshire were in the manga a couple of years ago. Barbados was a fairly regular occurrence up until a couple of seasons ago or so, and you know, all that's been disrupted, isn't it? Of course, and you know, a lot of these players have spent many an hour in indoor nets, indoor schools, and doing the same old. So yeah.
No prospect of doing a sort of Middlesex and setting up a big tent over their nets.
They have thought about it. Yeah, Hampshire have thought about that in the past. Wheel bowls, that's outside your stump, and did, and leave that one alone. I know the costs are very high.
Talking to Gus Fraser about that, 15,000 or something. The first year they did it cost. Not just obviously, it's the cost of heating the thing really, and you know, making it feasible, the sort of hot air blowers pumping warm air in there, but he still reckoned it had saved them a fortune in terms of travel costs.
Yeah. Wheel again then. So Dearden again's leaving that one alone, not tempted.
Those Middlesex players anticipating the West Indies probably weren't that happy about it. Right, we're going to do all our pre-season in a big tent on the outfield at Radlett. Tent, it was a huge sort of marquee thing really. It was, you didn't just cover the nets, it covered the bowlers, you know, run-ups, and it was the works.
It's an interesting concept, isn't it? I know where I'd rather go.
Yes.
His wheel. And Dearden off the back foot, steers that in front of square on the offside. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Slightly shorter this time from Wheel. A little bit of extra bounce, but Dearden, as he does, just waits for it, gets on top of the bounce, hits through the line, and timed it beautifully.
Did. Classy shot.
It's almost like Barbados weather out there now, if you sort of forgot about the fact that it's cold.
Yeah, beautiful. Sunny. Might actually put my sunglasses on. Briefly, just to show that just to give them some use, blow the dust off.
Certainly getting that way. Although as you look around past the ground, there are still a lot of grey clouds around. Here's Wheel again. That does bounce, and Dearden does well and keeps that down. It's gone behind square this time. It's going down towards the third man boundary. Dearden played that well. Played that very well indeed. That bounced a little bit more, that one. And Dearden was right up on his toes. Played it with soft hands. Ball flew past gully all along the ground. And Dearden moves on to 16. 41 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, 4 fours I think for Harry Dearden. Azad has 13 or 48. Yeah, a couple of nice shots in that over from Harry Dearden. He's got himself in again. Will this be the knock in which he goes on? He's watching at the moment. Kyle Abbott in that bright sun prepares to resume from the pavilion end. Still got the 3 slips, of course. 41 now, 4-1 as Abbott is in, up on his toes. It's an athletic run, bowls outside of stump. It's not a great ball by his standards, though. It's very wide, and even Azad is not prepared to have a go at pushing that one down wide to third man, the vacant third man, the tempting vacant area between third slip and backward point.
This is already Abbott's 9th over, and we're in the 17th of the second innings. What a few overs this morning, although Hampshire only needed just over 16 overs to Wink on Leicestershire out in the first innings.
Abbott in again. Good straight delivery, but Azad is solidly behind it. Back down the pitch the ball rolls, almost reaching the stumps at the non-striker's end. Before being picked up by mid-off, I think is Holland. And then has the effrontery to sort of pat Abbott on his behind. Some fast bowlers, I guess you can do that. It's an indication that Abbott is a nice chap. Some might take exception. In goes Abbott and bowls, and forward is Azad. Not a big strike, but weight forward. Defends it down into the pitch. It runs towards Gully very slowly though, so third slip. Crane can come in from backward point, I beg your pardon, and move across and pick it up. Abbas is having a word with Abbott now. Getting to know, he's just maybe saying, try, because as I say, that he knows Azad very well. Good friends, but he'll also have an idea of weaknesses, perhaps.
Yeah.
And they've just had a word, Abbott and Abbas has said, try pushing one across him.
That's interesting. He's open to it as well.
In goes Abbott and bowls on off stump, but Azad equal to a foolish delivery. Blocks it out into the offside.
Be interesting to see how much persuasion that Abbott needed, because these days he doesn't bowl that much over the wicket to the left-handers. It's predominantly round the wicket.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they had the word, he switched, didn't he? So on that occasion, he didn't. He was open to immediate persuasion.
Interesting one.
Abbas polishes the ball carefully before tossing it to his fellow opening bowler, who turns about 20 yards or so his run, comes in and bowls. A little bit of shape back in, I'm not sure on off stump, but anyway, behind it solidly enough again is Azad. Not really. I was wondering whether he was just started to come back in a fraction. Good accurate stuff though, as ever, from Kyler. But Holland, that said, is starting to warm up at mid-off, so this might be, if he doesn't get a breakthrough, his last 4 now. Kyle Abbott 1 for 20 as he turns to complete his 9th over of the innings. In bowls, Azad leaves outside off stump as it's pushed across him. Taken by McManus, and that is the end of the over. Michael Goff making all sorts of signals indicating that it's okay for the 12th man to bring on the sweater, or are we having a little... I think he's going to stay on as well, because running off is going to get the pads and helmet is Joe Weatherly. So he's not putting, he's just taking his time to put them on. So obviously he's not going to bowl this over, but I suspect then it might not be Holland. I suspect it might be Crane.
Yeah, it might be. I think the very fact that, just the way Crane bowled this morning, I think it would be silly to keep him out of the attack for too long.
Agreed. Well, the ball is nice and hard still.
Yeah.
Helps a bit, doesn't it? If it's
it does. Maybe have the seamers come down the hill, sort of rotate them a little bit, and then have. Well, I know Liam Dawson bowled down the hill anyway, so that's another option, of course. But I'm sure Liam won't mind bowling up the hill if Mason needs a bit of a breather. I mean, that's, I guess, what might happen. But But yeah, I think the fact that Weatherly's come off of the pads would suggest it's going to be Crane. His Weatherly, not Weatherly, his wheel though. As Dearden's on the back foot, steers that out on the leg side. Tom also had quite a bit to do running in from deep square leg, but keeps it down to a single. And Dearden moves on to 17. His partner Azad, facing the next ball, has 13. Leicestershire 42 for 1. Just that one wicket that fell before lunch. Sam Evans, bowled by Kyle Abbott, not playing a shot for 8. Second time in the match that Sam Evans was out to Abbott. He was LBW in the first innings.
Dawson's doing a lot of leaping up and down, but you would think it would be Crane.
Here comes Wheel, and Azad plays that late, plays it down in the ground, fielded in gully by Sam Northeast. Yeah, I mean, in a way, then, in natural course of events, you put Ian Holland on as sort of a change bowler, but you know, he bowled all right in the first innings, but not necessarily looked like taking a wicket. I would try and get on one or two bowlers that look like taking a wickets in this sort of situation, because this partnership, it's not huge, but it's already put on 30, and they're both of them playing quite nicely. As Azad pushes forward out behind square on the offside. They're doing what they need to do since lunch.
It's Dawson
who's doing it. Dawson, yeah. I mean, he does tend to sort of get first option as a spinner. No matter what. So, you know, maybe that's going to carry on. I personally would put Crane on, but maybe you could argue that it's a few overs a little bit too early yet. Dawson's experienced, would always give you something. That's fair enough. Here comes Wheel again, short, and that's helped around by Azad, and that's going to be 4. Always seems to play that shot and it goes quite fine, doesn't he? But he kept that down well. He looked in control of that one.
Played that well. He did.
Didn't quite get the height on that one, Wheel, though.
There's only been that one occasion in the first innings where he didn't play the bouncer well, in a way that reminded us of previous failings, or previous weakness, if you like, but it was fine with that.
Both batsmen have 17. Has had to face the next delivery from Brad Wheel, who's staying round the wicket. Comes in and bowls. It's a length ball. Azad in behind that one, plays that back to Wheel. Yeah, they haven't really sort of dug one in aim for a while, have they? Had a couple from Abbott before lunch. Or was that in the first innings? I can't remember now. There were so many wickets that fell this morning. It was all happening, wasn't it? Abbott bowled a couple of decent bouncers at, mind you, were sort of lower end players, weren't they? Callum Parkinson, I think, was one. It was a goodie. Here's Wheel again. Pause. Azad well forward, bat and pad close together. That's good to see.
Swindles
out on the offside.
Up to square leg.
Oh, that's
a
right.
Short leg.
That's the one.
As well.
End of the over. 46 for 1. Deficit of 364.
And it is going to be Liam Dawson who's going to take over from Kyle Abbott at the pavilion end. How much do you think a giant parasol big enough to cover Grace Road would be to get them off from bad light? Asked Jake. Have to be a huge parasol, because this is the biggest outfield in the country, I'm told.
Wow.
One of the biggest in world cricket.
What, the playing area?
The whole...
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? Huge.
There's been some talk about... In fact, there were genuine plans to bring that stand away to our left, next to this sort of pavilion, bring it into the boundary, and then sort of create a new museum and offices and things like that in and around the sort of score box, the old manual score box. But obviously, all such plans are now very much on the back burner. But being such a big playing area, there's sort of scope on that side of the boundary, so to speak, on the Milligan Road side of the ground, to make changes. And of course, you've got the nets on the other side of the meet, which means that it extends. I wonder what the actual acreage is, if you include the car parks and everything like that.
There's a big old area around, 3 sides of the boundaries, isn't there?
Absolutely. So Dawson is going to go over the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Harry Dearden. He's got a short leg and a slip. In he goes and bowls. Dearden goes back and dabs it down to third man. It's got means there's a bit of work in terms of chasing the ball to do for the man at backward point. It's Alsop, the only left-handed thrower in the side, who gets there, gets his throw away, but not before Dearden has completed a second run. I shouldn't have put the sunglasses on, should I?
Ha!
It's gone, that's it.
The blue skies are way to our right now.
And it's filling in a little bit where the weather is coming from today. Dawson is in, drops a little bit short, goes back Dearden. It stays low, a touch, and he has to adjust and just strokes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Steps and bowls. Dawson again, it's too short, but again it stays low. This time just defended, blocked out into the offside. A little bit of variable bounce, perhaps.
A little bit, isn't it?
No. Sometimes is from this end, funnily enough. Dawson bowls, back goes Dearden again, defends back down towards the bowler himself on this occasion, steps across. Just a little bit short at the moment, is he? Or is it just...
Probably fractionally, it looks like Dearden's quite happy to play off the back foot.
Yeah. No great turn for the finger spinner. At the moment, in he goes and bowls. Dearden goes back, looking to turn the delivery on the leg side. It bounces off the thigh pad and forward again. For a moment, Weatherly, at short leg, thought he might be in the game. Little edge onto the thigh pad, pops up. No edge. Didn't pop up. 48 for 1. Dawson in, bowls, draws Dearden forward, plays with an angled bat though, so he steers it out towards backward point, which means a run around from slip and a comfortable single for the Lancastrian. Dearden, he moves on to 20 and keeps the strike. 49 for 1.
It was a fraction a bit of slow turn for Liam Dawson, that one that rattled Dearden high on the pads, but generally not a lot. Mason Crane is the spinner that's had most out of this pitch so far. Just going back to the playing area, I mean, it's huge. I mean, it's a big square as well, isn't it? A lot of wickets right along the length, or the width of the square, I suppose you should say. And I think rather unusual for a main ground is that even the two end wickets at either side, left and right as we look, they are still decent boundaries.
Yeah, they're usable.
To the short boundary side, aren't they? I mean,
they are usable.
I mean, you know, you look at places like the Oval, for example, and at Lord's, you know, the end wickets are ridiculously close to the boundaries, and yet here that's not actually the case. You could actually play a half-decent game. Maybe not a first-team game, but you could certainly play a half-decent second-team game. Here's that wheel round the wicket. Dearden's in behind that, pushes that out to Scott Curry, who's the substitute fielder.
They did actually use one of the end wickets, the one on the right as well, looking out from the top of the pavilion, which looks thoroughly used. It's also used for practice, but they used it for the 2-day warm-up game against Derbyshire, the very first pre-season warm-up game. I should think that the rope is maybe 45, 50 yards at the most.
Yeah. Wheel bowl slightly fuller. Dearden's forward, punches it back to the bowler.
What is the minimum? Is 45 or something? Sorry. Yes.
You're asking the wrong bloke here.
Yeah.
But
there is a minimum. You can't have anything silly. But
well, I tell you what. Even if you played a county game on the end of wicket, or whether it was a one-day game, whatever, I would have seen games played with at least a shorter boundary than that on one side. That's for sure. 13 games. So it's quite, they could extend the square if they really wanted to. Dearden pushes forward. A bit of extra bounce, but again, he steered that cleverly behind point. Mason Crane's after it. Will pick it up about 5 yards inside the rope. They picked up 2. Dearden thinks about 3. But Azad says no. He's running to the danger end. And that will be the 50 up for Hampshire. For Leicestershire. That's come up in the 20th over. 50 for 1.
It's been good since lunch by these two left-handers. They've got the scoreboard moving a little bit. Dearden in particular has hit some really nice shots, particularly through the offside.
Doing a good job. Wheel. Dearden leaves alone. Good bowling, good carry, but a good leave as well. They are doing a good job. Sort of just making Hampshire sort of think about now combinations of bowlers, what's going to come up next, who's going to bowl what end, who's going to do what, so that somebody can bowl a certain end. So they're just making Hampshire think here a little bit. Hampshire would have, or will be, expecting to wrap this up today if there's no rain, courtesy of those 6 wickets falling fairly quickly this morning of Leicestershire's first innings. Dearden drives past Wheel, lovely shot, punch drive off the front foot, and that's going to be 4. Lovely shape on that drive as well. Said it before, I quite like Dearden. He's got a lovely upright stance, and he's quite a minimum of movement. Azad, you'll find that just before the bowler bowls, he sort of bends his knees and he's up and down a little bit. Dearden's fairly, his movement is fairly minimal until he actually executes the shot. Which makes
I was saying, in terms of technique, he's probably the top of the Leicestershire tree in that respect.
Dearden moves on to 26. That's come off 38, and that's a short delivery, good delivery, and well played by Dearden, who just makes sure he stays inside the line of that one as it goes through to McManus. 55 for 1 then, Leicestershire, deficit of, I can't read it, 355 I think it is.
355, yeah. Partnership now 43. And from Dearden's 26-20 have come in boundaries. I think they've been legitimate. Just trying to think if the first one was a bit edgy, but I'm not sure it was.
Yeah. You know, a lot of them have gone along the ground, even if it's, he's opened the face on a couple, but because he plays the ball late, he's still able to have some sort of control of the shot.
Dawson then, from the pavilion end, over the wicket he goes and bowls a couple of steps down the wicket from Azad. Doesn't really adjust his length though, Dawson, so Azad is able more or less to get to the pitch of the ball and clip it away down towards the sweeper on the square leg boundary. I'm wondering why the Hampshire cheers have come. Who are they teasing? What's the in joke that we don't know? I wonder. Azad picks up a single anyway. Dawson in to Dearden, who looks to get forward, then rocks back and square, not really drives, square guides it away down towards the man on the backward point boundary, and he too picks up a single. Holland windmills his arms, hopefully, or has he had the word? Dawson in, a little bit short again, goes back Azad and wristily tries to whip it way into the leg side, ends up hitting it quite hard down into the ground, so it bounces up and in the end is a reasonably comfortable stop for Holland at mid-wicket. Pushes his hair back with his right hand, Dawson, before gripping the ball, goes in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Azad's bat, playing for spin that wasn't really there, perhaps. Odd sort of shot. Bat was tucked in by the front pad, but he was playing at the ball. Just getting a little bit on his toes, Azad, as in goes Dawson. That's a better defensive press forward, calmer defensive press forward, if you like, from Azad. He remains on 18. When you've watched players for long enough in their careers, you start to know when, you start to sense when, almost moods, if you like, and Cosgrove was one. You knew when something wasn't quite right. In goes Dawson, bowls, and Azad again defends, and if he played a shot that he considered a poor shot at certain stages, he'd get a bit annoyed with himself and start messing around, and start playing a little bit more loosely. And it was often when he was in about 60 or 70, and he used to have to think, just here we go, just get one away, or just calm down again. And Azad sometimes has become the same. Although his temperament's outstanding, you can sense sometimes when he gets a little bit angsty, and is then liable to do something unexpected.
Yes, it's very easy just to say, just keep playing the same way, but that's all really he needs to do. There's no pressure about doing anything. It's just, as you said earlier, just at the very least, Leicestershire, if they can take it into day 4, there's little chance of them doing anything other than losing this game, but just taking it into day 4 might just give the team a little bit more confidence that they can battle things out. It's going to be in Holland then, from the Bennett end, taken over from Brad Wheel. Immediately there's runs as Dearden flicks that away down to backward square leg.
One thing they do know is that there are runs in the pitch.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah, you can't blame the pitch if you get out on this one, can you? It's either very good bowling or a poor shot. There's nothing to suggest that the pitch is going to get you out here. It's a very good one, as it is 90% of the time here. It's I can't ever remember playing on a pitch anything other than very similar to this, to be honest.
Ian O'Brien, who I mentioned earlier, the Grace Road donkeys he used to call them.
Holland to Azad. Azad pushes forward up to mid-off.
Flogging himself to death, trying to get some life out of them, but I think they're better than that in cricketing terms now. They may have been, at Ian's time, they were a little bit lifeless. But I think Andy Ward prepares pretty decent cricket wickets now. And this is one.
Here's Holland again then. Right arm over, medium pace, and Azad pushing forward. It goes out to short mid-wicket, fielded by Vince. Brad Wheel's spell, slightly expensive. 4 overs, none for 26. Well, it is quite expensive, really, in the context of the situation of the game and the way Hampshire have kept Leicestershire to a run rate of well below 3 in this innings. And it was well below 3 in the first innings as well. Here's Holland again, Azad pushing forward. Nice straight bat as he goes back to the bowler. 2.6 in the first innings, 2.7 in the second innings, so fairly uniform, but Brad Wheel just expensive in those 4 overs.
I mentioned the amount of hair that some of the Leicestershire players are sporting in this game. Well, next week the hairdressers and barbers can reopen.
As Holland bowls, Azad again just happy to push it back to the bowler. Yep.
I'm told.
Yep.
But this also applies to the some of the members of staff and the gatekeepers and things. Particularly Tony, who I've been told has actually booked his first haircut next Wednesday. And
Holland again to Azad. Again, he's in behind that one. Prods it out on the onside, 58 for 1.
He started looking like something out of the 70s at one stage. I haven't seen him around today, but come next Wednesday he'll be back to his usual neat self.
I was supposed to do an update and I've forgotten.
Oh, your only update.
Damn.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I should have reminded you. It's because I haven't got any, and then it's gone out of my mind.
No, that's my fault, because I haven't done any, you see. I'm out of the habit.
Yeah. Dawson is directing some changes to his field now. And he's telling Kyle Abbott to leave mid-off. And Abbott, who looks pretty athletic in his run-in, where he fairly charges in. He does look like a little bit of a cart horse when he's sort of jogging around the field. That's not meant to be rude in any way, but he doesn't look particularly athletic actually when he does that. But goodness me, he can't half get up a gallop. In goes Dawson and bowls to Dearden, who is forward on off stump defending, and there's no run. I want to try and give you some scores elsewhere, but it's quite difficult during a spinner's over because there's some quite interesting situations out there. Dawson, little hop and a step, and forward again goes Dearden, and there's no run. Somerset, having bowled Middlesex out for 143 in their second innings. This is after conceding a sort of first innings deficit of around about 140. Are 53 for 1 in their second as Dearden leaves the delivery from Dawson. The implication from behind the stumps was that it was very close to the off stump. I'm not sure it was quite that close to the off stump, to be honest. But he is bowling into what footmarks there are. The pitch actually still looks fairly, not unmarked, but certainly not badly marked. The bowlers follow through. So in goes Dawson, bowls. Dearden goes back, cuts, misses. Slightly unsettled perhaps by the remarks. Anyway, Somerset need just 224 more runs to beat Middlesex. They are 61 for 1. Good game. Then in our division, in goes Dawson, bowls, turned by Dearden out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Surrey lead Gloucestershire by 8 runs with just 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. That could be a potential surprise result. Dawson is in, gives that one a little bit of air, draws Dearden forward, defends it out into the offside, takes half a step forward, then holds his bat up to Azad and says no chance, because Mason Crane is almost on the ball. Definitely going to be a result between Warwickshire and Derbyshire. Warwickshire 2-2-1 all out, Derbyshire 1-8-9 all out, and now 71 for 5. They lead by just 39 with only 5 second innings wickets in hand. Many people seeing Warwickshire as very much among the favourites for the county championship this season. Was one of the favourites, not very much necessarily. Durham lost 3 quick wickets in their second innings against Nottinghamshire. Holland to continue from the Bennett end to bowl to Azad. In he goes and bowls. Azad deliberately plays inside the line of that one, lets it slide past through to McManus behind the stumps. So Notts 2-6-7 all out, Durham 3-3-0 all out, but now 29 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 92 with 7 second innings wickets in hand. A contrite Kevin James returns. Shame on you. In goes Holland and bowls, and just a gentle push at the delivery from Azad, pushes it into the leg side. It's picked up by Vince. Are you squeaking?
Oh, that must be the chair. I've not heard it make. Have you heard it make that sound so far today?
Just once or twice, but I'll have to get some WD-40 or something on it. Other proprietary oils, no doubt, are available, but no, I don't know. Maybe not. In goes Holland and bowls, and Azad looking to turn it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, taken by McManus, tumbling away to his right.
Yes, I actually, in the end, it wasn't. I wasn't as late as I thought I was. I think they were running a bit late with the show, so it almost sounded as though I came in at the slot I was supposed to, but I'm sure I didn't. But it sounded like I did.
They tried again, did they? There you were.
Yeah, there was a couple of messages, but I think I was a couple more minutes. I think they would have been annoyed.
Holland in bowls. Azad is forward, pushing it out towards mid-off on that occasion. There's no run. Holland's second over. He's only conceded 1 run from his first 10 balls. Dawson 5 from his first 3 overs. These two beginning to build the sort of partnership Leicestershire have been talking about building. Came together with a score on 12. So in goes Holland and bowls, and Azad a little bit of a tangle as he looks to just drop that one out onto the leg side, and it's Vince who picks up at mid-wicket, mostly off the pad, I suspect.
Yeah, they are doing a very good job at the moment, and they don't need to do too much different, really. You know, the thing comes is that once you start putting together a partnership and it gets bigger and bigger, you start to do different things.
In goes Holland, bowls, and again it's Vince who's the fielder. 46th in the partnership, I think. That makes sense. Yes, 46 runs off 104 balls.
But what they're doing now is starting to frustrate Hampshire. And that's all you can do at this moment in time. Is just Hampshire would have expected to sort of find things fairly easy and just pick up wickets and say, oh yeah, there's probably a good chance we're going to finish this today. But of course, the longer the afternoon session goes on and they don't pick up a wicket, then the frustration starts to set in. And, you never know. The bowlers will just bowl 1 or 2 sort of slightly indifferent balls because they're trying something else to try and break the partnership, and your hard work then starts to pay off. You suddenly get a couple of balls here to hit here and there, and you start to get a bit more reward. But they're still in the hard working phase, these two. Hampshire will still work hard in which to try and break the concentration a little bit. So they'll still come at them, but as long as Azad and Dearden keep doing the same things that they're doing, then there's no reason to think that they can't stick around together for a while. So it's going to be Dawson to continue. 3 overs, none for 5. Still no Mason Crane yet, after his exploits this morning. Dawson drives and it's into the ground. He fields off his own bowling. Score remains on 58 for 1. Deficit of 352. Still the short leg in for Dearden, and the first slip is obligatory. Dawson again over the wicket, and Dearden's on the back foot, cuts that away. Slightly short, but there is a man out at deep point, so it'll be just a single. Total moves on to 59 for 1. Brings Sad back on strike. Here comes Dawson again, and Sad's walking into that shot once more. It's interesting, it sort of comes down the wicket and you kind of expect, you know, a shot over the top. That's what most batsmen do, don't they? Come down the wicket, try to meet the ball close to the pitch and hit through the line. Azad doesn't really do that. Ooh. Interesting score in the Premier League, which Richard's pointing out to me. Oh, has he edged that? Oh, Lewis McManus has taken it at the second attempt.
Stumped him.
Oh, he stumped. Oh, Rouse, given it square leg. Thank you for pointing that out, Richard. Azad must have just fallen forward, lifted his back leg out of the crease, and it's 59 for 2. Azad goes for 18. First wicket for Liam Dawson.
Azad looks somewhat disbelieving. He didn't sort of step out, but he leant forward, and his back foot, he was on his toe, so his heel was lifted. So it may be that the heel was over the line, but not on the ground. And he has been sent on his way by umpire Billy Taylor. Nice work by McManus, and important work potentially, because these two were playing pretty nicely post-lunch.
They were. I tell you what, when you look at the replay, have a look at Lewis McManus appealing. Not at any stage, after he's taken the bails off with his left glove, does he look at the square leg umpire, which is quite interesting. So he's appealing for something completely different to everybody else. Yeah, have a look. We'll wait for the replay to come. It will come in a moment.
I've seen one replay.
Yeah, keep your eyes on wicket-keeper Lewis McManus. Quite interesting. He takes the catch, and then as he moves around, he then takes the bails off with his glove, which is obviously, I guess, has got the ball in. But he's looking at the umpire, Michael Goff, straight down the line of the pitch. And
So
quite
he's
a few of the
appealing
other
for
players...
catch, then.
And quite a few of the other players are looking at the square leg umpire. It's definitely down to stump McManus. And quite a weird dismissal in a way. I mean, stumping on its own isn't, but that's probably what's confused Azad a little bit. Maybe he thinks, well, I'd nick that, actually. Of course, actually, if he has, then that's actually the first dismissal, even if he is stumped, and it's technically caught, but at the moment it's officially stumped. Haven't actually got a replay again yet.
So the partnership was 47.
Good partnership.
Good, but need bigger. Leicestershire, if they're going to extend Hampshire into a fourth day, and if they're going to, this one feels is the partnership that might, because Ackerman has come out to join Harry Dearden. He won't have been anticipating batting for a second time quite as early as this, when he was run out of the second ball this morning, I suspect. But there you go.
Be interesting to see how he reacts to the call in between the wickets, that's for sure. Here's Dawson, then bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman's driving. That's exactly the same as the first shot in his first innings, but that went for 4. This time Vince dives at mid-off to make sure it isn't. Still waiting for that replay if it's going to come.
Hopefully we'll get one at the break in the overs, at the end of the over.
I'd love to see that again. And those of you who watch on the stream is well worth another look, as played back to Dawson by Ackerman. End of the over, 59 for 2.
I think the description of how he was, why he was out stumped is accurate, in that his heel was lifted as he went forward and put in a solid forward defensive looking shot. Obviously it just drifted past the outside edge or clipped it. Let's have a look-see.
Well, those of you who are watching the live stream, let us know. Tweet us at Solar
Showing
Sport.
it at the moment, but it should come up, shouldn't it?
Let us know your thoughts
as an
on it.
option before too long. In the meantime, well, one way or another, the breakthrough has been made. Holland looking to follow it up, comes in and bowls outside off stump to Harry Dearden, who lets it go through to McManus. Right. Did you have a look then? And?
Lewis McManus looked straight down the line of the wicket. I didn't see the others. I was just concentrating on McManus there. Might come up again.
It's-
We're making the
it'll come
cameraman
up as a
work.
video highlight, won't it? And
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go.
Of course
So
it will.
now you can. They're showing it again now. He is. He's looking at Michael Goff all the time.
And North East and Weatherly at
looking
short
at
leg
the-
are looking at the square leg umpire.
Holland is in outside off stump, steps forward, Dearden allows it to go through. So they saw it looked like a stumping, and that's what they were appealing for. Well,
Let's put it this way, I think they had all bases covered.
well, I mean, in a way, it's a serious point, isn't it? McManus, even if he wasn't thinking of it, did both. You know, let's just make sure. Although I don't think he was thinking that, instinctively took the bails off. Holland is in again to Dearden, who drives pleasantly through the offside. He's got it away through point. In pursuit is Mason Crane. The athletic Crane puts in a slide, drags it back about 2 yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away, but Dearden picks up 2, moves into the 30s, onto 31, 61 for 2.
It's just come up again. It's quite interesting, actually. I watched North East that time at first slip. He looks like he's appealing for the catch initially. Weatherly's appealing for the stumping at short leg, and Lewis McManus is looking straight down the line of the pitch as if the first one is the catch, but then he's got half a chance for stumping.
Holland in, defended by Dearden. Well, Weatherly is the man who'd be in the right position in that respect, to having seen he's looking at the heel from a square position, isn't he? And he immediately turns to because he'd have had to turn then, wouldn't he, Weatherly, to the umpire to appeal. So he saw it.
Yep.
Listen, it says in the scoreboard, in the scorebook, stumped,
Yep.
and he is. In goes Holland, bowls, driven
Shot.
beautifully by Harry Dearden, just lent into a nice straight off drive, and, straight back past the bowler, and it runs away up the slope into the straight enough to bounce into the sight screen at that far end, the Bennett end. Lovely shot from Dearden. Moves on to 35 again, looking a class player, classy player. 65 for 2. Holland in, bowl, short, pulled around the corner to deep square. There is a fielder out there. It's Alsop who makes the stop. And got to him very quickly. Nice shot again from Dearden, who's playing well. Did you hear the Vuvuzela then?
I did.
For the 4? A little toot.
Yep.
There it is,
is.
just to let you
Yeah.
hear. I think he probably did it for us there. He might be listening.
It sounds like a lorry horn.
Do you remember them? Those big, long plastic
Yeah.
Vuvuzelas.
They were all the rage.
Oh, what horn, sorry?
Like a lorry horn.
Oh,
isn't it?
lorry horn. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And we are in hunting country, of course.
Mm.
Rightly or wrongly.
It sounds like a deep vuvuzela, that one. I can't imagine. If I'm honest, I can't remember what
I
these
think
used to
one of
sound
the
like.
problems was that they were all of roughly the same note, weren't they? Now, so it became terribly tedious.
Here's Dawson then, 66 for 2, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Dearden was almost a reminiscent of the previous over's dismissal.
Plunged forward
Azad.
rather like that, didn't he?
But he's okay. Got a tweet here a little while ago from Richard Shelley. I'll come to that after this delivery. As Dawson runs away from us over the wicket to Dearden. Dearden's on the back foot. Pushes it out on the offside. He's taken a picture of his TV at home. It says, wherever you are playing or commentating on cricket, spare a thought for those involved in Headingley. That's right, the covers are on and they're not playing at the moment. Yorkshire.
That might head our way. Long way, long way.
Dawson bowls. Dearden prods that out square on the offside. It's a single with the man out deep. Dearden's on to 37. Playing nicely as well. 67 for 2. Playing nicely as he did in the first innings when he made 42. Di Davis at Silent Sports says, seems McManus appeals down the ground after he has whipped the bails off, but that umpire never raises his finger, so he's stumped. That's right. McManus thought it was caught behind, but then, just for good measure, whips the bails off. Dawson round the wicket to Ackerman. Ackerman comes down the wicket, but just plays a forward defensive back to Dawson. Jacob Norton at Sun Sports says, I might be wrong, but it looked to me like the ball was in his right glove when he removed the stumps with his left glove only. Oh, don't start this, Jacob. Gosh, this will get really complicated.
Well, we can see the replay. I'll get the replay.
Have a look. We're just going to have a look at the replay. Dawson to Ackerman. Ackerman just whips that away quite fast, but straight to mid-wicket, which should be out if I understand the law correctly, or is that allowed? I'll take
his
it.
hands were together when he took the bails off, then he raised the ball in his right hand, looking towards the umpire. Do you want to have another? Well, we're kind of having to study each player individually.
That's great.
We need many a replay, don't we?
Played back to the ball. I don't think I've ever studied a dismissal as much. Mike Clark at Sun Sports says, check the replay again. It looks like McManus stumps with his left hand.
Replay after replay. Makes no difference. Those things, aren't they? Harleys, I suppose, are they?
Yeah. Well,
they
I
favour.
guess.
They look like Harleys. Abbas is coming back. He's replacing Ian Holland. One edge that very nearly was caught. In goes Abbas. Bowles driven for 4 by Dearden again, just over pitched, and Dearden almost walking into the drive on that occasion, punched it away between bowler and mid-off. Lovely shot from Harry Dearden, who continues to play post-lunch in particularly rather well. Rather well.
Some lovely drives, wasn't it? I mean, as I say, minimum of movement in his stance, and just moves forward with his body weight, and just beautiful drives.
7-4 out of 41 that he has scored. Abbas in to him again, drags his length back a bit. Dearden has to adjust and defend, and does. Crane is now starting to warm up in serious style. He's got a right-hander to bowl at now as well, of course. He's previously was with Azad and Dearden.
Does that mean Dawson's coming off after just taking a wicket?
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Odd.
Unless just he's anticipating. Abbas is in outside off stump. There's a little bit of movement, but it's far too wide. And Dearden has nothing to do with it. Dearden wanders off towards the meat, just a couple of strides, and then he checks the binding on his pads, and he's going to refasten the bottom one, the Velcro. Just tightens everything up.
How many was Dearden averaging in his career before today? Was it 18 or something ridiculous? No, it wasn't that low, was it?
21 or
God,
something like that.
He's a far better player than that.
In goes Abbas and bowls. Dearden is hit on the back pad. That's a decent shout. There's appeal for a run out as well, thrown at the stumps by North East. An attempted double dismissal again by Hampshire, but this time both umpires turn them down.
They don't do things by heart.
Well, it was a good shout on both occasions. Oh, we need more replays. It might just have hit him outside the line. Abbas was absolutely certain he had his man, and he's asking Billy Taylor why that wasn't out. Taylor's explaining. And Michael Goff also had to make the decision. North East, to whom the ball rebounded off the pads, hurled it back at the stumps, and hit them, but Dearden was back in his ground, said umpire Goff. My word, it's all going off out there.
Yeah, Abbas was asking Billy Taylor why that wasn't out. I don't think he was happy.
Abbas in again to Dearden. Puff of dust as a thick inside edge sees the ball down into the ground at a very short leg and then run away down towards deep backward square for a single. Abbas most miffed that that one wasn't given, and it was a good shout, that is for sure. I just wonder whether it just hit him slightly outside the line.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's you know, with coming round the wicket to the left-hander,
Yeah.
it's very easy for a left-hander. Even if he comes slightly forward, he's going to be outside the line.
I think that's all that could have saved him on that one.
Interesting couple of overs.
Abbas down the slope to bowl to Colin Ackerman outside off stump, and immediately it gets the one to just move away. Happier bowling at right-handers, I'm sure, but twice in this innings he's thought he's things as well tell us maybe the big partnership, the vital partnership for Hampshire to break.
He's been watching a replay of the Azad dismissal. I'd
Okay.
love to see the Dearden one again.
Yeah. I don't know if they do replays of appeals other than once. Do you know what I mean? They don't sort of make it a video highlight as such.
No. If ever there was a time to have a square camera, there's been a couple of times in this game, hasn't it? It's been worth having one.
Yeah, for sure.
We got Mason Crane on, so Liam Dawson is taking a break after taking a wicket, which doesn't usually happen, but the fact that Mason Crane bowled so well this morning, it's criminal to not have him in the attack or waiting too long. Here's the Abbas thing on the stream. That's down the leg side. So Abbas bowls, there's a good chance he's outside the line. Abbas is still appealing, and then the throw comes in. Difficult to tell. He's wandering around his crease, and that's for sure, when the throw comes in the stumps. I think that was Vince again, wasn't it? Hitting the stumps.
Northeast.
Oh, was it northeast? Sorry, northeast. Crane bowls, and that's turned away with the spin on the leg side, fielded by Holland at mid-wicket. Just watching the Abbas thing again on the live stream, but we didn't get the throw afterwards. Difficult to tell, of course, because the camera's right at the far end, so we'll never get a definitive answer on that anyway, but all good fun as that's turned away again on the leg side by Dearden by coming forward.
There is a camera over there now and looking across the ground, but I think it's kind of for nice effect shots rather than dismissals.
Sort of homing in. Dearden, there's back pad. Oh, that could have been caught a short leg. If it wasn't, it was pretty close. Yeah, good attempt. That was high over his head.
I think that the lack of reaction
is
that it might not have been an edge, but
I think you're right. But it turned.
It did, and even bounced a fraction as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look as though there was too much back there. No, there wasn't.
Big few overs now.
Straight on the pad, and Dearden pushing forward, smothering the spin as it goes out just to Mason Crane's left, who picks it up. Of course, a few things happening at the moment in these last 2 or 3 overs, and the fact that Mason Crane's back on, I'm sure there's going to be a few more as he comes in again and bowls to the left-hander. Flighted, it's almost Yorker length, and Dearden off the bottom of the bat steers that back to the bowler, end of the over. For a boring period of play. We never got to a period of play.
Abbas is in, bowls to Ackerman straight, and Ackerman just turns his wrists as he defends. That one pushes it out to mid-on, and there's no run. Northeast wants to go off, just indicating to the 12th man. Substitute sign. Substitution sign. Comfort time. 3 o'clock. Is that it for you then? At 2:30. That's it.
I've got one half time in the 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abbas into Ackerman, who's playing in front of his front pad. He's very slightly playing across the line as he leans forward and pushes to mid-on. Also trying a couple of deliveries at extra. Does he bowl a little bit?
Very, very rarely.
Okay,
Left arm spin.
Just hopeful then.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if he'll be needed. Not just this game.
Abbas, arms swinging, goes in, bowls to Ackerman, very straight, but Ackerman equally straight in response, defends out to the aforementioned Allsop. 1L, 1P.
I think he does have a first-class wicket, and it wasn't that long ago, if I remember rightly. I think it's one of those where he's got 3 first-class wickets for 2. But he's only bowled 84 balls.
Okay, well, I'm guessing he's got a pretty good average then on that basis.
Probably is, actually, yeah.
In goes Abbas and bowls and beats Ackerman's outside edge. A bit of a swing there for... Well, it was a super ball, actually. Just did enough. Actually, I suppose, strictly speaking, just did slightly too much, because it didn't flick the edge as it went through.
Again, he's got the right hander, hasn't he, where he went to, as you say, he looks fairly much happier. Good shape on the ball when he's bowling to the right hander. Goes quite late, almost sometimes past the batsman.
He comes past umpire Taylor. Bowls again as Ackerman is forward. Decent stride. Opens the face slightly. Sees the ball run out to Allsop in the covers. No run. Felix Organ appears below us, ready to step in for Sam Northeast. Northeast, when he was at Kent, as some cricketers do, he was very fond of a very worn cap, as I remember. You know, they love a sweat-stained, faded cap, don't they? Some cricketers. In goes Abbas and bowls. Back goes Ackerman and defends. Puff of dust from his feet as they move back into the crease. And I think even now his Hampshire cap is, to me, just slightly beginning to fade, which pleases him, no doubt, in the sun. Was that not a thing when you were a player? You know,
oh, there was a lot of horrible caps around. Yeah, and of course people are superstitious.
Like a faded one, yeah.
You know, people are superstitious because if they feel that cap works for them, they won't wear another one, even if you know, it's brand new and it looks sparkling and it's got a proper badge on and everything. They'd rather wear one that's got a white sweat stain all over it.
Were you a cap man or a sun hat man? Or
not really, no. I mean, I was rather vain in those days, really. I used to have sort of hair that sort of went blonder in the sun. I mean, it's dark now, because obviously it's not the same now, but I used to quite enjoy as the summer went on that my hair got a bit blonder. I don't know, that's how vain I was. Reverse sweep, which is missed, and it's missed by the keeper as well. It's going up towards the boundary. I think there was a half an appeal for an LBW, so it may have come off the pad, or flicked off the pad, yes it has. So that will be, what, a couple of runs to the total, 74 for 2. I've got this photo at home of myself and my wife, and I look at it sometimes, and this is before we got married, and my hair, honestly, is so blonde, it's scary, and it was the sun, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't naturally that blonde. And but actually, the sun used to do it to it. It was amazing.
And you like that?
Well, yeah, I just quite like that. It's a stupid thing. I know it's silly. Oh, no, he's wrapped on the pads on the back foot. Maybe there's an inside edge onto Dearden's pad. I know it's stupid because now I'm sort of, you know, so much more older. I mean, I think back and think, what was I doing? But at the time, it was fun. Yeah.
7 miles.
No, it has, isn't it? It's probably out of the footmarks as well. Yeah. Which is an extra problem for Dearden, of course. Because Crane's round the wicket and probably going to pitch most of the time. Dearden comes down the wicket and tries to negate that.
It actually still hit him outside the line, but it spun miles.
Remember Shane Warne, isn't he, bowling around the wicket into those footmarks and spinning it square. It's Crane again and bowls and Dearden. Oh, he gets one that goes on with the arm there.
He's giving
Small
Dean
bold.
a tough time now.
That's very well bold.
Yeah. Dean, I think that attempted reverse sweep was an indication that he's struggling a bit, Dean, against him.
Yeah. Crane bowls again, always wrapped on the pad, but he's well forward, it's well played. But Crane again, just as he did in the first innings, is getting just about every ball in the right areas and causing problem almost with every ball.
Dean just shook his head after that last one. It's hitting him outside the line, but it's beating the bat.
Dean gets one. It's a bit straighter this time, so he works it on the leg side. Quick single, but it's a comfortable one.
Colin Ackerman through for a quick single. Is that wise?
Come on, Colin. Run a bit quicker this time.
He was once again running to the danger end, wasn't he, Acker? So.
I tell you what, I
that would be something else. To run him out twice on the same day. The captain, the main batsman in the side.
I wouldn't want to be in the chasers if that.
Fire's having it. Oh, it's sanitising break time.
I think I caught on the. We're going to get a replay. I think we caught Ackerman didn't actually ball watch. Oh no, we're going to get a replay of the Abbas LBW shout to Dearden, and then the throw back at the stumps. I think Dearden may just have got his bat down in time, did he?
I'm not sure he was even looking, but he walked back into his ground. Dearden. I've seen that again, but it was a good shout.
Yeah, it was.
But it was, for me, there was just enough doubt there that it was just outside the line. Height wasn't an issue, that's for sure.
No.
No.
This is the Azad dismissal.
Yeah, he did use his left, and then he transferred. He did use his left hand to whip the bail off. Neat little bit of work with the ball in it, and then he transferred it to his right hand. So
all's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
always good.
I'd just love to see. We're going to work the editor mad here. I'd love to see the replay of that run.
Abbas is in and is beautifully clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 by Harry Dearden. Super shot, just drifting onto the legs of Dearden, and Dearden playing well enough, much happier against Mohammed Abbas than he is against Mason Crane. And he used the pace of the ball, let it come onto him, and just timed it very sweetly indeed to move on to 47.
Yeah, good shot. Just body weight really good as well. Kept his head sort of on the line of the ball as well. It's very easy to fall over that a little bit. When you've got the angle with the bowler bowling around the wicket, it's very easy to sort of come across and just get your head outside the line, and when you push it.
Abbas is in again, better line just outside off stump, attempt to, and Dearden went forward in that very last second, lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
But hitting those balls on the leg side. Just love his technique. I love the minimum of effort and doesn't move around the crease too much. And yeah, he looks good.
He waits as Abbas is in, bowls outside off stump, gets up on his toes, steers, it doesn't try and hit it too hard in front of more or less through square. In fact, Crane is the man who chases back and picks up, but Dearden picks up a couple to move on to 49.
A shot. .42 in the first innings, 49 in the second. I think whatever happens in this game, I think you can look back on that and say he has a reasonable time.
Yeah, but that, yeah. In comes Abbas. He just takes a little shuffling step down the pitch, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, but ends up defending it back to Abbas. He'd be furious to get out now, though, again, notwithstanding the fact he scored the best part of 100 runs in the game, though. This game, from 72 innings, 1,500 runs, 1,503 runs to be precise. Abbas in, bowls 2 in, that's his 50, as he leans forward and pushes it again in front of square, and again it's Crane who goes back, and again Dearden picks up 2. Well played, Harry Dearden. 50 for you. It's come off 80 balls, raises his bat to the meet. I was going to say the pavilion, but it's actually in a meet in which Leicestershire's players are now changing. 8 fours in that 50.
Yeah. His career strike rate is only 43, and here he's battling. He's battling hard, fighting hard against a side that's quite rampant in this game. So he hasn't. He's done nothing really out of the ordinary and been defending most of the time, and yet his strike rate here is 63.
Some lovely shots, that's for sure. He goes at Abbas and bowls to him, and this time it's going to go straight to Crane. It was a little bit short outside off stump and got up on his toes and hit it crisply enough, but Crane was perfectly positioned to make the stop. Did so, end of the over. Not by Abbas's standard. A great over, 8 runs from it, a 4 and 2 twos, giving James Vince pause for thought.
Yeah, as well, I mean, Dearden's really only shown 2 shots, hasn't he? Nice drive off the front foot, and then he has a sort of a lovely sort of shot off the back foot because he's playing it late. He's actually getting good timing from a shot off the back foot where he's not trying to hit it too hard. I mean, at the moment, that's really the only 2 shots he's played.
But you know, one to mid wicket, wasn't there? And he just leant across from.
Yeah, well, there's that. Yeah.
I take your point.
Yeah, but Crane bowls, start of a new over, Ackerman pushes it out on the offside. But you're right. I mean, front foot, that sort of thing. But you're right, and that sort of easy turn on the leg side. But you're talking of 2 or 3 shots there, no more. Most county cricketers, you don't need a lot of shots. You don't need to have every shot in the book. Lovely sweep shot there from Ackerman. Goes out to deep square leg. He's off the mark. 84 for 2. You don't need a lot of shots. You just need 2 or 3, which will always serve you well throughout a career. You don't need to be a fantastic sweeper all the time. You don't need to be brilliant in the reverse sweep as well as hook, as well as this, as well as that. Dearden's got to 51 playing 2.5 shots, basically. But the same 2.5. There's the reverse sweep apart from that one.
Don't like that.
No, that's not his shot. Not in red ball anyway.
I know they work on it so much for the T20s and what have you, but not now.
I mean, I can see why he's playing it, because he's trying to knock Mason Crane off a length, and he's into a nice rhythm already, like he was in the first innings. I can see why he's trying to do it, but you feel it might get him into trouble. That's a safer shot as he turns that away with the spin on the leg side. Good stop from Ian Holland at mid wicket.
Well, there is a man out at deep. What for the reverse sweep is deep backwards square. It's a sort of deep backward point to the left hander, but it's not really a percentage shot.
No. I'd have him a bit finer, actually. I can't see it going where that is.
Doing it again.
Oh, where he's sweeping, reverse sweeping, he's wrapped on the pad, but he'll be outside the line.
It saved him a couple of times. Not necessarily to that shot, but I think it's an indication that he's not comfortable against Crane.
No, he's just trying to do it to knock him off his line and length. Crane again and bowls. Dearden just works that away with the spin on the leg side. Behind square this time. Be a single. Moves on to 52. 85 for 2.
Good battle, though.
It is. It's good to watch, isn't it?
It is. And as well, as we've been saying, it's always good to watch a leg spinner as good as Mason Crane. We don't see enough of them. Certainly don't see enough of him from Leicestershire's point of view. He's going to have a chat to his skipper, young Crane. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3, but each ball a potential event. And, well, of course, each ball in cricket, that's the point, isn't it? But, you know what I mean, there's something you feel could happen with every delivery. Abbas is going to continue.
I think Abbott this time told him to come over the wicket, a bit like vice versa before lunch.
Fair enough.
Is it me?
Yes.
Sorry, so sorry. Abbas bowls and it's pushed out into the covers. Dearden coming forward.
Is it?
No, it might be. I can't remember. I can't either. It's stupid. It was only about a minute ago, and I can't even remember.
No. You talked us through the Crane over. So
did I?
I think so. So it's probably me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
It
that's
is.
right.
I do beg your pardon.
That's right.
Everybody. Third day of the season.
It was not like there was a
You wait.
wicket and we were both saying nothing.
You wait till September. Complete chaos by then. Abbas then. In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls, and Dearden is driving firmly down into ground, reaching for it a bit though. It sounded a little bit tinny off the bat, didn't it? And a good falling stop to his right by Weatherly on the pitch that it looks like has been cut and rolled, or is being cut and rolled and prepared for the forthcoming game against Somerset, I suppose. They are next visitors at the Uptonsteel County Ground in a fortnight's time. Hopefully a bit warmer. In goes Abbas and bowls, drops his length back a little bit, and Dearden defends on the back foot. Straight-ish ball runs out towards. Three overs bowled in the innings so far, 85 for 2. As Abbas is in and bowling, line and length-ish, stays on the back foot. Dearden plays it out into the offside on that occasion. A late comer from the Outlaws. Have they gone yet? Yes, they've gone. He's chasing off after them wherever they've gone.
Interesting move, Abbas coming over the wicket. I guess Kyle Abbott, as we thought, might have said something to him at the start of this over. I'm just wondering if maybe Abbott said to him, look, there may be a slightly better chance of an LBW coming over the wicket if you can get it to straighten a little bit to the left-hander.
Abbas is in and bowls again, a little bit too short by his standards really, and he can stay on the back foot. Dearden defends it crisply, neatly. Out to Weatherly in the covers, and there's no run.
Doesn't seem Abbas to find the shape of the ball coming into the left-hander as easy as he does shaping it away from the right-hander.
I ought to find out if if the Tigers won.
I'll have a look for
really. Just curious, because that was a big game for the Tigers, and it could be another semi-final for a Leicester Sporting team.
Cool.
In goes Abbas and bowls outside off stump, and Dearden lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. End of the over, 85 for 2. They won comfortably. Hurrah! So Leicester Tigers are in a semi-final. Leicester City are in a semi-final, as you know well, against Southampton.
Yep.
Next week.
Sunday night football.
In that London. It is at Wembley, presumably.
It is, yes.
Semi-finals are.
With a few fans as well. I think it's 4,000, but I don't think
not
there
many,
are.
Is it?
It isn't many, and I
In
think
Wembley.
also. I know that's
Have a
weird.
stand each,
Won't even notice. If you said it was an empty stadium, you'd probably be right. I think also the home and away fans aren't allowed. Well, they're both away, but I don't think fans or the clubs are allowed. Mason Crane bowls and Ackerman drives into the ground, fielded by Holland in the covers. Yeah, I think it's only sort of local residents or something, as I read. Leicester Tigers winning 39-15 to Newcastle Falcons. Yeah, I don't think they were selling tickets to the actual fans of the clubs because it meant they'd travel. As Crane bowls, Ackerman watchfully forward and again plays
You
it
just
on.
know, however, that a few will manage it, won't you?
Oh. Even if they're outside the stadium.
Practicing their Wembley accents, their London accents. Well, the Southampton fans can probably got that off pat, but the few Leicester people struggle with the London accent.
Crane bowls it slightly short, and Ackerman whips that away to mid-wicket. Well stopped by Sam Northeast, pushing out a right hand. Yeah. Well, that was the situation a few days ago. I haven't looked sort of at the details since, whether they've changed or not. I guess they haven't. Crane bowls.
Ooh.
It's a low full toss, but Ackerman gets it off at the bottom of the bat, and it goes straight to Scott Curry, who's on as the substitute fielder, the young Hampshire all-rounder. Ackerman missed out there a little bit. He's on 1. Crane again, then still with the slip and the short leg in, and that's better. But Ackerman covers up, coming forward, making sure that there's no mistakes there. 3:25 the deficit. Leicestershire 85 for 2 in their second innings following on. Evans before lunch, Azad after lunch. The 2 wickets to full. Here's Crane again, and Ackerman's on the back foot. Can't find the gap, as Ian Holland does well in the covers. Cutting that off. End of the over. It's going to be Dearden to face first up. Next one.
So they started the day needing 16 wickets, basically. Hampshire. They've picked up 9 of them. No, 8 of them, that's right. 6
half
that were left, and 2 more so far. Yeah. Halfway there, and we're about not far off halfway through the day, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not convinced.
This is the big partnership.
Yeah.
This is it, really.
Well, Swindles as
break
well.
This quickly. You saw him. I mean, he's a good young player, but probably not yet a frontline batsman. Abbas to continue round the wicket he goes. Dearden drives, a flashing drive, and he's going to pick up 4. No chance for Crane to get across. He didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but he hit through the line and got plenty of it. Harry Dearden. I think that's his 9th 4 in going to 56. Can he go on?
Great shot.
Again, he just adjusts his the Velcro fastenings. I'm saying Velcro, but assuming they all are, that some sort of fastening of that kind on the back of his pads. I think they are still Velcro. And now Crane has stayed out on the point boundary as Abbas goes in and bowls to Dearden, which means that there's a comfortable single as Dearden just waits for the delivery and drops it out square on the offside. North East has to run across from slip. By the time he gets there, of course, they've more than comfortably completed one.
What's Dearden's sort of situation here? Did he come here from somewhere else, or did he?
Yes, a long time ago. He's Lancastrian, obviously started on the books of Lancashire, but been here 4 years now, I think.
Good player. I know I keep saying it, but I think he is.
Leaning on his bat at the moment, watching as Abbas comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who gets a delivery outside off stump, takes a big stride forward and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Again, that sort of nice shape that Abbas seems to find to the right-handers, isn't it? Just sort of comes down to the right-hander, and as it's pitching, it just nicely swings away. Beautiful shape. He seems to find that much easier to the right-handers.
90 for 2. Sun threatening to come back out. Is now coming back out as Abbas is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Ackerman very correctly. Plays it out to Allsop in the covers. No run.
Ball really didn't do too much, that one. I love those 2 or 3 Leicester fans just outside the railings.
Yeah, bless.
A deep square leg, quite a long way away from the action. They're desperate to watch anything, aren't they?
Yeah.
Still there.
It's been a long time. Abbas bowls. Ackerman gets a delivery on his legs that he clips away down to fine leg and picks up 4. Again, no chance at all for Crane to get across and cut it off.
Yeah, Abbas came wide of the wicket there, very wide of the crease, and just got the line wrong.
Yeah, not been a great spell from Mo. His second spell yesterday was pretty good, but he's just not getting it right at the moment by his very high standards. None for 26 from what is almost 11 overs. 1 ball left in the 11th. He goes in, bowls to Ackerman, drives, edges, caught. He's got his man. Well, Abbas shouts in triumph. He drew Ackerman into a slightly loose drive, thick outside edge, chest high catch at first slip. I think it was first slip. Was
it Weatherly?
First?
Was first slip? Yeah, it was first slip.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's have a look. See. Yep, straight to him. and threw the ball into the air in triumph. It's been Vince there some of the time, hasn't it? But it's now Weatherly, and that's huge. That's huge. Abbas. Well, I was just saying he wasn't bowling as well as I've seen him in the past, and he wasn't. But Ackerman will be disappointed with the shot, I feel.
Yes, I think you're right. Because in the first innings, where Abbas was getting a bit more shape away from Ackerman was brilliant. Didn't play anything he had to, was almost aware that the ball was swinging away. He got induced into the drive there. Abbas just pushed it out there a little bit, and as he came forward into the drive, it wasn't quite a half volley. The ball just shaping away. That's what caught the outside edge. It flew to Weatherly, and it's still on the up. He's taken a good catch chest height.
Yeah.
Big wicket, as you say.
It feels that way. Down to Lewis Hill coming in now as a specialist batsman, but you have to say he's a all-rounder, really, Lewis, as a wicketkeeper batsman in those terms. As I say, did open the batting a few times in pre-season and is now playing as a specialist batsman. Got to dig in and give Harry Dearden some support.
Yeah, I was just looking at Colin Ackerman's. I mean, it was 24 balls for his 5. I was thinking that he might just have felt that, not that he needed to get on it, but he was looking for a boundary, maybe just to sort of, I don't know, but he shouldn't really have played at that, should he? He knows. Abbas hasn't really pushed anything into the right hand.
No, he shouldn't.
He knows him well. He knows him well enough.
He does, and I think the celebration and the shout of triumph from Abbas, an indication of how important they thought the wicket was.
It's Crane bowling to Dearden, who's driving pleasantly up to mid-off, where Abbott does the fielding. Says 94 for 3 then.
Each time Leicester have looked to be building a partnership, players getting in and haven't gone on.
No. Crane, that's short, and that's cut away by Dearden. Doesn't really get hold of it, actually. I think he's trying to hit that too hard. Goes out to Allsop at deep point. 58 to Dearden now, 95 for 3. You're right. The partnerships haven't really been big enough, have they?
40's good, but it's not anything like good enough. What was that? Well, that was only 30. 94 minus 60 is 34, so minus 59 is
35?
5.
Yeah.
No,
you're right. You're still quicker than me. Here's Crane. He's over the wicket to Hill, who just opens the face and guides it on the 45. Abbas fields.
I think I'd have a second slip in for the new batsman.
Especially what happened this morning.
Yeah.
Although the way Dawson was snaffling them up, he was a first and second slip at the same time.
Yeah, no, true.
But you're right. I would as well. Especially with a new batter. There's Crane bowls. And they're always beating on the outside edge. That might actually persuade Vince to have a second slip, although he's actually looking totally the other way at the moment, so maybe he won't. That was a seriously good delivery, wasn't it?
He missed it by a couple of inches, actually. Hill.
This is the Crane of this morning. Comes in again and bowls, and it's Fuller. And it's a nice, lovely drive. But there is a man out deep. That'll be Brad Wheel, so it'll only be a single. 96 for 3. I wonder if Crane might come over the wicket here to Dearden. I'm just wondering, might give him a chance of an LBW, sort of pitching straight and going on. But
it's not just spinning out of the footholes, is it? As we've seen to the right-hander, it's spinning off the pitch a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's a good shout.
Yeah,
there's no reason necessarily why he shouldn't go over. But
having said that, he'll get Dearden out. Oh, what's happened there? He's playing a missing. I think that's just hit Lewis. In fact, it's gone through. Everybody's going for 4. Boys, yes. Yeah. Ooh, bounced a little bit out of the bowler's rough. Difficult for the left-hander to play. That's turned, bounced over the top of the stumps.
Dearden just looked back down at the pitch there, looking at the replay. Oof.
Not too much.
Didn't miss bowling him by too much either, I assume.
100 up for Leicestershire, nevertheless, in the 37th.
Limped to 3 figures rather, the Foxes. Dearden, shining light at the moment. Sam Evans bowled for 8. Hassan Azad stumped in the end for 18. And Colin Ackerman caught at first slip. Good catch by Weatherly. It was travelling straight at him, chest high, but easy for that to burst through their hands, isn't it? Didn't. Abbas, lifted by that wicket, comes in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends a delivery off middle and leg to the leg side. Picked up by Weatherly, who is now back at mid-wicket. Vince is back at first slip. Was he off the field, Vince, then?
I really don't know. I mean, Vince, he does sometimes. I guess he wants to have a chat with the bowlers at times or something, but you will either find him at mid-off or you'll find him in the slips. He just sort of wanders between both, mainly at mid-off, actually.
Abbas in again. Bowls nice and straight. Hill solidly enough behind it. Back to the Pakistan international seamer.
Abbas got him in the first innings, called it slip by Dawson for 3. Lewis Hill.
That was a genuine edge as well, wasn't it? I don't mean that Ackerman's wasn't a genuine edge, but Ackerman kind of didn't help himself in that respect. Hill was genuinely beaten. Took a thick edge. Bowls. Hill times it nicely off his legs, but straight to Weatherly at mid-wicket, along the ground all the way. Weatherly just wrings his hands slightly because it was travelling, that one. He's got his pads on underneath his whites. His pads, his short leg pads, if you like, Joe Weatherly. So his shins will be nice and warm. His hands plunged deep in his pockets aren't. Mason Crane jogging around at wide long leg, so he's still cool out there despite the fact he's bowling. In goes Abbas and bowls 2. Hill again is, well, clipping it away through the leg side, only as far as mid-on. I wonder how straight that was. Yeah, it was. He took it off the straight. Good eyes and timing, but slightly risky. Turns, just tosses the ball from hand to hand, as in his right hand now. In he comes. Bowls. Hill is forward. Delivery on off stump this time. Bounces back towards Abbas, who keeps hold of it. Does his own fairly desultory polishing, not really working hard on the ball.
Looks like he's pushing it more into the right-hander at the moment, Abbas. Maybe he's just teeing him up. The next one will be the one that shapes away.
26 now. Last ball of the over. Comes in, bowls, he leaves outside off stump, slightly loopy bounce, tennis ball style bounce through to wicketkeeper McManus. End of a maiden over. By the standards of the game, relatively unremarkable.
Yes.
Over.
Yeah, that was the last one. Was the one that was angled away, but just started a little bit too wide. So Abbas has picked up a wicket in the first innings and a wicket in the second, so 2 for him in the match. But, here's Mason Crane, who's wicketless in the second innings thus far, having had a spell this morning of 3 for 11, 3 for 49 overall. You feel there's some wickets there for him somewhere, even if it's not against this man who's playing very nicely indeed. And there's another beautiful extra cover drive, and those 4 runs over pitch from Mason Crane, but still put away beautifully.
First boundary he's conceded in the spell. Into the 60s for Dearden. Again, this is the fact that he's only conceded 9 runs from 5.1 overs, including that 4, means Vince can bowl him as long as he wants, basically. Really.
Yeah, plenty of runs to play with. That's what it's all about, isn't it? 306 the deficit. Crane again then to Dearden. Dearden gets wrapped on the pad, but he's coming forward. He'll be outside the line. But it's turned.
Yeah.
It's came back a long way, didn't it?
Going down the leg side, probably.
Did the right thing.
Yeah.
It was going too far down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't going to hit another set, actually. Dearden pushing forward. Smothers the ball there as the ball just about makes its way back to Mason Crane. The thing is, as long as Dearden comes forward, he's alright. He's outside the line. And no chance, really, of the ball getting past the bat and pad. It's the one that really doesn't turn, or, of course, the googly that he's got to watch, or the one that does something a bit silly out of the rough, but not much has. Just gets wrapped on the pad there as he was trying to tickle that away on the leg side.
Bit of extra bounce, perhaps.
Crane's been impressive in this game so far.
Yes.
Comes in again, bowls to Dearden, and Dearden is edged. Does it come off the keeper for the first slip? He's caught. There's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire Michael Goff.
Just off the pad.
Yeah. It seemed to take an age to get to Dawson at first slip.
Yeah,
so
looped right off the pad. Yeah, it would have had to have been just a little inside edge onto the pad, but not on that occasion.
Still problems for Dearden to be aware of, but he's playing well. He's going to expect the odd one to be a little bit unpredictable. Crane bowls a bit quicker. He's wrapped on the pad, trying to sweep, and he's gone. And there's the mistake.
Harry.
He's trying to sweep from 2 straight there. It'll be interesting to see if Crane's bowled one that's perhaps is going the other way.
Ooh,
looks leg stumpish.
Leg side-ish to me.
Does look a bit leg side-ish. But anyway, he's gone for 62, and Dearden, I think that's the first time he's attempted a sweep. He's attempted a reverse sweep a couple of times. But in trying to execute a sweep there, that's what I'm saying about playing the same 2 or 3 shots.
I was going to miss leg stump.
Yeah,
From that angle, it had to have missed leg stump. Away with only 2, but he's been hit so many times on that front pad outside the line that for me, I don't see how that could have gone on straight from that angle. I don't see it. But I'm not just saying that as obviously. Goodness. Hey ho. He batted very well, and again he's gone past 50, but unfortunately, once again, not able to go on past that elusive 3-figure mark, and 2 huge breakthroughs in the space of 10 runs for Hampshire. Ackerman and Dearden go, and Hill is going to be joined back in the middle already.
Yeah. Well, he was dismissed about 10 to 12 this morning for 59.
Yeah, it was.
Not much of a break for him, was it? Yeah, I was trying to look to see if it might have been a Mason Crane googly or something like that, but I'm not sure it was. No, not sure. I don't think it was turning a lot, but yeah, I think it was. I'd like to have seen Hawkeye on that one. Worth a shout. That's
what do you think? Let us know if you're watching on the stream and you've seen the replay. I mean, they are brilliant, the streams now. And would you have given it? Yes, say all the Hampshire fans, of course, would have given it. But seriously, if you were umpiring, what do you reckon? Abbott's coming back. Sense blood now, Hampshire. That's because there is lots of it. Blood everywhere. 11 wickets. Abbott is in, bowls 2 Hilloos, 4 pushing it out into the offside. Then he calls Harry Swindles through for a potentially quick single. In fact, the ball wasn't taken cleanly out there in the covers, so in the end it was very comfortable.
Well done to Richard Shelley for pointing it out. And I'd actually written it down but forgotten to look, but Richard Shelley...
Yeah, Harry Swindles, remember, popped one up to short leg, the short ball. He's bringing in a short leg now.
Yeah, good move.
You may get a short one. You may not, young man.
Does he hook?
But be ready for one. don't know, actually. In goes Abbott and bowls to him, goes straight past the outside edge. Lovely delivery. It drew a rather tentative push at the ball from Harry Swindles. Not so tentative, actually. It went for a bit of a drive, but missed it anyway. I'm just trying to remember. He's still relatively new to first-class cricket, so I can't remember any.
Might find out this afternoon.
Huge hooks indeed. Abbott is in, bowls full again, outside off stump. This time Swindle would let it go through. Yeah.
I think he might get an opportunity.
Fast bowler asking whether you hook. We're going to find out, mate. This is my form of question. Bang.
Oh, I do miss Fidel, I have to say. There's only one game without him, and I miss him already. We certainly would have found out who did and who didn't.
Man, yeah, aggressive fast bowler. Yeah. Abbott in, bowls full, and this time it's drifting towards leg stump, so Swindles is able to clip it away through deep mid-wicket. Abbas not exactly sprinting after the ball beats him over the deep mid-wicket boundary. 4 to Harry Swindles. Nice way to get off the mark.
Nice piece of timing. It's all fun, isn't it?
It is.
And it's warm, all of a sudden.
Yeah, once again. No prospect of rain coming to Leicestershire's rescue.
What are those lights doing on?
Yeah, I didn't know why they switched them on in the first place. In goes Abbott. Bowls. Yeah, that is the short ball, but it's over off stump rather than over leg stump. And Swindle's able just to lean back, plays it well enough.
Yeah, he played it well, actually. Kept the hands down. Perfect. Very well.
Wanders down and just prods at the fairly blameless pitch. Just looks up to see Abbott ready. Sorry, mate.
No, sorry. Actually, I just thought of something there. I'll come to it in a minute.
Abbott pounds in again and bowls, and there is a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad there, but it flies well in front of Weatherly at short leg, out towards mid. Pad there, but it flies well in front.
Would be okay against it, but 1 or 2 this morning struggled a bit, didn't they? Here's Crane, and he's leaving that alone outside off stump. Is Lewis Hill.
He was tempting, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Followed it a bit.
Thought about it, just turned a bit. Turned quite a bit, actually. So in the bright sunshine, Crane comes in again and bowls to Hill. Let's straighten. There's a nice sweep. It's in the air. It's top edge. It could be caught backwards. Square leg. No. Is that Abbas?
Yes.
I think it was. And in the end, it's spun and it's gone over the rope for 4. I don't quite know how it's gone that quickly after spinning, but
he's not a great fielder, Mo.
No.
And I would have bet a lot of money he wasn't going to get there.
It was a rather.
He should have done, I think.
Yeah. It was an unceremonious sort of sprawl out on the field after he'd...
maybe I'm being unfair.
No, well, it was a tough one. It's one of those where you're never quite sure what position to get yourself in, but in the end, it can make you look a little bit silly because you're further away from the ball than you feel you should have been. But I think it was difficult anyway initially. 113 for 4. Difficult to know. That's the leg, it's the googly, but that's a little bit leg-sideish, unfortunately. It's a difficult one because with those you've really got to get into position quickly, and then if you have to stick your hands out again, well then you've given yourself a chance. But if you think you might be in a decent position and then the ball seems to run away from you, which it has there, then you look a million miles away from it. As Hill's on the back foot. There's a no ball there from Mason Crane. I think that's the first no ball of both innings really, of the Leicestershire innings. I can't remember why it's been quite disciplined. I don't think Leicester bowled too many, if any, either. I'll check that in a minute. Here's Crane again. Oh, he's sweeping. It's 2 full, and it's gone past first slip. And that's gone for 4. What's that done? It's just pitched and turned and gone for 4. 4 off the bat. Wow, how's that? It must be a bottom edge.
Then.
Yeah. Risky sweep because it was 2 full, really.
Yes, it was. It wasn't great.
Lewis Hill's got away with that. I think he was trying to sweep on line, but I think he might have forgotten about the length at the same time. Anyway, 4 runs, 119 for 4. Hill moves into double figures. Just waiting for Fielder to get back to his mark at backward point, and that's decent delivery, which is punched out into the offside by Hill off the back foot and no run.
Dawson sort of took a long time to pick himself up, Dawson, then who'd gone to ground, as if he was cross with him, as if he felt he should have maybe, got that one. He's still a bit annoyed now, but
he's on a high, isn't he? Oh, there's a wide-ish delivery, which is steered into the ground off the bottom of the bat, and it spews out into the covers, fielded by Ian Holland. End of the over, 119 for 4. We've got 40 overs to do in the day.
Beautiful sunshine bathes the Uptonsteel county ground in a bright light, almost so that you can't see the fact that the floodlights are on even when you look at them. But they are on. Once they're switched on, of course, they're supposed to stay on, aren't they? And well, they are staying on. Popping next door to update BBC Radio Solent with some pretty good news, Kevin. 4 wickets down in Leicester's second innings and still 291 behind. In goes Abbott and bowled, and it is the short ball into the body. Swindle's looking to turn it down into the leg side. Don't think he got anything on it. Might have come off the sort of thigh pad a little bit. It did. Signal leg by anyway. So 2 leg bys onto the Leicestershire score, 121 for 4. Just the 2 slips, but obviously short leg as well, as Abbott comes in, bowls 2 Swindles, who drives for 4. Just a little bit too much width, a rare event when Kyle Abbott is bowling, but a little bit too much width and too full. Enabled Swindles to free his arms and hit it hard down into the ground through the gap in the covers for 4. Moves on to 8. 125 for 4. Abbott in again. Bowls straighter this time. Still full again. So looking to drive Swindles, and puff of dust as bat and ball and ground all come together at pretty much the same time. It bounces up towards mid off, and there's no run. Brad Wheel, the fielder there. Halfway, boys, halfway is the call. Abbott in again down the leg side this time. He's just really unlike him. This it just lost his consistency of direction. Keep coming. Is the exhortation from the Hampshire fielders. Wickets taken in the day so far by Hampshire. 6 more needed. Abbott is in and bowls upon his toes. Swindles, he's going to pick up 4 because he played that really nicely, actually just guided it down. There isn't a third man at the moment. All Crane could do at backward point is just turn and jog after the ball, pick it up in front of the members' seats over there between the meet and the pavilion. So 2 boundaries in the over, probably for the first time in the game, conceded by Kyle Abbott. Almost trying too hard at the moment. In he comes, bowls 2 Swindles, that's better line and length. Swindles has to cover up. Plays it back down the pitch on the onside, and that is the end of the over. So Swindles joins Hill in double figures, 12 to him, 10 to Hill. 129 for 4 Leicestershire, getting towards the point at which they ended yesterday. 151 for 4. They lost their 4th wicket with a score on 84 in their first innings. Before we had a good stand, the biggest stand from Leicestershire's point of view, that is, in the game of 68 between Ackerman and Swindles. He's watching as Crane goes in and bowls to Lewis Hill, just drops it out into the offside and calls Harry Swindles through for a quick single. 11 to Hill, 130 now. Best part of the day, bright sunshine. Let's take my fleece off, under which I have a padded jacket, and that's in a heated commentary box, but that's because I insist on having the window open. Poor Kevin. Swindle's taking his time because this is going to be the first time he's faced Mason Crane, first time he's been down at the Bennett end in his innings. He's only faced 11 balls for his 12, looks around him, sees a short leg and a slip. Crane bounces in, bowls to him, nice line and length, studiously forward. Carefully forward is Swindles, just blocking it out towards point. Organ, who's out there still, he's a backward point at the moment, comes in and picks up. Crane bowls again on off stump. Had a big reach there for a small man, Swindles, but he gets there to the pitch of it and blocks it out to extra cover. It's usually Holland. Wait, see, it turns, it is. Crane bowls, nice line and length again. Back right next to front pad from Harry Swindles, defends it. Thick inside part of the bat, sees it drop out towards mid-wicket, northeast. Is the man coming in to pick that one up. Crane bowls, loop, defended again by Swindles. Steps out from behind the stumps. McManus picks up right-handed and throws to Crane, licks his fingers. Sun there glinting in his hair now. Funny little kick up the heels before he goes, his left heel, before he bowls to Swindles, who just steers the delivery out into the offside. That is the end of the over. Organ comes fairly sprinting off. Practicing a long old run because Tom Alsop is coming back onto the field. Then having sprinted all the way to the boundary, Alsop reminds Organ that he's got some sweaters to pick up. So Organ sort of curves at the end of his big long sprint back to where James Vince is at first slip to pick up those spare sweaters. 130 for 4, 43 overs remain potentially to be bowled in the day. 6 wickets needed by Hampshire to complete an innings victory and a full bonus point allocation, so to complete what essentially would be a pretty much perfect start to the season. Abbott in, bowls, Hill on the off stump, careful, pushing out to mid-off. There's no run. Almost tea time then, presumably. 4:10 possibly. Unless we have to go through to, surely it's not going to be 32 overs left to bowl, but anyway, we'll see. Abbott in, bowls, Hill pushing out into the gap, just wide of mid-off, which means that there is going to be a comfortable single for him, which he makes easily enough. Snow has stopped the county match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire at Headingley. It is snowing at Headingley. West Yorkshire.
Wow.
Because it snows, it's April in Yorkshire.
It's positively balmy here.
In every respect. 131 for 4. Abbott comes in and bowls to Swindles, who mistimes an attempted force away off the back foot through the offside, hits it hard down into the ground, rehearses the shot.
So what have we got? 42 overs left today, so there's another 10 overs before tea. Still 6 wickets to take. It's hard work. Once batsmen sort of get themselves in and play properly, it's actually quite difficult to get them out. Unfortunately, 1 2 batsmen have been architects of their own downfall, but Hampshire are having to work much harder in this second innings.
Abbott in, bowls, much straighter this time, pushed back so straight by Swindles that it thumps into the stumps. Umpire Taylor picks up the bails. Don't think there was going to be much chance of a single anyway.
Got an email from Simon Jones here, suncricket@gmail.com. I'll have a quick read through it and I'll come through. I'll come back.
Now I have been sent a video of the Azad stumping.
Ah.
Guess what I'm going to tell you?
Oh.
When he took the bails off, in goes Abbott and bowls, and that is
Shot.
going to be pulled very fine by Swindles down over the ropes to fine leg for 4. He knocked the bails off with his left hand. He didn't have the ball in them. He had the ball already well in it. He transferred it to his right hand and was raising it into the air. I'm afraid that should not have been given. He took the bails off without the ball in his hand. With his left hand he knocked the bails off.
I don't know what to say.
Abbott is in and bowls and defended by Swindles, slightly short of length ball. Abbott's a bit cross with himself. He hasn't quite found his perfect rhythm so far in this spell, and he just kicks at the ground a little bit.
I must admit, I'm normally a big critic if I think the Hampshire player has been done a little bit for whatever reason. So,
allow me to.
Yeah, show me.
Hand, ball, left hand, bail.
Yeah. Long way away from each other as well, aren't we?
I'm afraid so.
Oh,
it's tea time. 4 o'clock. 135 for 4. Leicestershire in their second innings. They are still 275 runs short of making Hampshire bat again. They have just 6 second innings wickets in hand. The odds are fairly short that we will have a 3-day finish. They've worked hard, Hampshire, and they have taken 10 wickets in the day so far. 6 more of Leicestershire's second innings wickets are needed. Harry Swindles, who made a good 50 in the first innings, is 16 not out. Lewis Hill is with him on 12 not out, but an awful lot to do for Leicestershire simply to take the game into a 4th day. Enjoy your cup of tea. We'll be back with you, BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Solent, to describe the third and possibly final session of this game in around about 15 minutes' time.
Dawson. It's got 2 men round the bat, slipping a short leg. That's driven wide of mid-off. They're taking a quick single. Throw comes in for Visser.
Abbott bowls. Mike is deflecting it off a thin inside.
Batsman down the hill, and Swindles works that away through square. Well, he's timed that beautifully. That's going for 4.
Abbott in. Bowls. Edges caught. Heard the nick from here. Mike Abbott just to Callum Parkinson, then bowls, turned nicely down off his legs to fine.
Isn't it? As Abbas comes in and bowls, and Swindles on the back foot, cracks that away, through point, and that's...
Sets off and runs in. Edges brilliantly caught by Dawson. At first.
Well, who's no less exciting, to be fair to him. That's cut away by Swindles, short and wide out of off stump, a little bit of extra bounce, but...
To Swindles, edges caught. Turn, edge, caught, low down really in, and then he pulls a horrible long hop that just loops towards short leg as Crane goes in, tosses it up and bowls him behind his legs.
Again, shortish. He's pulling the bat away, but it's hit the face of the bat anyway, and he's found the gap between second slip and gully, and it's gone. That's an interesting one. Now there's a thick edge which has gone past Gully's left hand this time, and that's well, that's pulled away, but actually the top edge is going to be caught at Gully. Holland's underneath it.
And he charges and bowls to Evans, who deflects the ball through the gully down. It's going to run away.
Oh, he's edged, has he? Oh, it's gone through keeper and first slip.
But in again to Evans, thick outside edge along the ground all the way.
You know, and helps you.
Abbott bowled him, leaves and Abbott and bowls to Dearden, edges between second and third slip, and I think the boundaries. In goes Abbott and bowls to Azad, who's going to pick up 4 because it's outside off stump. Abbott is in, bowling to him, and he tries very pleasantly for 4.
First delivery of this Leicestershire second innings, and it's short, and it's edged. Oh, it's over Gully. Over Gully. His wheel. And Dearden off the back foot steers that in front of square on the offside. That's 4 runs. That's fair enough. Here comes Wheel again, short, and that's helped around by Azad, and that's going to be 4. Fairly quickly this morning of Leicestershire's first innings. Dearden drives past Wheel, lovely shot, punch drive off the front foot. Oh, has he edged that? Oh, Lewis McManus has taken it at the second attempt.
In goes Holland, bowls, driven beautifully by Harry Dearden. Edge that very nearly was caught. In goes Abbas, bowls, driven for 4 by Dearden.
Replay of that run.
Abbas is in and is beautifully clipped away through mid-wicket. To continue round the wicket he goes. Dearden drives, a flashing drive, and he's going to pick up 4. No bowls. Ackerman gets a delivery on his legs that he clips away down to 5. All left in the 11th. He goes in, bowls to Ackerman, drives, edges, caught. He's got his man.
Where? Even if it's not against this man who's playing very nicely indeed. And there's another beautiful extra cover drive. Predictable. Crane bowls a bit quicker. He's wrapped on the pad, trying to sweep, and he's gone. And there's the mistake.
Abbott in. Bowls full, and this time it's drifting towards leg stump. So
again and bowls to Hill. Let's straighten. There's a nice sweep. It's in the air. It's top edge. It could be caught backwards. Square leg. No. And he's sweeping. It's too full, and it's gone past first slip, and that's gone for 4.
Leg as well as Abbott comes in. Bowls to Swindles, who drives for 4. Just a little bit. Abbott is in and bowls upon his toes. Swindles. He's going to pick up 4 because in goes Abbott and bowls. And that is going to be pulled very fine by Swindle. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, third and final session on this third day of the LV Equals Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Hampshire. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings on 135 for 4, a deficit of 275 still to Hampshire's mammoth first innings score of 612 for 5, declared having been bowled out, the Foxes that is, earlier today in their first innings for 202. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Solent bringing you the commentary, Richard Ray and Kevin James. Mason Crane about to resume for Hampshire from the pavilion end, anticipating Hampshire, that is, the mouth-watering prospect of a maximum return 3-day innings victory, Kevin.
Well, it would be nice, really, wouldn't it, from a Hampshire point of view. I still think there's some fight left here, and I don't think Hampshire are going to have it all their own way. It would be nice to think that they might wrap things up, but I still think 6 wickets is a lot to get in the session in this. It's still a good deck, although, of course, Hampshire did do that this morning, so who knows? Here's Mason Crane then, start of the evening session, bombing to hill outside the off stump. I don't know if you noticed, but there was about a 5-minute chat just below us on the edge of the boundary between the 2 umpires,
right,
James Vince and Lewis McManus.
Right, I'm not surprised.
And I think, whilst I don't know exactly what they were talking about, I think we can guess. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. If you've just joined us, those of you that have been listening will know what we're talking about. Otherwise, Hassan Azad was out for 18, first wicket after lunch, to Liam Dawson. He played forward, and it looked initially as though, well, not just initially, all this beaten outside edge, forward prod there from Hill. Lewis McManus took the ball as it went past the outside edge of Azad's bat, and he was quite obviously appealing for a catch, but at the same time as he moved to the leg side, had the ball in one hand and took the bails off with his other glove and appealed. Well, he didn't, but everybody else appealed for a stumping, or 1 or 2 did. That's turned away to backward point, and Billy Taylor, the square leg umpire, gave it out stumped, and I suppose technically that isn't. It's simple fact that it isn't, is it? His right hand with the ball in it was quite a long way from his left hand. Yeah, Crane bowls and Hill pushes forward. Ooh, they were going to go for a single initially. Hill, I think, actually called correctly and sent Swindles back then on striker as it went out to point.
And we saw a video in slow motion. It is very clear that it was a little bit naughty.
So yeah, it's quite a interesting 5-minute chat, which I'll try and find it.
He was given out, and he'd actually reached the boundary when the other umpire decided that he hadn't actually edged a catch behind. He decided from square leg, and persuaded the umpire who'd given the decision that Joe Clark should return, and he did. In from the Bennett end is Brad Even Wheel, bowls to Swindles, who defends out into the offside. But strictly speaking, I suppose that, I don't know, the circumstances aren't the same, but
he would have. There would have been no play after that, would there? So that would have been. And whereas we've had quite a big play.
Yeah. No, it happened all at the same.
Yeah.
In the same passage of play, so to speak. Yeah. No, we've had. No, you can't. Bring somebody back at the end.
No, you can't.
In goes Wheel and bowls, forced off the back foot rather pleasantly by Swindles out into the covers. A dive by Orsop, stops the ball but doesn't stop it cleanly, just runs a few more feet behind him, so comfortable single in the end for Swindles, who made a first-class career best 59 in the first innings, and he's made 17 so far in this. Lewis Hill is 12 not out and on strike now. Brad Wheel down the slope, in, bowls to him, thick inside edge as Hill prods forward, and stopped at short leg by Joe Weatherly.
Good stop.
Sharp work by him. For a second, Wheel Yeah, I would imagine that umpire Billy Taylor will have been made aware of what happened. If we've seen the video sent to us in slow motion, he might have done as well. Wheel is in, bowling on off stump. Hill getting forward. Big conscious effort on his part to push it out into the offside.
It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, who'd be an umpire? Because I suppose his view at square leg would have been just Lewis McManus taking off the bails. You know, you have to make a decision at that moment in time. So you see the bells coming off and you have to make a judgment as to whether the batsman's behind the line or not. You're not really seeing what glove the ball's in or not. I suppose Gough could have said something if he'd seen it.
Wheel in again on off stump, again is met by a solid forward defensive press from Lewis Hill. But I guess he wouldn't have done either. He wasn't seeing the decision. It was quite hard to see what was going on behind there, behind Azad. He was giving not out to an appeal for a catch, which is why the wicketkeeper McManus had the ball in his right hand and raised in the air, appealing, and knocked off the bails with his left hand. Wheel is in and bowls and up on his toes, slightly unconvincingly. Lewis Hill playing the ball down into the ground at his feet. In comes Weatherly to pick up, and there is no run end of the over. Just a single from it, 136 for 4.
The thing is, it's these things that happen, isn't it? When you're on the receiving end of matches, it's amazing how, you know, that decision, that's not right, that shouldn't have happened. And it always seems to happen to the side that are coming off worse in the game. Because I've seen it happen many times with Hampshire. They're not playing particularly well, and they seem to get all the poor decisions or you know, whatever. It's uncanny how it works. You know, I think Hampshire felt there was perhaps an LBW decision off Mason that should have gone their way yesterday afternoon. But of course, when you're winning the game and you're so far in front, it doesn't seem that important. But of course we're highlighting the Azad situation because of course Leicestershire need batsmen out there fighting, and he does a good job at that. And, well, that's sort of the way it goes, unfortunately. Crane bowls and Swindles pushes forward.
I mean, kind of on the same subject, I really sort of wasn't sure about the leg before that Crane was awarded against Dearden just before tea. But I was told in the interval it was in fact the googly, so it had straightened. And it probably was pretty close, which is fair enough. It's just the angle made the question.
It's fair enough. That's a pleasant drive through the covers. Now Wheel's got a bit of a chase. He should get there. Moves round to his right, keeps it down to 2. Swindles moves on to 19, 138 for 4. So yes, I think sometimes that's also difficult to tell on the live stream. We're on an angle, so we can't tell how much the ball's deviated. Sometimes you can from the way the batsmen have played, but other than that you can't, especially with a sweep shot. So you're relying on the live stream, and even the live stream itself, unless it gets really blown up. Oh, now there's a great leg spin bowling, and that's beaten the batsman, and it's beaten Lewis McManus again. Happened once or twice, and there's 4 byes.
Googly.
He's done a lot.
Whoa.
Super ball. He's
Over the top of the stumps, thank you.
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
Hard to pick, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And he's pitching it exactly the right areas as well, which is making it doubly dangerous. He really is making it.
Manus didn't pick it, did he?
No, well that's a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? That's the keeper can't. But, yeah, 142 for 4 then.
Lovely bowling.
Crane again bowls. Let's have a thick outside edge, runs along the ground. Chase here for Tom Alsop up towards the 3rd man boundary. Pick it up just in front, knocks it back. And they'll come through for 3. Good running. Good positive running between the wickets. That was Liam Dawson sweeping up behind Tom Alsop. Good piece of bowling again, but it's been a feature of Mason Crane in this innings, whether it's been leg spin, whether it's been the googly, top spinner, it's all been pitching 99% of it in the right areas, or thereabouts, and it's been a good first game for him, whatever happens from now on. He has 1 for 25, coming towards the end of his 10th over. That's a drive out into the covers, fielded by Holland. 1 wicket in this innings, 3 in the first, 100 first-class wickets to his name now.
It's a shame when something like that happens, isn't it? Because it doesn't take the gloss off.
No. It's a good leg spinner, which is probably out on the outside end of the over.
The performance, but it does kind of have to be talked about. And it was unnecessary, really. You would have thought, but anyway, 145 for four. Sun comes back out. Leicestershire's electricity bill continues to shoot up unnecessarily. Floodlights, which have been on since 12ish, something like that. They came on well before lunch.
Quite a while.
When it's been sunny most of the time since. There you go. The problem is, once they're switched off, it takes 20 odd minutes for them to. You can't switch them back on for 20 odd minutes. Well, there'll be a big popping noise apparently, and all the bulbs will go. So,
I see.
so if you switch them off, you're going to be without them for a certain amount of time, which rather mitigates against you doing that, just in case it then goes dark. But anyway, Brad Wheel with the floodlights casting a shadow. In goes Wheel and bowls, just dropped into the offside by Harry Swindles towards backward point. Vince runs up front, slip to field, but single comfortably taken. It's an irony in that, isn't it? Floodlights are on, and they're casting a shadow from the sun. It's going right across the pitch, at the far end, at the Bennett end.
We've got some darker clouds coming over.
We do. Or is that because they've been going the other way today, haven't they? So they might be just drifting away. I think they are drifting away. Wheel leans forward as he gets into his run and bowls nice and straight, but Hill solid. Plays it firmly down into the ground. It bounces up. And there's no run. Yeah, I would anticipate Mr. McManus might find himself summoned to the umpire's room at the end of the game. What were you thinking, young man? Wheel, very straight run as he comes in and bowls to Hill. Very careful Hill, very concentrated in every respect. Rehearses the defensive push that saw the ball roll out to mid-wicket where Holland picks up. Quiet around the ground. And down Milligan Road, as in Spike. I think it's named after him.
Is it?
No, I don't think so.
No.
But, it's been around longer, bless. In goes Wheel, bowls, and that just... he plunged forward, Hill, and just bounced a little bit more than he expected. Played it well enough in the end, but hit it quite high up in the bat. Defended it down to... well, not directly, to Allsop, who had to move to his left from cover 2 point to make the stop. So Hill picked up 1. Moves on to 13. Directions from the skipper, Vince, to Allsop, saying, I want someone in at leg gully, really. Decided Swindles is liable to clip the ball in the air. He's also brought in, as well as short leg, a fairly close-in square leg, in front of square. Curious field as in goes Wheel and bowls short. Oh, in the air, and it's going to sail over the top of the wicketkeeper and bounce off the top edge down to the boundary, almost directly behind wicketkeeper McManus. So Leicestershire's 150 comes up in a less than convincing fashion. It will not. That shot. You asked if he hooked. He's had a go, but he hasn't been convincing as he's had a go, Harry Swindles, and might get 1 or 2 more of those, although that little one experiment seems to have been a one ball experiment, in that
it might not be now, looking at the field.
Allsop's going back now, but Allsop's gone back from the sort of leg gully position to 2/3 of the way back at sort of wide long leg. In goes Wheel, bowl short again, and just moving his head out of the way. Harry Swindles drops his hands, plays it well enough in the end, but he's going to get a few.
Like short down the leg side. Well taken by Lewis McManus, so to move at least a couple of paces to his left. That's quite wayward, wasn't it?
It was by Crane's high standards.
Seemed
Got away with it.
Yeah. Lewis Hill wasn't looking to hit that away. There's nobody deep anyway on that leg side. That's short, but that's hit away. And that's going to be 6, I think, over mid-wicket, is it?
Yeah.
What's Michael Goff signalling? 6. That was short. A little bit straighter, though. Perhaps an easier pull shot for Lewis Hill. And he dispatched that with aplomb.
See, where is it?
Oh, we got another ball change.
It's gone over the seats, the net area. I'm guessing it should be in the net area, really. But there's a rather ugly concrete wall in front of the net area, and it's quite a high one. It's head high. Plus, if it's gone over that, or if it hit that, then it'll be a mess, the ball. But heading into the net, the Hampshire fielders.
They might not want to get that back.
They're determined to get the ball. Well, we've got a new one. Messrs. Vince and Goff have chosen a new one, but 2 Hampshire fielders are hors de combat at the moment. They're in the net area and can't be seen. So Crane, although he's got a ball in his hand, would be ill-advised to bowl it because he's 2 fielders short at the moment. Unless they were both... They're calling for them now. Come out, come back. We've got another one. We found another one. We're going to have an unnecessary delay now, but they probably can't. They can't see what's going on. As I say, because that concrete wall is here, they coming out of the.
Well, they
found it. Yeah, there you go. Good lads. Well, it's a really nice net area, as you know, so it should be easily found.
50 partnership between these two as well, with that shot. Last wicket fell on 104, that was Harry Dearden.
Michael Goff's inspected the ball and he's happy with it. Tossed it straight back to Crane, so he's keeping the old spare in his pocket, and Mason Crane's got his old ball back.
Crane to Hill, slightly short, but just steered into the hands of Holland at cover. 53 these two have put on for the 5th wicket. Here comes Crane again and bowls. It's better length as Hill comes well forward.
Yeah, he's come at pretty much a run of ball as well. 53 or 57 balls.
These two played well together actually, and they haven't been too much trouble. As Crane comes in again and bowls slightly short, which is worked to mid-wicket. It's interesting, isn't it, really, because there was a time this morning, and maybe for a fraction of a time this afternoon, Crane looks like he's going to take a wicket, if not every ball, certainly in every over, and I think these two have played him well. He's a bit quiet, Mason Crane, at the moment, just gearing up perhaps for another onslaught. That's a shorter game, which is hit out off the back foot to deep cover, and they'll pick up 2 more. Hill will move on to 21, 159 for 4, the deficit 251.
A bit for James Vince to think about. Mohammed Abbas has been off the field. He's coming back out now. I don't know if he's been on the field since tea. He wanted an extended tea break, perhaps.
I get the impression he loves being off the field.
When it's in these temperatures, yes. I think he thinks this is the depths of a Pakistan winter, and you don't play cricket in winter. Made an important breakthrough, potentially huge breakthrough. Had Colin Ackerman caught by Joe Wetley at first slip. Just 5 in the second innings. Made the score 94 for 3. When Dearden went leg before to Crane for 62, it was 104 for 4, and it looked like it might be a reasonably straightforward job for Hampshire to wrap up the innings win. Might yet, but some solid and spirited resistance on the part of Harry Swindells and Lewis Hill. Swindells it is, who's on strike to Brad Wheel, bowls and onto the legs of Swindells, clipped neatly away. It's Alsop who gets there in front of Sam Northeast, down there at long leg. Single taken, of course. Alsop and Northeast both out there in anticipation of another skied attempted hook.
Might come from Lewis Hill this time.
Hill does hook.
Does he?
but usually hooks pretty well. Will we find out? Wheel down the slope. Bowls.
Yep.
And there is the short ball, but it was almost too short in that respect. There was no way, if Hill had hooked at that, he could have kept it down, really. So he didn't. Just leaned back and watched it sail quite high over his head.
Good pace.
The sun having gone in, the cold air that's coming in is now very cold indeed. Wheel turns, but somebody isn't ready. Hill stepped back. A little bit of talking going on as wheel is in now and bowls to Hill outside off stump. Leaves, allows it to go through. Vince, who was at second slip, he's now sort of at fourth slip stroke gully, isn't he? And Dawson is at second, and there isn't a first or third. Would you say was Dawson sort of wide there?
Yeah,
at first
he is.
slip? Oh, he's stepping across now, so he's at sort of 1.5 slip.
Still a gap, isn't there, between him and Lewis McManus?
As wheel is in and bowls 2. He'll drive beautifully for 4. Fullish, straight back past the bowler on the front foot. Stuck out his right hand wheel, couldn't get there. Swindles flung himself back into his crease just in case he was going to deflect it onto the stumps. Probably wasn't far from doing so. Couldn't get anything on it though, and it runs away for 4. So Lewis Hill. His father-in-law will be pleased for Lewis, less pleased for Hampshire. Your correspondent,
yes,
David, wasn't it?
David Bridge, yeah. Lovely full face of the bat there. Beautiful shot. Doesn't get much straighter. So he'd be pleased if he gets a few more.
Wheel in, bowls to Hill, who gets a slightly shorter ball, round about waist height, up on his toes, playing it comfortably enough. Back foot defensive shot, back down the pitch.
This wicket's been a good one throughout the game, but it's just feeling a little bit dead at the moment for the seamers.
Northeast comes jogging up from fine leg to, looks like it's going to be leg gully. Leg slip almost. Yeah, not almost. Is leg slip. Allsop goes a little finer at long leg. Short legs in there. Square legs 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Wheels going round the wicket. Bowls a bouncer.
There's no way that was going to be pitched up, not with that field.
And could have been the old bluff, but wasn't. He'll just bobbed at the knees.
I think the giveaway was when he pushed mid-off wider. He's got no straight mid on or mid-off, and I mean, Lewis Hill, having played a superb straight drive earlier in the over, there was no way he was going to pitch that up and risk that again.
So 60, the partnership. Approaching the best of the match for Leicestershire. 68, I think it was, that Ackerman and Swindles put on in the first innings.
For the 5th, yeah.
So another decent 5th wicket partnership.
So Crane again. Got a tweet here from Ross E at 7 Sport. Come to that after this delivery. Comes in Crane and bowls. Flighted, always beating the outside edge. Thought it caught the edge of Swindles. Just opened the face of the bat with the turn and looking for that gap square on the offside, and ball still beating the outside edge. Ross E says, with a bit more turn here, or with a bit of turn here, wondering why we don't have both spinners on. Is there a question around Dawson's fitness for a long spell? I think Dawson's okay. That's better. He's well forward there.
Big reach, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Showing a bit more of the face of the bat as well. There's not quite as much turn for Dawson as there is for Crane. Crane, being a wrist spinner, is getting a little bit more, but still not much bounce, and the turn is slow. It's not a quick turn. So, Mason Crane's having to work hard to get the ball in the right areas. But I think we will find that both Dawson and Crane will be bowling in tandem at some point. But as I was saying, I don't think there's quite as much there for the seamers at the moment. Brad Wheel's starting to bang the ball in a little bit to see if he can change things a bit. Coming round the wicket this time, Crane. And Swindles is on the back foot, steers that to northeast at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he won't kick it away, I don't think, Swindles. He's not been a kind of around long enough in that respect. He'll still look to play.
Crane again then. Bowls and flighted, well played. Just dabs that into the pitch. Doesn't push at it. But Crane's looking for a little bit of rough outside his leg stump to see if it'll do anything. But it did turn a bit, but nothing untoward. Michael Goss having a word with Crane. I don't know if he's just running on the wicket a bit. I don't know.
I was asking him something.
Yeah, maybe is he saying, am I standing that far back?
Yeah.
That's kicked away.
Famous last word. Yeah, I knew he'd do that.
The line really for Mason Crane is always going to be just outside leg stump, although that was a little fuller. It's got to be a rip-roaring googly. And he's kicked that away. That's an interesting shot. Or non-shot, because if that's the googly, then he has to be a little bit careful, because that was a bit more off stump line. And in fact, it was outside off stump, so he's okay. Yeah. But even so, of course, he's not playing a shot, but that ball would have to come back miles for that to even be considered LBW.
That was a much better over from Crane, wasn't it? Over before, he bowled a few loose ones and got popped into the nets. But that was back on a maiden, in fact. Back on track in every sense. Let's have a look.
Good runs per over rate, under threes. 1 for 33 from 12, Mason Crane.
Well outside off stump.
On that angle as well. I mean, that's got the googly's got to turn at right angles. Not too many. I don't think even Shane Warne managed that.
No. Yeah, there's almost caught Swindles. 25 or 46 Swindles. He's had the majority of the strike. Of course, come in one place before. He looks around him, sees that Brad Wheel is ready and deep square is in position. Wheel is in. Bowl, full, on driven for 4.
Lovely shot.
Wheel gives Hill something of an old-fashioned look, but only himself to blame on that occasion.
Solid shots down the ground, isn't there?
Yeah.
Might be a short ball coming shortly.
Partnership up to 64 for the 5th wicket. Wheel is in. Bowls, that's a better line and length. Is treated with respect by Hill, defends it out into the offside. Nobody in a single saving position on the offside. Abbas is back at long off. Vince himself is out on the point, sort of cover boundary. It's a curious old field.
Interesting field, isn't it, really? Sort of
Long Gone is out. Yeah. Wheel is in. Bowls a good ball which beats Hill on the outside edge. Curious field or not. He wasn't bowling to the field, it was just a good delivery that did a little bit. It was a bit too good for Lewis Hill.
You'll be expecting a short one, I should imagine. It's just held its line, the ball. Good delivery. Bit of extra oomph in that delivery as well.
Yeah, super ball. Wheel in again and bowls. This time just a little bit too straight, really. Middle and leg, and pushed by Hill through the vacant mid or to the vacant mid-on area, which means that Long On has to come running into field, and Hill can pretty much walk a single. Moves on to 30. 169 for 4. So Swindles on strike means northeast going back from leg slip to fine leg. We've got long leg in about 15 yards inside the ropes. We've got square leg about 20 yards inside the ropes, and short leg. Round the wicket comes Wheel. Bowls, and it is a bounce. It pops up just short of, or just wide of, Weatherly at short leg. Again, Swindles didn't play it well. Armpit sort of area, and he tensed up, fended at it, and it popped up, but it popped up wide of Weatherly. He's going to get more.
Good line.
Yeah.
From the bowler.
Yeah, wasn't in control at all. Wheel is in, bowls short, not quite short enough, just drops it off into the offside though, and sees that Hill is coming towards him at a rate of knots, scurries off up the other end because Wheel is the man who has to do the fielding of his own bowling. Does so. Single is taken, however, which means that Swindles keeps the strike. He moves on to 29. Hill has 30. It's the end of the over. It's gel time. And the partnership is now worth 66.
Yep. Biggest of this innings. 47 between Azad and Dearden, wasn't it? I think. For the second wicket. Oh, that would have been Azad and... Yeah, Azad and Dearden. Just a bit of a break here. 34 overs to do in the day. Assuming we need all those. At the moment, I would say we do. And a few tomorrow.
Looking that way.
Yeah, it's good. Good fight. The ball's getting a bit older, a bit softer. Brad Wheel's sort of resorting to mainly the short delivery in which to create a bit of a... just make the partnership go in a different direction, I guess.
But they'll think, Hampshire, if they get one, they could get a couple quite quickly.
That's the thing, isn't it?
With the leg spinner.
That's the thing. And they played Mason pretty well, these two.
They have.
Staying round the wicket. Swindle sweeps. Good sweep shot's gone fine, but there is a man there. That's Tom Alsop. Good placing of the field there. Swindle stays on 29. James Vince is asking Alsop to go slightly deeper as Crane bowls. There's a sweep shot, but he's okay. It's pitching outside leg stump, even though it hit him on the pad. It's an interesting line of attack here from Mason Crane.
Swindles is playing, or trying to hit. He did kick that one away, but
yeah,
it's not in the instinct of a young cricketer to
no,
kick it away, is it, anymore?
Not really. You can't do it with a DRS these days, can you? Mind you, outside leg stump, you're fine. That's worked up to mid-on. Yeah, I'm just interested on the thinking here with Mason coming round the wicket. It's all right to the left-hander. Not sure with the right. That's turned away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, you might want a sweeper out there if you're going to bowl around the wicket.
Just having a word with James Vince now, as probably said to him, I want to stay around the wicket for a little while yet. Got all his wickets this morning bowling over the wicket, so I'm not quite sure why, but I'm sure they've got a plan. Well, they will have a plan, so.
Still got all those runs to play with, I suppose.
Yeah, they're still sticking to it. 240 the difference, 170 for 4. Crane staying around the wicket, bowls, and Swindles just pushes that out quite easily on the offside. Liam Dawson is limbering up. Maybe Brad Wheel's going to have a breather. So slip in there, and a short leg, and a man now on the drive on the leg side. As Crane comes in again and bowls, and Swindle gets one up, turns. He was on the back foot, waiting to just play it and nudge it out on the offside, but the ball sort of went a little bit quicker off the pitch there and fizzed past the outside edge. Well bowled. 174 for 4 at the end of the over.
Was well bowled. Bygoff's something on his mind. Oof. Went a long way.
Didn't it? Didn't follow it, unfortunately.
No.
Played it well. Just short enough, wasn't it? Just short enough to see what the ball was going to do. Some sweaters coming off now, which would suggest it's getting warmer. I'm not sure I agree with that up here.
I was going to say. Yeah.
Felix
Sweaters and caps and all sorts.
Wow.
Well, they belong to... well, we know that Liam Dawson, when he isn't bowling, likes to wear at least 3 sweaters, so I think they're his.
Oh, of course.
They're all his,
Oh,
including that one that isn't his,
Chris
if you know
Woods.
what I mean.
Yeah. And of course, with the umpires not holding them, of course, the 12th man's got to bring them off, of course. It looked like he'd been round all the fielders and taken the sweater off all of them, but they'd all come from Liam, you're right.
In he comes. He's got a short leg and a slip as he bowls to Lewis Hill, who's solidly forward, pushing the ball back to the left armour. Slightly more conventional field for Liam Dawson. Bowls, brings Hill forward, pushed out into the offside, stride down the pitch before realising it's almost straight to Ian Holland and there's no chance of a single. Dawson's 6th over of the innings. 1 for 7 as he bowls, and Hill goes back and cuts it hard down into the ground. It bounces up nicely for Crane to take. One controversial 1 for 7 as Dawson turns, walks in basically past umpire Taylor before a couple of little jogging steps and bowls. Hill forward, pushing out into the silly mid-off area. 174-4-4, so this is now the best partnership Leicestershire put together in the game. 70 it's worth as Dawson bowls, stays perhaps a bit low. Hill goes back and forces out to mid-off. Mid-off is deepish and has a long way to reach down because I think it's Abbott out there, maybe.
Oh, has he edged that? Oh, Lewis McManus has taken it at the second attempt.
Stop. Wait, I'm just looking around to see if I can see Abbott.
It's at mid-on, isn't he?
I don't think it is.
Oh,
No,
is
I think
it
that's
not?
Allsop.
Oh, is it?
He moves a bit too athletically as Swindles, with respect to Abbott, who charges in. As a there he is, yeah. There he is. Whether he was taking it into warm. He's got something though that Vince is interested in, and a mint perhaps. Jelly babies. Vaseline perhaps for the lips because it's cold out there.
Yeah, don't want chapped lips.
Cold, cold, cold out there.
So 175 for 4 then, 235 the deficit. There are 32 overs left in the day. No reason at this stage to think that Leicestershire won't take this game into day 4. As Crane comes in and bowls, and Hill well forward and quietly plays that out on the offside.
32 overs now remain, or 31.5. Kind of set reasonably fair, aren't we? We're going to get most of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's been a much better day than we thought, apart from the temperature. There's the googly. Well played by Lewis Hill, who works that to mid-wicket.
Helps when you can go back, doesn't it, though? When it's just a fraction too short, probably.
Time to see
Way
it.
off the pitch.
It is very slow for the spinners, really. Apart from one previous over, which seemed to gather a bit of pace, but generally it's slow. He's got to really pitch it up. Edged! Oh, past a diving Liam Dawson at slip. And if there'd been a second slip there, that would have been exactly right. And I just watched James Vince at mid-off when he looked straight up in the air. I don't know if he'd even been considering having a second slip. He's had a second slip there from time to time.
Should be.
If he'd had one there, it would have been caught. Assuming, of course, it would have been taken around about stomach height. Anyway, Hill gets 4 for his trouble. Moves on to 35, 179 for 4.
Would have been absolutely into the breadbasket, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Liam Dawson's taken a couple of good catches diving to his right, but that would have been a little bit too far, even for him. Crane comes in and bowls, and nice drive, punch drive out into the offside, fielded by Holland. Yeah, I know there'll be still those that say, well, why isn't there two slips in there? The situation in the game. Could argue. I think James Vince has been considering it, looking at his reaction. That's a cutaway, slightly short there from Mason Crane. That'll go out to Brad Wheel. that'll be 180 for 4, and Lewis Hill will move on to 36. Still the one slip in. I'm just trying to think, if you have 2 slips in there, where you take it from. That's the problem. As Crane bowls, and that's well bowled and well played, along the ground into short leg. That's the end of the over. Crane's completed 14 overs now, 1 for 42. That's the thing.
I'd take Holland out of shortish extra, because you kind of want him to drive a little bit at the ball turning away, don't you?
Yeah.
And say, go on then, there's a bit of a gap.
But the only thing is with that, you're right actually, it might encourage the batsman just to push at it a little bit to get it in the gap, and that's what you don't want to be doing as a batter, is pushing balls that are not quite there to do. So yeah, that definitely is an option.
Just with those runs to play with, he can he might get hold of a few, or 1 or 2, but
yeah. I mean, the other option sometimes, well, normally I guess when leg spinners turn it, is to take mid-wicket out, but I think, unfortunately, on this pace of pitch, it's too easy for the batsman to hit it through there.
Dawson continues from the Bennett end, bowls foolish to Hill, who clips it into the leg side. Swindles is interested, but Hill, with a stentorian bellow, sends him back. He's a very pleasant bloke off the field and unassertive, relatively speaking, Lewis, but he was anything but unassertive on that occasion. Dawson in again, bowls, Hill forward, back down the pitch to Liam Dawson. All the sort of shops on Milligan Road are closed at the moment. All the blinds are down. In goes Dawson, bowls, looking just to push on the leg side is Hill. Trickles to Weatherly. Update to do for Kevin, so he's going to pop next door. Radio silent. I say shops, they're sort of businesses really, but warehouse type businesses, if that makes any sort of sense. In goes Dawson, bowls. Hill pushes out towards mid-off, calls for the quick single, calls well, because Vince running in can't pick up the ball cleanly. So Hill moves on to 37. Swindles has 33, 181 for 4. There's a sort of big white goods emporium, a surfacing emporium, all sorts of bits and pieces emporium. A few balls have pinged into there over the years, that are usually during T20s. In goes Dawson, and pushed firmly by Swindles out towards Holland at that shortish extra cover position. Clean stop. He's just asking Dawson whether he should go even closer, and he is now. He's almost at silly-ish mid-off. Silly-ish cover, about 3 strips, 2.5 strips back. 1, 2. 2.5 strips back as Dawson goes in, and more or less in the place that Holland has just vacated. The ball is stroked by Swindles. There is a sweeper, Abbas, who's out there in chilly isolation on the extra cover boundary. The single is taken. 182 for 4 at the end of the over. 78. The partnership now comfortably the best in the game that Leicester have managed to compile. Lewis Hill and Harry Swindles. Swindles has acquitted himself admirably with the bat in the game. Remember, for 59 in the first innings. Top score and his own personal first-class career best. Well on the way to emulating that feat in the second innings. Crane trying to do something about it. Goes in, tosses that one up as a sweep. A leg before he is given. Well, Leicester supporters will be cursing me because I semi-talked him out there, didn't I, Swindles? He went for the sweep. He was always reaching for it a little bit. Didn't get anything on it. I think it probably hit him somewhere in the body, but he was right down on his knee, and he is given leg before. That is another big breakthrough affected by Mason Crane. Let's have a look at the replay. Hit him, front pad actually, and there's not much doubt about that one. It was the googly again. It was pretty much straight on. Swindles, having batted well, goes for 34 on this occasion, having scored 59 earlier in the day. And Hampshire's hopes of enforcing a 3-day win revive, rather, after a good partnership between Harry Swindles and Lewis Hill. Partnership of 78 for the 5th wicket. But it's now down to the Leicestershire tail and lower order just to, as I say, show a fair bit of resolve and give Lewis Hill some support now. Ben Mike is the first of those, of the first member of the lower order, so to speak, to come out. Crane has 2 for 42 now. Didn't last too long in the first innings, Ben Mike. Leicestershire's first innings. This morning he was caught by McManus off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 4. Not much doubt about that one. Kevin, who returns from having
2 full, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 full again.
Just went straight on, and whether it was the googly or just went straight on, but wasn't going to miss anything of the middle was going to hit.
So Mason Crane, 2 wickets to his name, and the second innings to go with a 3 in the first innings, and it's Ben Mike to face him. There's 2 slips in there now as Mike works that through mid-wicket, and of course there's the vacant mid-wicket area where the player has come out of, and it's easy runs for Mike, and this is the difficulty for James Vince. Now I suppose he won't mind that because it's a new batter and he's actually attacking him with that second slip, but what he's done is he's given him 2 easy runs, and Mike will feel, oh, I'm off the mark, I feel all good.
It was a bad ball though, wasn't it?
It's too slow, but that's with the leg spinner, that's what you're getting. It's difficult to control. It's not as easy as, of course, what Liam Dawson's bowling. That's outside the off stump.
That's why I would have taken your extra cover out and put him in there. He stayed in there.
Yeah, but if
want him to.
Yeah, but you see, technically, you're hitting it against the spin. Yeah,
a bit of cover.
It's a balance, and that's what the balance that James Vince is doing, isn't it? That's the trouble. Mike pushes forward out on the offside. I mean, technically, a standard field, you would take the mid-wicket out, and that's exactly what James Vince has done. You wouldn't really take out the... Might just make the batsman push at it a little bit more. So, what does he do? Here's Mason Crane. Bowls, and that's outside the off stump, well left by Mike. Who'd be a captain, eh, Richard?
Yeah. I remember as a bowler saying, I'd quite like someone there, and the captain, I'm not setting a field for a bad ball, he used to say to me.
Well, that's the thing.
Oh, no, you're not having a field. Oh, right.
No. But that's the thing, isn't it? If this was Liam Dawson, then you'd be able to have a little bit more control, because its finger spin is a bit easier. But Mason, to be fair, that's great bowling. A good leave as well by Mike, just outside the off stump. It's bounced, it's turned, and a good leave. But this is it. You know, you have to expect a little bit of margin for error from Mason. You know, when he's really bowling tight, that's great, but you can't expect that with a leg spinner. It's not. I mean, you know, everybody say, well, Shane Warne did. Yeah, well, Shane Warne's one of thousands of leg spinners. You know, he's a freak in a way, but you have to expect that margin of error, and that's the difficulty. That's my chair again, wasn't it? Sorry.
It was, yeah.
I'll sit back because it doesn't do it.
Mine was doing it last year, and I did bring in some oil, but obviously I took it home, probably cooked with it or something over the winter. No, I will dig it out of my toolbox and bring it in for the next. I'll bring it in tomorrow morning if we are here tomorrow morning. So I don't know. At the moment, I'm all sorts of wandering pavilionwards towards the dressing room. Oh, what's he? A helmet and some pads. So he's going to go in at short leg, with Joe Weatherly having stepped across to a very silly mid-off, sort of silly point, really. You have to be protected these days. It's the law. Actually, I don't know if it's the law that you have to wear shin pads, helmets you have to wear, but do you have to?
I don't know.
have to wear. I'm not sure.
Mind you, I don't know about you, but if I was going in there,
I'd want
to
wear
be behind a shield.
No, absolutely. I just wondered whether it was a compulsory or like helmets have become. But when I think about it, I did used to feel short leg quite a few times. And you just didn't think about it. You just went in there, didn't you? I did get hit once by a fairly full-blooded sweep on the back.
Oh gosh. You okay?
Yeah. Closed my eyes for a while, just lay there, just thinking about nice things. It's going to be Dawson who bowls 2. Hill beats him on the outside edge. Now, did that turn? Because Hill went forward and was comprehensively beaten. If that one turned for Dawson, this, again, ideal for a wicket coming towards the end of the third day. Yeah, it should stop. It should be turning now.
Yep.
Dawson is in again, bowling. Hill is forward in defence this time. Just seeing the replay of that. Oh, it did turn nicely. From off to outside off.
Yep.
Lovely stuff. That will encourage Liam Dawson, who is in and bowling. Hill goes back and plays it firmly out into the offside, but not forcing it sufficiently far quickly to get it past Crane, who moves those steps across to his right at backward point, towards point, and makes the stop. Dawson is in again. Hill goes back, cuts hard down into the ground, but he was almost cutting off the stumps there. Might have stayed a bit low as well. So taking a bit of a risk. Got away with it. Remains on 37. Feet's a bit behind the play now. In goes Dawson, and Hill forces away through the offside. He is going to pick up 2 on that occasion. Holland moved across to his left. Couldn't get there. He's moving a bit stiffly. Ian Holland. It's freezing out there.
It is.
So I don't blame him for moving a little bit stiffly. And Abbas, who must be absolutely petrified with cold out there on the deep extra cover boundary. Hope he's having a chat with John Mallett out there. In goes Dawson, bowls Fuller to Hill, who stretches pleasantly forward, plays it into the field on the onside, and there is no run. But Bass knows how cold it can be here. He's been here 3. This is year 3 now for him, so one way or another. Didn't get here last year because of events, world events. He was due to be at Trent Bridge. It didn't happen.
No, I've just been thinking. Let's say, for instance, we get to 20 to 7, quarter to 7.
With 2 wickets needed or
And
something.
Hampshire can't claim the extra half hour because we have to finish at 7.
Yeah.
So
if the lights are needed, that is. And they're on, so if they're having an effect, well, they might be able to switch them off and it still be light enough.
It might do. Yeah, you're right. It's weird, isn't it? Here's Crane. Bowls on his edged, and it's one bounce to backward point, fielded by Tom Alsop. Just went for that, did Mike?
He will.
Have to be careful. 2 slips are there. Inviting the drive there from Mason Crane, who's beginning his 16th over, 2 for 44. There's a short leg in there as well as Crane bowls, and Mike plays and misses. Perfect leg spinner's delivery. Pitching on or around that off stump, middle and off stump, and turning away. He's got so many balls in the right areas, Mason Crane today, and yesterday. Joy to watch.
It is. It really is.
That's right. Even if you're the opposition, that's a bit fuller. So Mike was able to just work that away in that gap in front of square on the offside. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 3. 187 for 5, deficit 223.
Leicestershire haven't had a leg spinner in my time. There's 1 or 2 who can purvey a bit of toss 1 or 2 up, but no front line leg spinner certainly. So it is lovely to see.
Crane bowls again, and Looks like the ball that's sort of straight or attempted googly. It's well played by Hill off the back foot, steers it out to backward point. Well, there's not many around that you can rely on, is there? I mean, there was a lot talked about it. Was it Poynton? Josh Poynton?
Yeah.
But I mean, he was never consistent enough. Yeah, Mason has his moments, don't get me wrong. That's another delivery which looks like it's just sort of gone on with the arm and just gives Hill enough time on the back foot.
Warwickshire.
Yeah, and then he went to, didn't he go to Yorkshire?
Then he went to, yes,
for a little
Yorkshire
while.
signed him, didn't they?
Yeah, I remember talking to him actually. He came on, he likes doing commentary. And he came on when I was at Headingley one time. Nice guy. That's, again, slightly short, and Hill was able to work that on the onside. No ball. Signalled by the umpire and Richard Ray. In tandem. 2 more. Again, it's that mid-wicket area. That's the trouble, isn't it? Unless Mason Crane really pitches it up, it's easy for the batsman to work it into that vacant mid-wicket area, and that's where Sam Northeasters moved from to second slip, in the hope, of course, that they're going to plug that gap if the ball comes in long in the air. But I know 2 runs is only 2 runs, but it just allows the batsman just to keep the scoreboard ticking along. That short was cut away by Hill out to deep cover. He moves on to 42, 192.
I bet you hated conceding runs off your bowling. I sense the mentality of resent everyone.
Well, I think as well, Richard. I mean, you know, if you bowled a bit as well, I think you have to have that mentality, don't you? You've got to, you know, especially if you're bowling well. I think sometimes when you're not well, it's not very nice when you're not bowling well anyway. And I wouldn't say you expect to concede runs because that makes it doubly hard, but I think, well, yeah, I did as a maiden. Yeah.
I'd almost rather bowl a good maiden than to take an over when you take 1 for 20 or something. In goes Dawson, bowls to Hill, who goes back and leaves. A good leave. There wasn't a huge reaction from the fielders that are all around him, so it can't have been too close to off stump. In again to Hill, who's just pushing it into the gap in the covers, giving his old teammate a bat, a little jog in from the boundary, and bringing Mike down on strike. Dawson won't be too unhappy about that. Would like to have a new batsman at the crease, especially having got one to turn to Hill in the previous over, and seen Mike struggle a little bit against the turning ball from his spin twin Mason Crane. Sun comes back out.
It's warm.
And just improves conditions momentarily. In goes Dawson bowls. Mike is forward, pushing out into the off side, picked up by Holland, and there's no run. Long shadows being cast by the players. The sun isn't too low yet. Dawson is in. Mike is pushing firmly this time, but Dawson hops across to his right and stops the ball and then immediately blows on his hands. He's struggling with his circulation a bit, perhaps. Liam Dawson, in terms of keeping his hands warm, at any rate. Mike just bobs at the knees. It's a curious stance as Dawson goes in. Ball still in the air! It's played into the body of the man at point, or silly point, stroke mid-off. I don't know what you call that position precisely. It's just a yard or 2 in front of the bat, but it bounced off him. Couldn't hang on quite. Just have to hope, don't you, really?
Yeah, it was hit firm, yeah.
It's all in the air. In goal, in goes Dawson, and a rather ugly sort of jabbing defensive shot at the ball in the end from Ben Mike. He thought it was perhaps going to bounce and turn a bit, and he could force it in the offside, but in the end, just looking at the replay, sort of got his hands into a good position, but just was travelling too quickly. End of the over. Just sense that at the moment, Ben Mike's not approaching being settled. Yeah, it is. He's faced 12 balls, but he looks nervous out there.
He knows the ball's turning a little bit, which doesn't help. But just going back to that thing about not liking being hit a run. No, you don't. No bowler does. But I tell you what is the most annoying. You know, as a bowler, that there are certain areas that you shouldn't be hitting. Here comes Crane, bowls, and Swindles gets a bottom edge, almost cuts it onto his off stump, but it's going down towards fine leg, not going particularly quickly. They'll get a single, and Hill will move on 244, 194 for 5. So, for instance, I mean, even if it was swinging in as a left hammer, or it was just not swinging and going straight across, sort of thing, there is absolutely no way, really, that I should be hit sort of through square leg. It's not really an area that if I've been hit through square leg, I'm bowling the line is too straight, and I've got no chance of getting an LBW, because if it's not swinging, the ball's pitched outside leg stump, and even if it is swinging, then I've bowled it too straight to start off with, as Crane bowls and Mike quietly prods that on the onside. So it doesn't matter what the ball's doing or not doing. This is not an area I should be hit. So what I used to get annoyed about is if I was hit around that sort of square leg area, and each bowler will know where they shouldn't be hit, and that's what that's really about. Crane bowls. That's turned. Has he got an edge? I think it is. Everybody's up, and that is it. Michael Goff's hands is up, and Mike goes for 3. 194 for 6 now. Leicestershire still 216 in arrears. Good bowling.
He's bowled so. Yeah, I was about to say Crane has bowled so well in this game that it almost a deserved wicket, really. Bounce turn a little bit too good.
Yeah, he's got to play at it, isn't it? It's pitching middle and off stump. Has to bat and didn't do a lot wrong.
Thin edge, but edge.
So,
victim for Mason Crane, who now has 3 for 51 to go with his. Was it 3 in the first dig?
It was 3 for 49.
6 wickets in the game for precisely 100. He'd take that, I'm sure, but he's power to add. There's still 4 wickets needed. He can sniff a 5 for.
Well, it was interesting because last year in that shortened season, 1 or 2 players. I'm sure every county can say, do you know what? 1 or 2 players actually, even though it was condensed and there wasn't a lot of cricket, still actually moved forward. And Mason Crane was one of those. Bowled consistently. He was Hampshire's top wicket taker, I think I'm right in saying. I was looking that up yesterday, but I think I'm right in saying off the top of my head he was. And bowled, pretty consistent. And it was the first time for a little while that he put together sort of consistent spells, consistent match after match, and was a real sort of, a must, really, in the Hampshire attack. He's been a must in the Hampshire attack several times and in several periods over the last few years, but he actually put together a collection of games where he was consistent, and it's really good to see that actually he's picked up where he left off 6 months ago.
Can't imagine there've been many opening days of the season in April when opening matches when a leg spinner has picked up more than 6 wickets.
The batsman is Callum Parkinson, who immediately drives. There's a thick outside edge along the ground. It's going up towards third man. Chase again for Tom Alsop, who's not going to win that one. And Parkinson is off the mark straight away. You're right, because if you actually add Mason Crane's wickets to Liam Dawson's, the spinners have... I'm going to quickly work it out. Dawson...
4 in this innings, between them.
And in the first innings, which I'll try and... Crane again. Bowls and Parkinson pushes forward. Good length that one from Mason Crane. In Leicestershire first innings, I know Crane got 3. And Dawson got...
None.
Right. So it's, 4 in this, so it's 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which, is still a telling contribution, isn't it? With still 4 wickets to grab.
Strike to Liam Dawson. Pretty much surrounded by Hampshire fielders now as Dawson goes in, bowls to Hill, who goes back, brings his legs together and plays it firmly back down the pitch to Dawson. There's that man at silly point, also short leg, short extra and slip. Dawson bowls, Hill goes back and cuts, and it's going to run nowhere. He missed.
Yeah, it went to Mason Crane.
Crane is there. So he's right behind that pillar surrounding the comment, not surrounding, that's holding up the commentary box. And,
fortunately.
So I didn't see where it had gone. Suddenly it was back in the hands of McManus. Tosses that one up nicely, Dawson, but just over pitches slightly, so he can get to the pitch of the ball, Hill, and drive it gently out to Abbas, who's now in the shade of the trees out there. Well, not now he isn't, because he's running into a sort of fairly conventional cover position for the new man, Callum Parkinson. Dawson goes in, bowls to Parkinson, who is on the front foot almost before the ball leaves his hand. Defends it out into the offside, so very determined was he to get forward on that occasion. Dawson bowls, and again he's reaching forward without getting to the pitch of the ball, and it flies in the air past the left hand of Alsop out to Abbas. Gets away with it. Dawson in again. Parkinson is forward, this time dropping the ball at his feet almost. End of the over, but again, hope for Dawson. Plenty about which to be optimistic for Dawson and for Hampshire as a whole, both in this match and going forward in the game so far.
Yeah, Hampshire could do no more really, can they, in this game? And there's a few people that have got into nick with the bat and look in good form. There's a few people have had some good overs under their belt and also look in good form as well. I have to say, almost to a man, they're playing pretty much to the top of their potential, and that's not, you can't ask for much more than that.
If it was a warm-up game, you'd say it was absolutely ideal. The fact that it's points at stake.
Hill faces Crane, who prods forward again.
Even better.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, pre-season game. Yeah,
24 points for that. Yeah, thank you.
You would say, right, lads, we're ready. We're ready for the first game.
Yeah,
you would. Yes. Crane with the 2 slips in. No short leg now, as Hill pushes forward. That's not a bad move, actually, because now the mid-wicket area is plugged. And actually, I'm not sure how much was going to go to short leg. It's not that sort of wicket, isn't it? We haven't had a close-in catch, have we, in front? The whole game?
No.
Off the top of my head.
Just that one in the last over, I suppose. That wasn't really a chance.
Sort of a good delivery, which Hill deals with equally as well. Just pushes that quietly out on the offside. So good to see Mason Crane like this. It really is. I know Hampshire fans would be delighted to see him bowling like this. Here's Crane bowling again and again. It's right on the money, as Hill can do no more than just push it out on the offside.
Nice loop.
Yeah. 3 for 55 in his 18th over here. Mason Crane to go with his 3 wickets in the first innings. 3 for 11 his spell this morning. Comes in and bowls. That's slightly wider and that's cut away, but finds Brad Wheel out in the deep. Hill will move on to 46. And the Leicestershire total 200.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of the Leicestershire batsmen can take some confidence from the way they've played in this game into the next. Harry Dearden.
Definitely.
With his 100 runs in the game, 40 odd and 60.
Parkinson to face Crane. And that's a good delivery, and Parkinson does well actually, just nudges that in front of square on the leg side. Abbas has to do a little bit of running, which I don't think is a bad thing. It might just warm him up a fraction down there on the deep square leg boundary. He's making me feel cold looking at him, if I'm honest. 202 for 6 at the end of Crane's over.
Swindles with his 50 and a good 30 odd, so best part of 100 runs for him as well.
Lewis Hill's batting nicely.
Hill is batting well now, yeah, absolutely.
Ackerman will get you runs.
But probably the bowling is a major concern. How can Leicestershire contemplate sort of taking 10 to 20 wickets in a game at the moment? It's hard to see.
Well, I think you've got to get Dieter Klein fit, haven't you? At the very least.
Dawson in, bowls, Hill goes back and plays him calmly away, back out to the aforementioned Mohammed Abbas. The single, happy to do so. Every faith in his partner Parkinson.
You're playing this game without an overseas player as well, aren't you? Which doesn't help.
Yeah. And Will the next as well. In goes Dawson and bowls, and Parkinson is forward. Will be very determined not to get out to a fellow left-arm spinner, Callum Parkinson. Harris arrives tomorrow, I think. In goes Parkinson. In goes Dawson. Bowls to Parkinson. Plays it forward to the man at short extra, Holland, and there's no run. But he won't be available because of the various quarantine regs until hopefully the Somerset game. Parkinson goes back to that one from Dawson and plays it past short leg out towards mid-on. Dawson bowls. Parkinson again in position early. Forward he played with the right leg going back and out at a bit of an angle. Back down the pitch to Dawson. Who bowls. Parkinson waiting for that one. Plays it off the pitch, just deflects it away out towards Abbas. It's picked up by Crane before it gets there, stepping across from backward point towards point. That's the end of the over. Now 22 to go. Umpires having a word. Perfect light because the ground is bathed in glorious sunshine at the moment. Floodlights notwithstanding, so still a possibility of a 3-day finish.
Won't get much better light throughout the summer. I'm indebted to Dave Allen once again at Solent Sport. He's tweeted. Ian Holland was actually top wicket taker last year, 17 at 17, but Mason did take 13 at 13, but didn't play one of the games. So thank you very much, Dave. Put me in my place again. 203 for 6 then, deficit of 207. It's Crane to Hill, and Hill's on the back foot, just nudges that into the gap. Quick single. Moves him on to 48. It's played nicely, very intelligently as well. Played some lovely strokes up the top end of the ground to the seamers. Some lovely drives. Minimum of effort. But it's Parkinson back on strike. 2 men on the drive on the offside now, including a short leg and 2 slips. Crane bowls and Parkinson gets well forward. Goes out on the offside. It's boiling, the sun coming in here. Wow.
Having been freezing for 3 days.
I know,
you know.
Finally.
It does come into the side window in the evening sessions.
It's lovely. Crane again. Oh, Parkinson forward. Oh, I think that might have been the
That
googly.
was the googly, yeah, for sure.
Well played by Parkinson, getting well forward, bat and pad close together. That's the way to do it. That did, yeah. Just came back a bit from outside off stump. Crane's got through some work today. With his first innings exploits and now 19 overs in the second here. Slightly short, and that's worked just wide of Kyle Abbott. No mid-wicket there, as we've mentioned once or twice. When he hasn't been there, the ball does seem to uncannily find its way through that area. Throw comes in. They've taken 3. 207 for 6. Parkinson moves on to 9, and Lewis Hill back on strike.
Yeah, he reserves his best running for his run-up, doesn't he, Abbott? He looks great in his run-up. When he's chasing the ball in the field, it's like he's a completely different athlete.
It's Crane again then. Ooh, a bit quicker. Well left. The temptation would have been there to cut. Probably the top spinner there from Crane, just hurrying through a little bit more, though it doesn't actually leg spinner, but he just seemed to hurry a fraction. Good leave. Wasn't quite short enough to cut. As Crane comes in and now bowls, and there's a drive, thick outside edge. He's running up to third man. That'll be his 50. Little bit streaky, but nevertheless he's deserved it. Well played, Lewis Hill.
Through third slip in the air. Applause for Hill from the Leicestershire coach Dips Patel, and from Rishi Patel, who's walking around, no relation, walking around the outfield, around the boundary, kicking a football to each other. As they do.
89 balls, that 50?
Well,
Lewis Hill?
Lewis?
He's played well, played very well. There's lots to sort of be positive about from Leicestershire. They won't feel like that generally, but when you actually analyse it, there is 1 or 2 areas that they've done okay.
6 fours and a 6 for him as Dawson bowls to Parkinson, who advances down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball and clips it firmly to mid-on, who's back far enough for Parkinson to take the single. Hill after the landmark is reached, retakes his guard. Looks like he's taking leg stump. Hard to tell from here, though.
It is. It's exactly leg stump. You're right. Interesting.
Slightly open stance as well. As in goes Dawson, bowls to him. He reaches forward and defends, and Alsop reaches to his right, stops the bouncing ball, returns it to Dawson. Blows on his hand, his left hand, and then grasps the ball. Bowls, tosses it up, driven by Hill again, but only as far as Abbas. I'd be quite surprised if we saw the seamers again. It'd take them half an hour to try and get warm enough to bowl, I would think. Dawson is in again, tosses it up the inside edge. That was nicely bowled by Liam Dawson, and it rather defeated Hill in the flight. I wasn't quite sure where it was, and did well to get a thick inside edge, squirt it to Abbott behind square on the leg side. Dawson in again. Hill goes back, plays it firmly again off the back foot out into the offside, but once again only as far as Mohammed Abbas.
Warm his hands up a bit.
20 overs after this ball. Bowls outside off stump. Dawson might just have turned a fraction. Allowed to go through by Lewis Hill into the gloves of McManus, and that is the end of Dawson's 12th over in the innings. He's kept it very tight, 1 for 16 off those 12 overs. At the other end, Mason Crane has, okay, he's gone for 3.5, which in the context of, I suppose, the Leicester innings is towards the high side, but in the context of the game and general in terms of cricket, it's perfectly fine, it seems to me. Yep. Given he's also picked up 6 wickets, 3 in this innings.
Yeah, good return. Here he is again then, from the pavilion end. That's worked on the onside through that vacant mid-wicket area again, and
2,
it'll be 2 for Parkinson. It's just, the trouble is, because there's such a lack of pace in the wicket for the spinners, that anything that's just short of a length just stands up a little bit, and it's easy for the batsman to work it through that area. 214 for 6, deficit of 196 now. Crane to Parkinson well forward. So 19 overs to bowl after this. Yep. We're going to be, what are we, 20, coming up to 5:45 now. We're not going to be able to claim an extra half hour here, are we? Can't believe it. That's nicely turned away square on the offside, and Hill scampers through to the single.
I think they need another wicket or 2 quite quickly.
Yeah.
If we're not going to be coming back tomorrow.
I agree.
It would be frustrating if it was just sort of 1 left at 7 o'clock or something like that, which is...
Sorry, guys.
You know, yeah.
We've got to come back tomorrow for 1 wicket.
It can't be helped.
Crane bowls again, and off the back foot, steered into the gap in the covers. Bit of a chase for Brad Wheel. Won't be able to stop the batsman. Coming back for 2. Hill moves on to 54. Yeah, just to repeat, if you're not quite sure what we were talking about late last night and earlier today, is that your floodlights have to be switched off at 7 o'clock. Have to. That's why we had 3 balls left to bowl this morning. So if the light's not great, that's it. As Hill pushes forward, and there is a man now at mid-wicket, which is Joe Weatherly, who was at short leg. Yes, it would be a travesty if Leicestershire 9 down. Come back tomorrow for 1 wicket. Here's Crane again, well bowled. Somehow Hill just works that out square on the leg side.
And then it rained all day tomorrow. That would, you get 8 points for the draw, remember, this season. About that I am sure. So, well worth battling, as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Well, we said earlier, didn't we, that well, you know, I sort of said to you, what would be the minimum that Leicestershire would hope for, and you said sort of take it into the 4th day, and
Yeah, show some resolve, build some partnerships. They've done that to a point. But again, still, I mean, the 78 partnership between Harry Swindles and Lewis Hill. As Dawson bowls, Hill steps back to the leg side almost and forces away out towards mid-off. Dawson has his hands on the back of his head for a few minutes. Maybe Hill batting on leg stump, then stepped back and forced the ball away. He's forcing it off the stumps, but nothing's happening too quickly for that to be too much of a danger. In goes Dawson, bowls. Hill again forces off the back foot. Again, he can't get it past Abbas at mid-off, who, having stopped the ball, then, oh, his hands are stinging now, and they're deep back in his pockets again. His Hampshire teammates congratulate him. Dawson bowls. Hill is forward, back down the pitch to the left armour. Wanders off towards square leg. 55 to Lewis now, off 100 balls. Dawson tosses one up. No great turn though for him as Hill reaches forward and defends. Leg side this time. Not too much happening for the bowlers all of a sudden, but it is the 68th over with this ball. Dawson bowls and Hill is leaning forward again, not getting to the pitch on this occasion, but playing it comfortably enough back down the pitch to Dawson. 68 overs and a visit to the nets. Bounced over into the nets as Dawson bowls. Hill clips it into the leg side and he's going to pinch a single off the last ball to Dawson's and I'm sure Vince's considerable irritation.
I think it might need to be mixed up a little bit, I think.
I'd think about going back to the seam as well. The light is good enough.
Yeah.
Might be worth it, mightn't it? I know there's 12 to the new ball, so theoretically could have a 6-over burst at the end of the day with that new ball, but I'd be worried about the light by that stage. Sanitisation time.
Hampshire's over rate's good, +6, which is always good to see. Don't often see that from Hampshire, that's for sure. Yeah, you're right. I think it just needs a little bit of injection of something a bit different. Dawson and Mason Crane have bowled really well, but I think Mason probably needs a bit of a break now, to be fair.
Yeah, not used to bowling quite this many overs. 20 in this innings. And remember, Leicestershire following on, so he was bowling in the first dig as well.
He's bowled a few today, hasn't he?
Just thinking how many. He bowled 15 in the first innings. How many were this morning? Well, he picked up the 3 wickets, so there'd been a fair number.
He bowled 10 overs by overnight. He finished.
So he bowled 5 this morning.
Yeah.
So he's bowled 25 today.
Yes, I mean, it's up there, isn't it? I mean, I'll tell you what, he once bowled. There was a first team game against Surrey, 4 or 5 years ago, and he bowled 50 odd overs in the innings. He just kept bowling and kept bowling and kept bowling, and he thought, wow, really? Really? He's going to bowl another one? Really? And this went on for absolutely ages. And I remember, I mean, he did all right, but I mean, it was an awful lot of overs for a leg spinner, an awful lot. And the Surrey captain afterwards was asked about Mason bowling all those overs, and who's the off spinner there, the veteran off spinner at Surrey, that was captain at the time. Here's Abbott. Bowls, and that's pulled, but not.
It was Batty,
that's the one.
Gareth Batty.
Somehow it's pulled up towards mid-off, and Batty was asked by somebody, "What about Mason bowling those overs?" And he said, "If I was captain, I wouldn't have bowled him all those overs," which is an amazing comment. Anyway,
Abbott's a tough man, isn't he? He's stripped off as well. He's down to his shirt and short-sleeved shirt at that. He'll get warm, but blimey, I think I'd keep a sleeveless on.
Abbott with 2 slips up the hill and driven by Hill up to mid-off, fielded by Tom Alsop. This is Abbott's 13th over of the innings, 1 for 38.
Straight into his work though, isn't he? Both those first 2 deliveries were delivered at a decent old lick. bang on the money, hurried Hill on both occasions.
Yeah. Again, you know, it's another thing that Leicestershire can tick off and say, well, that's another thing that we can, you know, no looseners, no, you know, have a couple of balls to get into your rhythm, as you say. Abbott straight in it. Comes in again, bowls to Hill. Hill gets a legged ball, pushes it out into the covers. Straight on the money, Kyle Abbott. This is when it gets difficult, isn't it? Late in the day, when you've been in the field all day. Fielding yesterday as well. I mean, Hampshire bowled 60 overs yesterday, don't forget. Made Leicestershire follow on, so they've been a long time in the field.
Makes it even more impressive when he just comes on.
Probably getting on for about the same amount of time. Bowls, and Hill gets another good length ball, but with a dead straight bat, turns that to short mid-wicket. So Leicestershire bowled in the Hampshire first innings. 120, of course they did, yeah, 120.
Deliberately always up.
Yes, that's right.
Remember,
yeah.
troubling us, confusing us.
Hampshire bowled almost 77 overs in the first innings at Leicestershire. Here's Abbott again. That's turned away neatly through mid-wicket. Runs here for Lewis Hill. 3 Hampshire players after it. Picked up by Scott Curry, who's on as a substitute fielder. I don't even need to look around to know who's off. I bet you it's Habas.
If he's going to be required to bowl, then he's going to have to...
Yeah. Oh no, he's at the top end by the scoreboard, isn't he? Doing some looseness. So
yeah,
it's not him.
Yeah.
It's not him. There you go. So yeah, 77 overs in the first innings, and what have we got here? 68. So, gosh, I've given myself a mathematical equation or addition. But a good length delivery, well played though, up towards mid-off end of the over, 221 for 6. Well, yes it is. So what am I saying? So 77 plus 68, 69. So that's 140, isn't it? 140 odd. So they've actually been in the field longer than Leicestershire, you know.
Sends Tom Alsop to get his sweaters. Kyle Abbott, which is fair enough in the circumstances. Sweater and cap is the order. Please. This is a South African, and Alsop obliges, jogs off to get it. Abbott reserves all his energies for his bowling, doesn't he, basically? And he gives it everything. So his priorities are right, I suppose.
Mason switching ends. I haven't seen him bowl from the top end.
I was going to say, has he...
No.
At all, just to see if there's a bit more bounce, perhaps.
I thought he was going to get a bit of a rest, but no.
Chance for me to have a talk about Mason Crane then for once. In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls. A little bit short. Back goes Parkinson, turns it into the leg side, into the boot of Weatherly at short leg. So saves are certainly one. There was a man out at deep backward square who probably kept it to 1. Crane bounces in and bowls. Parkinson is forward, deflecting out to the offside this time. Young Curry reaches down from his lofty heights, running across from backward point, and picks up. Favours cricket boots with lime green soles. Fortunately, some of the worst excesses of the coloured boots that era seems to have passed. In goes Crane and bowls. Hill is forward. I think the ECB decided that they were all getting a bit too colourful, too much colour on some of the cricket boots that were around in the last couple of years, and manufacturers now confining their worst excesses to the soles of the boots. In goes Crane and bowls. Hill goes back, plays it firmly out into the offside. Alsop fields, no run. 2-2-2 for 6. is the score. The deficit 188. 16.2 overs to go today. 4 wickets needed for Hampshire. Crane goes in, bowls. Hill is forward. Angle bat out to Curry at that backward point position. Northeast, who was off, is now standing next to Dawson. So, as well as Curry, I'm guessing. In goes Crane, bowls, Hill.
So Kyle Abbott again then, with 2 slips. 28 these two have put on for the 7th wicket so far. Don't look in too much trouble either, as Parkinson punches it off the off first stump. The throw come in, will it? No, it won't. From Brad Wheel. I thought initially it was a bit of an iffy single, but actually in the end it was quite simple. But I thought Brad Wheel was going to unleash a throw at the bowler's end, but decided against it. 223 for 6. Deficit 187 now. Brings Lewis Hill back on strike. He's on 58, played nicely. There's first and third slip for him, with a gap between the two as Hill pushes it. Now he's going for Brad Wheel again. The throw comes in. He's having to dive. Throw misses though. And that was a bit tight. The ball's lodged underneath his dive. I think everybody was wondering, where's the ball gone?
I was looking for it because neither of the fielders backing up had it. It wasn't crossing the boundary at deep point or sort of deep mid wicket. I couldn't see where it had gone.
Good pick up from Brad Wheel. I think he was always struggling if he picked it up cleanly, which he did. I think Hill knew that and got the dive in, but it didn't matter in the end. Here's Sir Abbott again, and it's not. Is that Park? Yes, Parkinson.
Yes,
yeah, pushing it out on the offside, fielded by Tom Alsop.
Another relatively short man. We have a few of them in the Leicestershire side when I think about it. Swindells, Hill, Parkinson.
They're all so young, though, aren't they? They're all so young, that's the trouble.
Yeah.
Abbott again then to Parkinson. Parkinson whips that in the air, just short of mid-on. One bounce to Ian Holland.
I thought for a second Northeast that mid-wicket was going to be able to leap across to his left to get there, and he took off. Realised he couldn't quite get there. I wonder if it just stopped on him a bit.
It is a bit, no. Nearly. Still a long way to go. We're coming up to 6 o'clock here. We've still got 15 overs left with a seamer on here as well. We're going to go past 7 o'clock here as well if the light holds.
3 long old days, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Abbott again bowls. Parkinson in behind that and just pushes that up more conventionally to mid-on this time. Yeah, it's going to be another late one. I noticed the Hampshire over rate was +4.
Yes.
Earlier.
But that's good.
That is good.
I'm just wondering how we can be at this
it's beyond me.
Of being at 6 o'clock and still having 15 overs to bowl.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Without having lost an over.
It's weird. It doesn't calculate, does it?
It does in somebody's book, but
not anybody normal. Parkinson whips that away through square leg. There's a man deep. That's Joe Weatherly away to our right. Parkinson will pick up a single. Moves on to 16. The end of Kyle Abbott's 14th over. 1 for 43 for the South African.
Yeah,
225 for 6.
Some discussion of the, as you would expect, really, of the dismissal of Azad on social media from among Leicestershire supporters.
I take it they're all happy?
Yeah. Surely McManus should have said something. He would have known he didn't have the ball in the glove that broke the stumps. In goes Crane and bowls edge just past first slip. Hands on heads time. Parkinson's going to pick up 4 down to fine third man, and Crane has his hands on his hips. He's looking rather accusingly at where the ball has gone, and Dawson looks a little sheepish. He put his hands behind his back, but I just think that's enough. I'm sure he doesn't feel it. I can't see how he could have reached across that, got there. It was a second slip catch. Maybe Crane's just saying, I should have had a second slip.
Would it have carried?
It might, I suppose. So, and he's going to have a second slip. He's decided to take Weatherly out of short leg and go in second slip. Crane goes in and bowls almost a full toss and a slightly cross-batted drive from Parkinson because he had to reach for it. Calls for the second Lewis Hill. The throw comes in from Abbas to the bowler Crane, but it's a little bit wide of the stumps, and Crane gives Abbas a slightly old-fashioned.
Oh, has he edged that? Oh, Lewis McManus has taken it at the second attempt.
Stumped. As Crane is in, bowls to him, he's forward, back down the pitch, nice and straight. All counts. It's going to be freezing by 7. It's freezing now. It was freezing. Literally in goes Crane. He goes back. Parkinson plays it off his stumps firmly out to mid-on, and there's no run.
The thing is, it's an hour's cricket. I mean, there's a lot could happen in an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, these two could still be there at the end. It could be all over and way before that. There's so much cricket still left today.
Crane in, bowls, Parkinson back on his stumps and turns it out towards mid-wicket. There's going to be 2 in it for him because there's a fair run involved for Brad Wheel from deep backward square out towards mid-wicket. Parkinson scoring at a decent rate. They're busy again, these two. They're naturally busy cricketers. Parkinson 24 off 31 now. Faces and goes forward to the bowling of Mason Crane. Out into the offside. There is no run, and that is the end of the over.
Apart from the odd one now, Mason's it's not quite happening for him at the moment. Yes, there's the odd edge, and
he must be a bit tired.
Yeah.
I know he's young and fit and all that sort of thing. He's not used to quite bowling this many overs in the day. It is freeze, and I think the cold is a little bit debilitating. I've always found it saps the energy a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. No, you're exactly right.
And so that won't help. How many overs to the over rate's now +6. I'm baffled.
Mind you, we did start with, what was it, 100? We're making up overs, don't we? Didn't we start with 102 or something?
We did, but even so, I don't think we should have had. Anyway.
Should be even then, isn't it? +6.
Something like that.
Dawson switching in, 13 overs, 1 for 17, going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, and Hill just pushes forward quietly back to the bowler. As bowlers, you have spells where it all seems to be happening, and then spells where it's quiet, and Mason's not bowling any less well. It's just a quiet spell for him. These two have sort of nullified him, really. It's slightly short. He'll give himself some room, but just hits that off the back foot straight to James Vincent mid-off.
Yeah. Steve Roberts, there's still some also discussion about the LBW decision.
Oh, is it edged? Has it gone through keeper and first slip? It may have done. It's going up towards third man. What is Goff going to signal? 4. It was an edge. It went quickly.
Yes.
It went very quickly. Dawson's not in at first slip, but I think even he would have struggled with that. Sam Northeast is in there, but as I say, it went quick. Sorry, yes.
Between wicketkeeper and first slip, basically, and Northeast he was a bit wrong-footed, wasn't he? He looked like, because it was quite an expansive attempt at a drive. And from Hill, Dawson, his weight was on his right foot, had to turn quickly to his left. Couldn't do so in time, didn't get close to it really in the end.
Dawson again then. 237 for 6. Hill back to his normal, just pushing forward self. What were you saying, discussions?
No, just about the Dearden leg before. I've been told it was the googly and therefore it was pretty close.
Dawson. Hill works that off a thin inside. Oh, they're hurrying there, and Abbas nearly got wrong-footed there. because the ball just spun on him as it went to him on the 45. I thought actually initially it was a risky single, but he did well to actually stop the ball in the end.
Others disagree, but the LBW is you know, it's one of those that you can talk about, isn't it? That's how it goes with leg befores. The attempted sweep from Swindles.
Dawson. Lost to Parkinson. It pushes out on the offside. End of the over. 13 to do.
General feeling is that was absolutely plumb, which it was. It was going to hit middle. But yeah, a certain amount of disappointment, shall we say, about the McManus dismissal, stumping of Azad. He should have said something, shouldn't he?
Well, I'm the wrong bloke to ask.
Because he wasn't, but he wasn't appealing for a stumping. He was appealing for a caught behind, and that wasn't given.
So that's not his fault.
No, it's not. But he could immediately have said something. Crane is in, bowls to Hill, who gets a foolish ball and is able to steer it out to Bass, who's out there as ever as a sweeper on the offside. Takes the single. When he realised what had happened, that was an opportunity. Oh no, I took him off with my left. Maybe he didn't realise what had happened. He's going to have some explaining to do. He's going to have to come up with a good one. In goes Crane, bowls, and Parkinson defends, if indeed he is summoned to the umpire's room at the end of the game, and I suspect he might be.
Well, I don't know. They had a big chat at tea time, didn't they? Did once in New Zealand.
Did you?
Yeah, first class game. I'll come to that in a minute.
In goes Crane and bowls outside off stump and too wide to persuade Parkinson to play at the ball.
Twice actually. Twice it happened. Oh dear.
Are we going to be shocked?
Well, they weren't that bad, but I've mentioned before, but I don't mind mentioning them again.
Not to Leicestershire supporters. In goes Crane and bowls again. It's too wide, and again Parkinson has nothing to do with it.
My first one was I was very lucky.
You're
I played.
Looking sheep.
I know. Well, it's not very nice. It's not very nice. Everything's in the heat at the moment, isn't it? Really. Yeah. I was lucky. I played a season and a half of first class cricket in New Zealand for Wellington.
Crane in bowls. That's a better line. Forward goes Parkinson defending out into the offside. No run.
And we were playing Canterbury. It wasn't actually at Christchurch. It was at another place called Rangiora, which was outside one of their outgrounds. And Richard Hadley was playing for Canterbury in that game.
Okay. Yeah. Crane bowls. Parkinson goes back to slightly short of a length ball, turns it calmly away to square leg. It's usually wheel out there. It is indeed a wheel. Comes into field. Single taken.
And a very famous umpire in New Zealand at the time, Fred Goodall, was the umpire. Now he's the one, I don't know if you've ever seen any film of the 1980 test match between New Zealand and the West Indies. He was the one that really couldn't, had never really, well they sort of said to him, that they said that they blamed it on the fact that New Zealand umpires had never really seen quick bowling like the West Indies, because he was the one that, he said that you couldn't watch the bowler's front foot and then look up and see the ball go to the batsman at the same time, because it all happened too quick. And there was some dismissals which were a bit dodgy. Here's Dawson. This is a roundabout way of what I'm saying, but this is just to put you in the picture of Fred Goodall.
Fred Goodall. Okay.
Yeah, there's two very famous pictures in New Zealand which are very funny. One of which won the Photographer of the Year in that year, Photographer of the Year. I'll try and talk you through because we're a quiet period in the game at the moment. Dawson bowls and Parkinson push it out on the offside. One is where I think it was a guy called John Parker, and this was one where Fred Goodall looked down, and then by the time he looked up, the ball was already in the keeper's gloves for the front foot, and there was this big shout for a caught behind, and Dawson bowls and it goes out on the onside, and the West Indies thought it had gone off his bat or glove or whatever, and there's a very famous photo where Fred Goodall is just standing there, and John Parker has sort of just at the end of that moment, had just taken off his glove and was looking at nonplussed as if, well, what's the problem, sort of thing. But Fred Goodall hadn't given it out, and John Parker's just sort of standing like that with his bat, as if nothing had happened. And all these West Indies fielders are up and down saying, "Come on, umpire, why are you serious?" They're just going mad. And the other one is that they got very fed up at this tour, because they'd spent a long time in Australia. And they didn't really want to go to the West Indies, to New Zealand by the time they got there. Let's play that short on the leg side, by the way. And there's this other famous one, and it's of Michael Holding, who'd got so fed up of things. And this was the tour where they locked themselves in the dressing room, wouldn't come out, because they said that this umpire was rubbish. And Michael Holding has got so fed up at one point, as that's pushed up to mid-off, where he's kicked the stumps down at the bowler's end.
Oh, that was that tour.
Yeah, that was that tour. And his
Very
foot was right up by his
beautiful.
head.
Yeah,
brilliant, isn't it?
And Wisden said,
Yeah.
never had such an ugly action being performed so beautifully, sort of
unbelievable
so gracefully
photo.
or something.
Unbelievable photo. Anyway, so it hangs up actually at Lancaster Park. They now play at Hagley Park, but anyway, that's...
Okay.
So anyway, so this is Fred Goodall, and he was umpiring in this game. And we were getting well beat. And I got run out, and Fred Goodall gave me out, and I didn't think I was. And somebody in the Canterbury side said something to me. And as I was walking past, unfortunately I was walking near to Fred Goodall, who'd just given me out, and I said, well, it isn't out anyway, with a few other things. And Fred reported me, and I had to go into the umpire's room after the game. I mean, I got a little slap on the wrist, that was all. The other one was at Headingley. Oh God, why am I talking about these things? The other one was at Headingley.
You'll feel better for it, mate.
Yeah, Pasty Harris, the umpire.
Yes.
Listen, it's not for me to say that he had an average game, but anyway,
Okay.
you know, but I'll leave it at that.
Game.
And again, you know, it's one of those where we haven't played particularly well, so it doesn't help. And
Brad Wheels coming back, by the way, just getting a few overs to get to the new ball. In he comes and bowls to Lewis Hill, short and caught. He steered it off the back foot straight to James Vince at fourth slip, quite a deep fourth slip, and Hill will be and is furious with himself because he looked as though he was steering Leicestershire at least to the safety of stumps today. Unfortunately, he steered it, the ball that is, straight to James Vince. Leicestershire have lost their 7th wicket. Hill goes for 65 and he can't believe what he's done.
well bowled Brad Wheel first of all, but he's he's not on top of the bounce there, is he?
Nope.
Just pushed out at it a little bit, just tried to force it a fraction, and just enough height on the delivery to get it through to James Vince. Good catch from the Hampshire captain as well, but well done to Brad Wheel, deserved that. It's his first wicket of the innings.
Good partnership between Hill, Lewis Hill, 65, and Callum Parkinson. But each time you think, probably going to go into fourth day here, another wicket falls. The partnership was 46 for the 7th wicket.
And you know there's some steady partnerships, isn't there? 47 earlier, wasn't it, for the second wicket, and 78 the biggest one between Swindles and Hill. But you know they're all right in isolation.
Yeah.
But they're not enough over 4 days. You know, forget the situation in this game. Just generally, you know, they're not big enough. No, they're not big enough. They're not game-changing partnerships.
Well, that's a real bonus. I suggest for Wheel and for Hampshire. I got the feeling. I know that you're never really just sort of trying to get through overs to the new, but you're always trying to take wickets with whenever you're bowling. But there's just a little bit of a sense of that. We're waiting for the new ball, and well, suddenly Chris Wright is at the wicket, and still every opportunity for Hampshire to win the game today. 13 wickets now for the day.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?
Good effort.
Just
on
watching
the
replay. Just playing with the bat a little bit too far away from his body, and if it bounces extra, that's the problem.
Wheel into Wright, who is back on his stumps defending solidly. He'll be happier, Chris Wright, against someone like Brad Wheel, good bowler though he is, than he is against someone like Mason Crane. Most tail-enders, I would suggest, are. To be honest, they can't have a clue with. I know they might not be with the pace, that might
I know what you
disturb them, but
they're not comfortable
they
against
do not
anybody,
know how
but
to
they're
play.
less comfortable.
You know what
I do know.
I'm desperately trying to say. In goes Wheel and bowls to Right, gets a full ball, just waits for it and steers it out into the offside, and there's no run.
We've got a very real possibility now of it finishing tonight, haven't we? Still, 10 overs after this, and with an end opened up now.
And the light's okay, because this blue is going to, the sun's going to come out again in a few minutes' time. There is a bit of cloud around. I'm looking at it, seeing where it's coming from, but there's a big patch of blue overhead. So it's a real possibility.
To be here till 7:30.
Wheel is in and bowls and played out into the offside. Calls for the quick single, Chris Wright, which is never necessarily the wisest thing to do. He makes his ground, but the throw is backed up by Kyle Abbott, and it rather thumps into him, and it's hurt him a little bit. Where's it hurt? Oh, everybody's slapping hands, so he's playing the old soldier. Rather there, it seems.
An excuse to get off.
It might be needed yet. He might get the new ball. Wheel, 2 balls to go in the over. Is in to Parkinson. Short ball down the leg side. Parkinson just lifted his bat out of the line of the ball. Stepped away from it, inside the line, so to speak. So you upset Pasty, did you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I think I got given out LBW, and I took a long time walking off, or longer than I normally do, and a couple of people up. But you know, the football stand down the bottom end of the ground, where a few people that love to chat.
Talking to a Yorkshireman, in goes Wheel, and it's defended out into the offside. Many a happy hour have I spent listening to the badinage, for want of a better word, at Headingley. Some pleasant, some less so.
Anyway, as I sort of got to the tarmac bit that runs at the bottom of the ground, you know, one of them shouted down, and listen, you know, now it sounds silly, but you know, but right at that moment in time, I was a little bit disappointed, and unfortunately, he shouted just at the time that perhaps, you know, even if it was a few seconds either side, it wouldn't have been a problem, but just at that moment, as I must have been thinking something, and of course, I made the real mistake of shouting back up, and Pasty heard it. And I got, but I wasn't the only one. There was another Hampshire player that day that also got some verbals from them, and he shouted back as well. So we both marched into the boys' room at the end. But they were the only 2. I mean, out of 20 years, gosh, I don't think that's too bad.
What can you say? Sorry, it was an emotional moment.
Oh, it's not good. I'm not proud of it. Gosh, I'm not proud of it at all. Right, we've got Tom Alsop now at silly men off, as well as short leg and a man on the drive on the offside. Dawson bowling to Wright pushing forward correctly. Plays that on the onside. So we're in the last of the 10 overs, assuming we don't get an extra half an hour's play.
Out comes the sun.
Just to say that we can if we want.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can, you're right. There's blue sky above, although I wouldn't say all around the ground there's blue sky, but above us there is.
But it's just, for once, working out. There's a bit of cloud around still, but... Yeah,
it's all right, isn't it? Dawson bowls. Right, drives, it's in the air, and where's that gone? It's gone down the ground.
Down to long on.
Yeah. I was watching Abbott, and it was well to his left, I think. He's quite wide at mid-on, but could have gone anywhere. But actually, in the end, it's probably gone in an area where Chris Wright was probably aiming.
Well, I was just contemplating. I'm not entirely certain exactly where.
Well,
I thought he was looking a bit straighter, and he skewed off. I may be being.
No, you're right. You're right. No, it was. Yeah, it was just outside off stump.
Yeah.
Should have gone through mid off. You're right. Bit of bottom hand.
You're a generous man.
Well, you know, gosh, I played an awful lot of rubbish shots in my time. Oh, now that is a drive. That is a drive through mid off, 4 runs. It's only just slightly to Dawson's left. He didn't move.
No, it was in the air as well.
Good shot, that one.
How far to left was it? He sort of, hit it very cleanly.
He did, yeah. That motored along. He's on 9. 249 for 7. Deficit of 161. It's Dawson. Bowls. And, right, pushes well forward. Out on the offside.
I'd still keep tossing them up. Maybe just drop mid off back a bit.
Yeah, they're both up, aren't they, at the moment? So that one is tossed up, although it's slightly full, just to Abbott's right. They could have taken a single, but decide against it. End of the over. Dawson's completed 16 now, 1 for 30.
Skipper's back. So he's been off for a comfort break, perhaps. So I wonder whether anything will change as a result. In terms of the field, blazing sun. If it wasn't about 3 degrees, it would be glorious, wouldn't it?
It is lovely, lovely evening, isn't it? It's like a summer's evening out there.
Yeah.
Shadows across the ground. right to left as we look.
Wheel, the successful Wheel in his previous over, then will continue in from the Bennett end to Callum Parkinson, who defends stoutly as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Nice high left elbow as he pushes it out to mid on. There's no run. 249 for 7 means that the deficit is 161. Still substantial, but there has been a certain result of grittiness about some of Leicestershire's batting in this second innings. They haven't rolled over. Would have been easy to do so. In goes Wheel and bowls a good bouncer that's fended off by Parkinson, one-handed down to his left. It's a decent bouncer. Wheel may have just mentioned as much to Parkinson as the two went past each other. Single having been taken. 250 up for the Foxes.
He's bowled some good straight short deliveries, hasn't he, Brad Wheel? He's been quite consistent with that.
26 to Parkinson off 48 balls for him. Brings right down on strike. He's got 9 off 9. He might get a short one as well as Wheel goes in. Bowls to him down the leg side. And that said, wasn't so far down the leg side. And Wright, remember, was bowled in the first innings behind his legs, admittedly by Crane as he attempted to sweep. Lost his middle stump somehow, didn't he?
That's right, yeah, he did. Yeah, it was round his legs, yeah. Turned.
He did.
I would somehow get Mason on for 2 or 3 overs tonight, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
if he's feeling okay.
I'd rather have him bowling than at the tail than Liam, to be quite honest, Mr. Dawson. In goes Wheel and bowls on the off stump, and Wright stands up tall, and he's going to pick up 4 because Abbas made an absolute Horlicks of it as he sprawled across to his left. He went down in stages, and one of those stages wasn't fast enough for him to get to the ball. Should have cut it off, didn't, and that means 4. And there is no comment from his Hampshire teammates, and they're letting him scramble under the covers to try and get it as a result. No one's going to help him. There's no ground staff down there either. He's wondering where it is. You're going to have to get under those covers, Mo. Where are the ground staff to give you a hand?
They're not there, are they?
They're in their hut, presumably, probably hunkered around a brazier or something, if they've got any sense. It's a bit early for them to come out and start getting ready, isn't it? They're not quite sure what will be required of them. Is it an end of day preparation of the pitch, or is that it? Is it a sort of, do we water it and everything, as they do at the end of a match? I'm trunching away because Abbas can't get under the covers that are under the electronic scoreboard to get at the ball. Yep, he's got a stick, a large stick with which he managed to knock the ball out. He's putting it back on the cover. Well, there you go. Serves you right for not fielding it. All a bit clubby. The whole thing.
It was a bit, wasn't it?
All a bit clubby.
Bit village.
4 runs to Chris Wright, moves on to 13 at the end of all that. He waits as Wheel now has the ball back in his hand. Comes in. Bowls to Wright. A bouncer. And Wright makes a late decision to try and uppercut it over the wicketkeeper, and the slips. Doesn't get anything on it.
Good height.
Yeah, that's good height. With a ball that's 77.5 overs old.
At this time of day, having spent 60 overs in the field yesterday and all day today.
That's the benefit, if there is one, of conceding a 4 you feel you shouldn't have conceded, perhaps. Just a spurt of anger. In he goes, bowls again to Wright, Fuller this time, maybe even not looking for the Yorker, and driven out into the covers where it's fallen on by, who's the fielder?
Holland?
It's usually Holland there, isn't it? And he's hurt, well, to his teammates' amusement, he sort of hurt himself somehow, whether he sort of landed on his knee or something. No real sympathy is being shown. Abbott's just coming to pick him up. Did he sort of land on the ball? But he's limping as though he's been shot in the knee. It wasn't going very fast. I think he just sort of, as he fell, he landed on the ball. I'm not sure. Anyway, he's all smiles.
Yeah, he's a smiley lad.
So he's not hurt too badly. I mean, he's hurt, but he's not
He's probably just hoping somebody will take notice, but nobody can give, apart from Carlo, but nobody gives the stuff.
There was
Just get on with it.
I heard a sort of general a tired laugh from his teammates, because they will be tired now. It's been a long old day for Hampshire, and we were both hoping to see Mason Crane against Chris Wright in particular, and
had to be, didn't it?
Yeah. The captain agrees, James Vince agrees.
So 8 overs to go, so assuming we don't have to claim the half hour, I think another wicket we will be. Here's Crane, bowls, and Parkinson, good leave just outside the off stump. So 4 overs for Mason Crane to weave some magic here, as he has done for most of the day, and to wrap this thing up for Hampshire and not have to come back tomorrow. 1 wicket will probably buy another half an hour, weather permitting, light permitting. Crane bowls slightly too short as Parkinson works that through mid-wicket, chases on for Joe Weatherly. He won't take that. That's going to go for 4. Just go over the rope before Weatherly can reach it. Nice shot there from Parkinson, just rocking onto his back foot. Moves on to 30. 258 for 7, 152 the deficit. Mason wants mid-wicket now, roll the way back. Let him have 1. I think they'll want to bowl at Chris Wright, so I would move mid off and mid on back as well, actually. That's Parkinson. Now there is a single there if they want it. McManus is quickly round for behind the stumps. Doesn't really have any commitment in the throw to the bowler's end.
A big bank of cloud has appeared. Now I thought the cloud was going that way, but it's kind of changing a little bit, so it may be that if the sun goes behind that cloud, that'll be it. Because boy, will it be dark then. Look at that bank over there to the west.
We won't survive that, I don't think.
Blue overhead at the moment, but if the sun disappears behind that...
Yeah. We might have to come back tomorrow for 1 wicket. Crane bowls, right, just pushes forward, gets wrapped on the pad.
Yeah, for a couple of wickets.
Come on,
anyway.
Mason. Come on, Mason, quickly. Come on, just quickly sort this out before that cloud comes. Before 7 o'clock comes, because we can't play after that if that cloud comes, that's for sure. Here's Mason again, and always been outside the outside edge, or bowled. Leg spin. Bit of leg spin again. Slightly too wide in the first instance. To be fair to Chris Wright, he didn't follow it. The line was just slightly too much outside off stump. Crane again then. Bowls, and it's tossed up, and it's driven out into the covers. They'll jog through for a single. Chris Wright will keep the strike. I don't think Hampshire will mind that too much. 260 for 7 at the end of that over, 7 to do.
Sun blazing down now. Right, who's a tall man casting a very long shadow. Now, umpire Taylor on his walkie-talkie. I don't know. Just checking. What are the rules in terms of half an hour, he said? Talking to the scorers about something.
My weather app suggests there's no rain amongst that cloud, but it doesn't actually say full cloud. Yours might be different, but they look rain clouds to me.
It does look very dark, doesn't it? Well, it will be Wheel who continues for the time being. Got a forecast of snow, 30% chance of snow at 9.
Oh, lovely.
Brad Wheel is into Chris Wright. Bowls off the legs, played neatly by Chris Wright. Tucks it away off his pads down towards deep backward square. It's a long chase around there for young Alsop. Gets his left arm throw away well. Good long throw from down there, maybe 65, 70 yards. But Wright picks up a couple, moves on to 16. And also for tomorrow, because we ought to look at tomorrow, it says 80% chance of rain. So,
oh dear,
it's not completely out of the question as Wheel goes in and bowls, and it goes straight through. Right, what did it hit? And it was stopped at first slip in the end. It must have been off the outside edge and along the ground to Dawson.
Yeah, bounced well in front of him.
But goodness me, that almost got through and bowled him, and was almost, I don't know, all happening.
It's not the sort of pace of ball you want coming at you.
He was kind of backing away a little bit as well, just hopping back, and it just got down on it in time. Off the stumps it went. Wheel in again to Wright, a bouncer, but he's short enough for Wright to sort of see it coming and just duck underneath it, and it passes over his extended posterior.
Played that well because he didn't get up that high.
No. There's no run. Wow. I joked about it earlier, didn't I? Needing a couple of wickets and having to go off and then having to watch the rain fall all day tomorrow. That would be the ultimate in frustration. Wheel bowls to Wright, who again plays him well, just tucks him away off his legs, and he's going to pick up 2 more as Alsop has to chase up from long. In fact, he's going to pick up 3 because Alsop has a really long run from long leg up towards deep backwards square, and by the time he gets there, Parkinson and Wright have completed those 3 runs. Wright has got 16 now off 19 balls, Parkinson 31 off 51. Leicestershire showing a certain stubborn pride at the end of the 3rd day. No, we're not going to just roll over, says the tail. In goes Wheel, bowls 2. Parkinson, a Yorker that almost gets through. Oh, he's given him leg before, so it must have been pad first or boot first and then bat. Billy Taylor sends Callum Parkinson on his way for 31, and just when we're talking about each time you think this is going to go into a 4th day, a wicket falls. Well, but Wheel has done really well to pick up these 2 wickets, sort of out of nothing really, with an old ball.
Yeah, I agree, and that was a great Yorker.
Yeah, it was.
Spearing in at the feet. Very difficult for the batsman. And it just hit his toe, didn't it? Caught him on the foot before the bat came down. And superb bowling, but a useful innings from Callum Parkinson. 31 to him. 52 deliveries he occupied the crease.
Put on 25 with Chris Wright.
There was just a hint of reverse swing there from Brad Wheel as well, which I think did Callum Parkinson as much as the length of the delivery, the Yorker length. That's a great delivery at this time of night.
So 6.1 overs remain. Now the sun is disappearing behind cloud now, so although after one more delivery the new ball is available, I wonder whether James Vince will be able to take it. Because of the light, I mean, there's still enough blue sky around for the light to be okay.
Yeah.
It's nothing like it was last night, is it? It's still much lighter.
Yeah.
You're all right, but you look freezing again.
Well, I'm sitting like this because I'm anticipating being cold very soon when that cloud comes over. But I'm also looking at the time, thinking there's 25 minutes max here if that cloud comes over, and those floodlights have to be switched off. So whatever happens, whether we claim part of the last half hour, don't claim it, whatever, there's at least 6.1 overs. We may get to 7 o'clock, but I think when they switch the lights off, with that cloud, I cannot see us carrying on, do you?
I can't. My app's also saying, by the way, sunset at 7:50. So it's going to go completely dark. So can Brad Wheel pick up another quick one? He's got Gavin Griffiths to bowl out. It bowls very straight, but Griffiths is right behind it, back down the pitch on the onside. The end of another successful over for Brad Wheel. He's got 2 for 55 from 11 overs. And Leicestershire 265 for 8 with 6 overs minimum, theoretically, remaining in the day. And the new ball is available, but it's going to be Mason Crane still.
You've got to keep going with Mason here, really.
Would you have Mason and one of the and Abbott just to see at the other end if the light's okay?
If Mason wants to bowl with a new ball, great. But if he doesn't,
would he not be easy to grip with the extra seam and bounce?
I don't know. Some spinners don't like it. I must admit, I don't know about Mason. That's a thick outside edge, but falling short of second slip. Who's Ian Holland? Yeah, some spinners don't like it. Some don't mind, but I don't know. Wrist spinners, I'm not so sure with a brand new ball. Be interesting.
So snow, sunset.
Crane again, bowls. Oh, it's too wide of off stump, unfortunately. Right, leaves that alone. Might have been attempted googly, that one, I don't
Fibbing,
know.
it's telling me it's 5 degrees, but
No.
it could be, I suppose.
Really?
It feels colder.
The light is going fast, even with the floodlights on now. Here's Crane again. It's down the leg side. Well taken by Lewis McManus.
I mean, it's still been an outstanding day for Hampshire. An outstanding 3 days for Hampshire.
Well, that was a
even
googly.
if they do have to pop back in the morning.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Well, I must admit, I've got to the point now, 8 down, that I'd quite like to see this game concluded tonight, but that's only my opinion. That's pushed out square on the offside.
I suspect it's shared by quite a few Hampshire supporters, and indeed Hampshire players.
But
would you like the game to finish, James? Yes, I would quite like to.
Yes, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. An extra day off, it'd be nice.
Yes.
Here's Crane. Bowls and just pushed into the ground by Chris Wright. I don't think he'll make the same mistake again that he made in the first innings by trying to sweep Mason. He might do, but I don't think he will, not in this situation.
I would think Leicestershire are aware of the forecast as well. If it is a high possibility of a certain amount of rain tomorrow, then
True.
Might be something to fight for.
Crane again. That's a good delivery, and Wright plays that well. Ball just spins off the thick outside edge of the bat. Goes out to Scott Curry, the subfielder, out on the point, and he's sprinting off to get another helmet.
He's actually sprinting, this boy.
He does, doesn't he? Stay warm. He's young enough, he can do it.
Yeah. Well, he's again
He's
sprinting to get his big warm man's coat.
Umpires are having a chat here.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this. I mean, I'm saying the rain that's forecast for tomorrow. It's confidently forecast, but not until about 1 o'clock.
Ooh.
So, God, it's going to be cold tomorrow morning though, because it's going to be clear first thing. 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock it says bright sunshine, but 2 degrees, 3 degrees, that sort of thing. So,
Lovely.
Hampshire should get, if they need it, the time they need tomorrow morning. By heck, they're going to be cold.
Yeah. Come on, Brad. 5 overs to go, minimum in the day.
Trying to see if he's taken the new ball. In he goes, bowls, and clipped off his toes just by Gavin Griffiths. That was that sort of, it looks like the old one still.
It does, doesn't it?
Just in time, got down on it, Griffiths. Fielded down there at long leg by Allsop, so Griffiths picks up a single, 266 for 8, Leicestershire. That was Griffiths out this morning. He wasn't, he was 8 not out at the end of Leicestershire's first innings. Square legs going back as Wheel comes in and bowls to right, maybe a slightly right even, waited for it and just dabbed it down towards Crane, who's at that backward point position. No run. That bank of clouds beginning to just to break up a little bit. Umpire Taylor turns to Kyle Abbott, who's probably saying, "It look, it's too cold to play." In goes Wheel and bowls nice and straight, but solidly played on the back foot in defence by Chris Wright out towards Abbott. Probably can't be. I know he's been in England for a while, but he won't have played in many colder sessions than he's had.
No, I had a quick chat with Eddie Birrell last night in the hotel lobby, because he can't really hang around there too long.
No.
We're not allowed, but he's South African, of course. He said he's finding it really seriously hard work.
Wheel is in full onto the legs of Chris Wright, who tries to clip it down to fine leg. It goes down to fine leg. Did he get a bit of bat on it? He did. Good work down there by Allsop, ensures it is just a single. That Abbott is finding it hard.
No, AD is. I haven't seen Carl at the hotel. I haven't seen many of the players at the hotel because obviously we're not allowed to wander around. They have a room that they can go and eat.
Okay.
But everybody else is not allowed to wander around. Well, you can't. There's nothing open.
No. Wheel in. Bowles beats Griffiths. Rather vague push at the ball outside off stump.
So yeah, Hagee was just saying he's finding it so cold, and he's been over for a while actually. He managed to go over from South Africa before the lockdown, so he's been in this country for a while.
It is grindingly cold. It just sort of saps the energy, or mine anyway, the energy. Wheel turns, casting a shadow now from the floodlights as he comes in and bowls to Griffiths, who's behind it. Not entirely comfortably, but solidly enough. Back down the pitch to the Scotland international. And it is the end of the over, 12 overs, 2 for 57 for Brad Wheel. Picked up the last 2 wickets to fall, those of Lewis Hill for 65, Callum Parkinson for 31. There are now 4 overs min rem, as the scoreboard tells us. The deficit is 143. It is 20 to 7. Again.
Just when I thought that last night would be an isolated incident.
Unreal.
I'm not sure we are going to go much past 7 o'clock if the last half an hour's claimed. It's getting slowly darker. I think we'll get to a point where only the spinners can bowl soon, actually. That's flighted. Edge! No! Missed. Gone through to Lewis McManus. Great flight from Mason Crane. Drew Chris Wright into the forward defensive, and the ball just pitched and turned past the outside edge. Great piece of bowling.
You'll be pleased to know that next week's games, the forecast looking at the long term, is markedly warmer.
Oh, good. That's full off the bottom of the bat as Wright tries to attempt the drive. It just trickles up to mid-on.
He's not exactly cracking the flags. It's talking about 11s and 12s, but at least it's double figures as opposed to the 4s and 5s and 6s of the moment. Yeah,
Gearsbowl gets cold. I tell you, it's quite high up there and it gets a bit windy, so just look out for that. That's just played into the ground by Chris Wright, coming forward again.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if that's end of May, isn't it, or whatever it is, when we're down there. So if we're still in single figures then, I'm giving up. Oh, it'll be awful.
This cold spell does seem to have lasted for quite a while though, doesn't it? That's, again, on the money, but Chris Wright coming well forward. That's the way to play. That's the way to play the leg spinner in this situation. Just get a good stride in. If it turns and beats the outside edge, you can't do a lot. Or if it turns and clips the outside edge, you can't do much more. That's on the back foot. Works up to mid-on. Ben Mike got a goodie, didn't he, from Mason? Just came forward and it turned and clipped his outside edge. He couldn't do a lot about it. Crane with 1 ball left of his 26th over. Comes in and bowls. And Wright just plays that into the ground quite easily. And that is the end of that one. 3 overs left of the normal day. Are we going to see it extended?
If players ever been stopped because of sunset, as in, obviously with day-night matches and all that sort of thing, but...
I once, in my very early days, there was a game at Lord's, when I was in my early days at Middlesex. I didn't play that much. We played until 8:20 one evening. It was absolutely ridiculous.
But it was a long summer's evening, presumably, or was it?
It was all right, yeah, obviously, because it was one of those where there was not a cloud in the sky and it was fine. But I remember he was saying 8:20 and we're still playing.
So it's going to be Dawson taking over from Wheel.
Great spell from him.
Who's done his darndest just to try and finish this game today. Picked up a couple of wickets. Lewis Hill and Callum Parkinson. Can Dawson finish the job in tandem with Crane? Just the 1 wicket so far in this innings for him. In goes the left armour to bowl to Griffiths. Griffiths goes back, plays the ball off the pitch. It's definitely still the old ball. It's a very dull ball indeed.
Yeah, I think we might only be seeing spin now.
Sun has now disappeared for the day. Almost in goes Dawson, then he's driven in a good stop out there by Wheel. Almost dipped below the horizon and then disappeared behind cloud.
When did you say sunset was?
7:55.
God blimey.
So we stopped an hour and 10 minutes. But we'll be leaving the ground, I suspect, in the dark.
Yeah.
In goes Dawson, bowls Griffiths forward out to silly mid-off. And there's no run. He's a very grubby young man indeed. His whites are going to need a lot of cleaning. Diving around. In goes Dawson. Griffiths steers it out towards Crane, a backward point, who puts in an athletic dive and rolls with it. Griffiths prepares for a full delivery, reaches forward, defends it out to mid-off, where Vince leaves his left hand in his pocket, but just takes his right hand out, waits for the ball to come to him and underarms it back to Dawson, who bowls. Back goes Griffiths, stays a fraction low. Not much life left in the ball, that is for sure, but he keeps it out. End of the over. 267 for 8. 2 overs remain in the day. Out comes the 12thers with loads of sweaters and caps for... Vince was running towards him, but then, having got within 10 yards, he sort of does a U-turn, James Vince.
He's trying to keep warm, just running 40 yards when he could have run 20 or something, I don't know.
Something like that.
Right, come on then, Mason. 267 for 8, 2 overs left. What's he going to do? There's a nice little drive from Chris Wright. He seems to be playing him fairly easy at the moment. I just wonder if the umpires are deciding, well, actually, Hampshire, you don't look like taking a wicket, so we will come back tomorrow. We will forget about the half hour. We'll have to wait and see. Here comes Crane again. Chris Wright looks as though he's in for tomorrow. Just a nice little prod out on the offside. He's on 20. He's played nicely. Didn't get any runs in the first innings. 20 this one. 37 balls he's used up as well. That'll be frustrating for Hampshire. As Crane comes in again, and there's a drive. There's a bit of bottom hand in it, but it's a good result. It's gone straight down the ground. He's played 3 of those. They all look as though they should go a little bit more on the offside, but he still makes good contact. It's all along the ground.
Maybe we're being a bit unfair to him and saying they're not going where he intends them to go. Maybe that's exactly where
probably
it's just the way he plays the shot.
Moves on to 24, 271 for 8, deficit 139. Nothing to worry about on that front for the moment. He was quite well outside off stump. There's a quick single there called through by Griffiths, so it goes out square on the leg side. 272 for 8. 8 balls left in the normal day's play.
The thing is, each time we've said, look, we're coming back tomorrow, a wicket has fallen, hasn't it?
I think
we are coming back.
Well, I think we are, and I have to say, if I was sort of like the home commentator, it wouldn't bother me at all. But I guess being away again, it's when you think that for a large part of today, well, not a large part of the day, but for a while anyway, that I thought, well, this game will finish. You then get into that frame of mind, don't you?
Yeah.
And I have to say, before Brad Wheel took those 2 wickets, I thought we were coming back tomorrow, but then he took those 2, and I thought, oh, we won't be. That's steered out square on the offside. So it's mixtures, you get ups and downs, you get that all the time, but yeah, I think we might be 7 balls left, 10 to 7. Crane, come on, Mason. That's well played again by Griffiths, who steers that out to point, fielded by North East. End of the over, 6 balls left.
Not to be.
No.
Dawson, can he take 2 in an over? If he gets 1 in this over, then we surely will keep playing, won't we? As the sun sets on the Uptonsteel county ground.
I'm just looking at Billy Taylor. He's got a mask on his face.
It's a sort of balaclava that he's got underneath, and he's Panama. Yeah, and they've got it over their mouths now, haven't they, as well? In goes in goes Dawson and bowls and pushed back to him by Chris Wright. And there's no run. Umpire Goff is also very much wrapped up. Umpire Taylor's clearly fielding it. He hasn't got gloves on, in fairness. In goes Dawson, bowls forward, goes right. It does. Even his defensive shots sort of. He's leaning too far across, but still managing to hit the ball straight. Dawson bowls, right is forward, thick inside edge, neatly taken by Weatherly, leaning to his left or reaching to his left at short leg. Dawson tosses that one right up, right, waits for it, plays it firmly down into the ground. Allsop it is who fields to his right at short extra. No sign of the ground staff down there. Oh, there's some starting to appear now, so they're just taking a while to emerge from their cosy nest.
Do you think they know?
They usually do, don't they? They usually get the word as Dawson bowls and it's played back to him by right. We're going to know very shortly, because in theory this is the last ball of the day. Dawson bowls, right defends safely, plays it out on the off side. People look at the Chris Wright looks at the umpire. Umpire Goff, we're going, we're keeping going. We're still going.
Now the worst scenario is now we play another half hour and we're still coming back tomorrow. I mean, that would just take the mick. 7:20 if the light holds up. But they've got to switch the lights off, of course, in 8 minutes' time anyway.
Well, they do. And then it will not be playable, because it will be night time, essentially.
If there's another wicket now in the next 8 minutes and they switch the lights off and you say, well, it's probably not playable, are we all really going to come back for one wicket? With such
I'm sure
big
it's
deficit?
happened
Well, I'm sure it has.
in the past, because
it will be revealed. Here's Mason Crane then, and that's a good leave. Good leave from Griffiths. Good leg spinner from Mason Crane.
I wonder if Griffiths can pick him, because it was a good leave.
It was pitched about off stump, so
yeah, he must be able to read him.
Leave. Crane bowls, and that is a googly, which was a little bit too straight, went down the leg side.
Yeah, if that had pitched where the other one had pitched, or off stump, things might have been interesting.
That would have been 9 down, I would suggest. Yeah. Right, Mason into his 28th over here, 3 for 94. Bowls and sweep shot, good sweep. And that's gone very quickly behind square on the leg side. Well played.
Nicely hit by Griffiths, picked it up beautifully.
I would suggest that was fairly straight. Looking at the line. Oh, it's outside leg stump, yeah. Good shot, very good shot.
Mohammed Abbas has to run after it. Of course, ground staff can't pick it up, can they? They mustn't touch.
Of course.
Nobody's allowed to touch the ball other than the participants.
Six minutes to go before the lights are switched off.
Our circulation stops.
Crane again to Griffiths. Griffiths well forward, nullifies the spin, plays it out square on the offside.
It's the absolute silence when the players aren't sort of shouting or encouraging each other. It's so cold that there's no bird song or anything. It could be the Arctic. Well, it feels like the Arctic.
It is. Crane, Griffiths pushes forward, plays that late, and it's gone up towards third man, and Sam North East runs after it. They'll come back for 2. 278 for 8, and Griffiths moves on to 7.
And I'll tell you what, mate, I will close the window at the end of this over, because I think we've suffered enough now. Do you?
You reckon? I'm okay. I mean, yeah.
Are you okay?
Well, no, but you're more in the firing line, so I don't feel any different than I have, if I was, for the last 3 days.
I've been cold for the last 3 days, and I'm cold now.
Yeah, and I'm by the radiator, and I still feel freezing. Thank goodness those radiators. What would it be like? Edge just short of a diving in Holland at second slip. Good stop. And that is the end of the first extra over, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Umpire's still talking to the scorers on their walkie-talkie. Come on. How long can we get in? How long can we get in? Well, yesterday's logic suggests no more than 2 overs now, doesn't it? Because it's 5 to 7. Dawson's going to go over the wicket to right. So 12 balls will take us to 7 o'clock and the lights going out.
Come on in. Produce a magic delivery.
Slip, leg slip and short leg as Dawson goes in and bowls to right. Does hit him on the pad, I'm pretty sure, but pitched obviously a long way outside leg stump. So no point at all in appealing. Let's have a look, see. Oh, yeah, got a bit of bat on it as well. Turned it straight to Abbott, who is at leg gully. In goes Dawson, bowls, and he's kicked away by Chris Wright, who's long enough of tooth to know what he's about in that respect. Dawson persisting with the over the wicket attack, goes in, bowls, Wright kicks him away. Dawson's going to go back round. Yeah, okay, he knows what he's about. I'll go back round.
I'm just wondering if they were hoping it on that line he might play the sweep shot, which got him out of the first innings. Just wondered, yeah, but he's not tempted.
No. Dawson is in. Wright is forward. Has to play at that one, but is in control, pushing it to Weatherly. It's short leg. Temperature is, well, it can't plummet much further, can it? But it can't be more than a couple of degrees now. It really is cold. Dawson hands the ball to the umpires. Is that it? Is it?
They want the new ball.
Yep, taking the new. Oh, just after 87.4 overs, he's going to have a couple of deliveries with the new ball. So it could be that Crane has to bowl the last over with that new ball, because Seamer can't bowl it. It's just too dark. Dawson is in, bowls. It does bounce nicely. Should have taken it before. But it was wide of loft stump, so allowed to go through by Chris Wright.
It'll be interesting to see how Mason bowls with it, because to my mind he's never, well, not in the first team game, bowled with a new ball.
Could have taken it a couple of overs ago. In he goes, Dawson, bowls, right, chops it hard down into the ground, goes absolutely nowhere really. End of a maiden over, and that I think is Liam Dawson's work for the day done in terms of bowling, anyway it should be. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30 for him. He's sort of holding his hands between his knees as if that agony, an agony of cold out there. He's not taking his sweaters though, which are all down here in front of us. So whether he's hoping to get in another over,
I think so.
But it's 2 minutes to 7.
Right, come on then, Mason. A bit of bounce, should go through a bit quicker. That's quite full though. Hits the bottom of Griffiths' back coming forward. Yeah, it should just go through a bit quicker now. And
he's sprinting back to his mark.
He is, yeah. Trying to get in before the lights have switched off. Comes in and bowls. That's a little bit too for the gain as well, as it's worked up to mid-on.
Yes, because it's 6:59, and the umpires called it in mid-over yesterday, didn't they? As soon as it ticks over to 7.
Yeah. They don't wait till the end of the over, do they?
No.
Any minute now.
Literally.
Crane bowls, and right, well done. Pushes well forward. He can do no more than that. Goes out on the offside.
I can't believe that the first days 2 and 3 of the season have both gone to 7 o'clock.
Started with me to go on, eh?
Yeah.
Well, now I think
they're
just about to say the lights are going off.
It's gone to 7.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. We're finishing.
There they go. They've been switched off.
Now, are we going to play through this?
Oh, they can't play in this, can they? It's boy, has it gone gloomy. What? He's taking a measure of the light just to see, but
well, it'll be dark.
It's dark. Off we go. There we go. 279 for 8. They haven't quite completed a 3-day win. Then Hampshire. I'm pretty sure that innings victory will be completed tomorrow. The forecast for the morning suggests cold but clear, so I don't think the weather is going to be an issue for Hampshire. I think it's just a case of gratification delayed rather than taken tonight. It's been still a splendid day for Hampshire. They have taken 14 wickets in the day out of the 16 they needed. Leicestershire was stubborn in the end in their second innings and have taken the game just into a fourth day. And as ever, we at the BBC and the BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Solent will be back with the players tomorrow to describe those potentially final few overs. Thank you for staying with us. If you have today, your stamina is admirable and we are grateful to you for keeping us company. And it's been worth listening to because the cold notwithstanding, there's been some great cricket played today, mostly by Hampshire. We'll be back with you tomorrow, but for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's Richard Ray and Kevin James saying a very cold good night.